girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. About
future. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution. This is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Woo, damn! That was one of the best pickle fights I've been to.
Hello and welcome everybody. You're watching LOOT.BET Season 8. We've got two stunning best of threes today, and we all start with this one. HellRaisers versus Movistar Riders. I think this is going to be an exciting matchup, Josh. This is the first 0-2 match that we get to see in the Swiss system.
Oh, it's elimination day. I'm excited. Whoever loses this one will be going home. It's all to play for here. And the first one that we have, the odds are deadlocked. Nobody seems to know who's going to be able to win this first one.
No, certainly not, and I don't either. I think that this is a close matchup, and I think as we get into the maps a little bit later, I think that's probably going to determine it, because there are a couple of funky surprises as we go through the bracket. These are our leaderboards right now. We've already welcomed Namigra and Virtus.pro through to the playoffs. Obviously, a bunch of 2-1 teams as well. Just one best of 3 win required to get through to those playoff stages as well. We have actually eliminated Fate already. They were our first loss. They obviously took a forfeit due to internet issues on the last series. They didn't really play their best Counter-Strike throughout these throughout the Swiss system, did they?
Absolutely not. We were a little bit disappointed, weren't we? We often go into Fate games really excited because they're this team that can really just turn up and take down a giant of an opponent, and you really don't expect it. But on those days, it just didn't come through, and yeah, they just went 0-3. It was quite anticlimactic. Taking a look at these rosters, we all know the men to look out for. JR on that AWP for the HellRaisers side, JLM and Problem. Quite heavy fraggers as well, and Flowrich, the man to always look out for. On the Movistar Riders side, you've got talent here and there. Do you want to take us through that roster, Squid?
Yeah, absolutely, because it is a bit of a mixed bag. I feel like Larsen's picture isn't actually of him.
Yeah, it's a really scary picture, isn't it? It's like been photoshopped on.
I think that definitely is the case. Everything's a little bit out of proportion there. I don't know who did that. Maybe somebody from HLTV is responsible. If you're watching HLTV, come on, boys.
Well, these always surprise me. Times played, that's 111 matches.
By the way, that was my roster wrap up for Movistar Riders.
Shows a lot of in-depth analysis of that Movistar Riders side. And yeah, as I say, you look at how many matches these two teams have played in the last 3 months. 48 series over the last 3 months is actually quite a lot, but nothing compared to 111. HellRaisers have been playing relentlessly.
Yeah, they absolutely have. And as we go on to the map picks in a couple of moments, you can actually see that they've got 14, 24 maps played on certain maps in this pool. We go to Mirage first, which is just a map that HellRaisers have absolutely sucked on. 21% over the last 14 maps. Movistar Riders, they've won 3 out of the last 4. And as we go on to Train, that is a more HellRaisers favoured affair. I do think this is a Movistar Riders 2-0 or a very long series for this morning.
Absolutely. When you start to get into the map pools and the percentages, you realise that the Movistar Riders just have a much stronger pool of maps that they can play with. Only permabanning Dust 2, everything else floats and has a pretty high win rate besides Vertigo. So anything that HellRaisers take them on to is going to be tricky territory. And even going on to train after more than likely having a rough time on Mirage, whilst they're confident on it, they still can't have full confidence in the fact that the Movistar Riders aren't confident on it too. So, as you say, could very easily be a 2-0 to the Spaniards here.
I feel like that is a key word as well, the confidence factor coming into this series. HellRaisers have specifically not picked Vertigo in this one, knowing it is a weaker Movistar Riders affair, so perhaps feeling confident in this series, feeling like they can just take Movistar Riders to task on their best or better maps. Train being one of them, obviously, that slips through to the pool. Obviously, HellRaisers pick here today. I think that is going to be a key map to watch out for. We get a kind of temperature. We dip our toe into the water and actually feel out how good these two teams are, what they will bring to the server so far today. Early on Mirage. If HellRaisers can make this one up close and personal, then maybe we have a long series. Although, Josh, we did see that very one-sided series yesterday with AGF, where very one-sided maps 1 and 2, and then AGF just like snowballing to a victory. That was one of the series where the maps really did seem to matter up against the Isako Boars. I feel like this one might be much of the same, with Movistar Riders probably Mirage being a convincing affair, Train being a HellRaisers solid lock, and then Inferno being more of that middle ground, actually favouring the HellRaisers. We often say that these percentages don't really matter, but here today, I kind of feel like they do. HellRaisers have so many maps played. That 21% is based off 14 maps here.
It does give you a really broad variety. It's not like they've played 5 and lost 4 and it's against really difficult opponents or something like that. They really don't like Mirage, and if it wasn't for the fact that they had other permabans, they would pick into it. HellRaisers, this real mix mash of players from the CIS and Baltic region combined together to make a pretty powerful roster that, especially as a core, feel like they've been together for a very long time. As we get into Mirage, not quite jumping into the knife just yet, I don't think the knife will make all too much difference on who actually gets to pick the side and how much difference that actually makes, how much of an impact that has here.
No, I don't think that the knife round's going to matter too much at all. I feel like from beginning to finish, this is going to be a Movistar Riders affair on Mirage. We can see what temperature they actually come into the series at. I feel like Movistar Riders, they're sometimes slightly slow starters. We've had issues with Steel over the last couple of weeks, I've got to be honest, with his fragging. If we are actually breaking down this roster ever so slightly, he is that captain, but one of the in-game leaders that we can kind of take to the scene who, yeah, sometimes doesn't provide as many kills to the server. Nonetheless, Movistar Riders, they win the knife. That's a CT side, and let's see how HR contend.
Movistar Riders starting off on that CT side then. They'll certainly be happy with that one. As I said before, it shouldn't make all too much difference, but it is ever so slightly that favoured side. So as we get into the pistol, it's going to be Kevlar, Problem, the man with that utility to work with on that HellRaisers attacking line. Let's see what they can do with it and where they try to head.
I don't talk about half the coaches because most of them are banned at this point, but Blade is certainly one of the coaches kind of to watch out for in the scene right now, and he's somebody who has actually got a little bit of experience in the Spanish scene, and he is supporting that Movistar Riders roster. We get right into the pistol nonetheless, and it's these flashbangs from HR to try and take mid control straight into connector as Movistar Riders playing just a default on this A-bomb site.
Well, Alex tapping away, struggled to hit that headshot, but does find it. Traded by JLM, 4 versus 4, and the Movistar Riders reinforcements have to come through. That C4 is down in the open, it has to be retrieved.
USPS can't actually connect there into the CT spawn. Larson going for a little bit more, but dinked in the meantime. HR advantage as the USPS wants to chip and chime on through. Surely the wallbangs aren't going to do much damage here. It's the P2000 in the back lines to try and find all of these headshots. Flourish next in line for a bit of a beating. It's a problem in JLM. Now I need to stretch back into this one. Still 24 seconds left to tick. And that C4 has been prevented. There we go, Problem. Nice headshot, 1-0.
Really just felt like Movistar Riders were struggling to hit their shots. Even Mopos there with opponents with their backs turned couldn't seem to connect, and it was just a little bit of a messy affair. Does go HellRaisers' way. They keep 2 players alive right at the end there, and as you say, the coaches, he was one of those coaches that wasn't a god. He didn't have an all-seeing eye over the server.
And 1-0 as a result. These AK-47s come through. They're up against the Deagles in this round 2.
Mopos and Larson actually not investing in the Kevlars. They're keeping $1,000 in that bank. I'm not sure who's going to go for that AWP. I think Larson with a little bit of extra cash might be the man to invest into it. This means that JR can just get that opening pick over towards B. That's going to pull the rotations and initiate the push into this A site. The AKs can charge through, dispose of these Deagles and Kevlar that so far just aren't able to do any damage whatsoever.
And these AK-47s keeping the Desert Eagles at an arm's length. There's another headshot for JLM as the bomb should go down here. And HR a pretty lock and key round here on the A bomb site. Likely going to find these final 2 Desert Eagles as well. Larson and Alex living on borrowed time towards the B bomb site. And expect HR to hunt here, especially with that MAC-10 Kalinka already into the CT spawn. Expect him to take market control and try and pressure in for both those pistols. And that $600 loss bonus, or kill bonus, I should say.
What Kalinka can gain from hunting is literally more valuable than what Movistar Riders are saving right now, especially in the hands of Larson, just that Deagle and smoke grenade. Alex, he's got a little bit more. The Kevlar, a kit, certainly worth bringing into the next, and he should be able to do so. HellRaisers haven't hunted too aggressively. They don't want to lose any of these rifles. So it's going to be a really, really comfortable second, and keeping everybody alive really does do some favors for that bank account.
The maths going into trying and keeping this this MAC-10 alive is actually quite interesting. If you drop with it on the T side, then you have to go for the reinvestment in the next. So sometimes going for those kills in the last doesn't really work out, and you wouldn't be especially buying a MAC-10 in this round 3. You'd probably be going for the AK-47 instead in preparation for round 4. So keeping those in hand, you can obviously just rack up some cash against the unarmored opponents in the next. Shock's not going to allow that to happen. One of the MAC-10s already falling.
We didn't get hyped for the Zeusco. I didn't even realize he had it in hand, but right now he's tearing through the attack. He's picked up the MAC-10 and found 3. And this becomes a 3 versus 2 situation. The pistols surely can't get this one finished off, but a massively valiant attempt at the start. And as Problem punches through for more damage, the Deagle trades him out. Flarich 2 versus 1 on his hands. He's been tagged up to half, finds himself the first, needs to tap away the second, but as Mopos has picked himself up an AK, Flarich doesn't fancy his chances. He needs to fall back and head towards B.
Yeah, kit retrieval in the meantime. Spots that on the bomb site. And Flarich, he is off. Half HP, straight to B. And Mopos might be aware of this one. This all comes down to timing, Joshua. All the way onto short here for Mopos. And he is actually making a bit of a misstep right now. Not actually covering either of these bomb sites at the 45-second mark. Instead, it's through to the T spawn. He is expecting this to be an A take. Severely outmaneuvered. And he obviously isn't going to get the audio cue for that Molotov either. So with the bomb down, he still doesn't know which bomb site this has gone towards. Really unfortunate here, and I think it's time to save that AK-47 and Deagle.
That is rough. He thought that he had this master plan, this outmaneuver, and he was just completely wrong. Of course, being so far away from either site too, he didn't actually get any sound cue when the C4 went down, so he continued to think it was A until the bitter end. He is still going to go for this one, but there's really no time. There's 10 seconds on this clock. This is a huge throwaway if he charges in and gives up this AK, and right now Flarich still not spotted him out, but it doesn't matter. There's no time left. He can just fall away from this one, and it's an easy third for HellRaisers.
Yeah, I feel like the panic set in for Mopos there, trying to go into the B bomb site, and the risk-reward definitely didn't play to his advantage. Fortunately, keeps the AK-47 through. That's a bit of extra bank for Movistar Riders to work with in the 4th.
I would be pissed if I was Shocks right now. 3 kills to open this one up. He turned around that the Movistar Riders had absolutely no equity into a round that they had a 5 versus 2 advantage. They still throw it away, and Mopos makes a huge mistake in the 1v1 and can't convert.
Oh, straight through this smoke, and there's the connection from Larson. The change of pace Movistar Riders, middle of the map take. Remember, very shaky turf here, Mirage for HR. But both of the snipers connecting either side of the map, and Mopos, he can backtrack, taking this 2-man advantage.
To get out this double sniper setup early is really interesting. To see them just go for this complete change-up of approach. They say, do you know what? This hasn't been working very well so far. We've taken an early 3-round loss. Let's just completely blow them out the water. And the 2 snipers, as you say, finding those kills early on really shakes up HellRaisers right now. This 2-man disadvantage. They need to retrieve this C4, play as a unit, and try and take some control back.
And straight towards the pointy letter, that seems to be the approach. Movistar Riders nicely set up. They've got this configuration of Shocks and Alex from Jungle and CT Spawn. That's by the ticket booth. And as the AK-47s close in, HR need a couple of key shots to even gain this bomb plant here. And they don't seem exactly sure as what the approach is going to be. Only 1 smoke grenade available. Where's that going for Flarich? I guess likely towards ticket booth here. That makes the most sense. He could also utilize it connector as the bomb goes down. That's if it does at this point, because Movistar Riders, great configuration as the Molotov rains in. That's one of the key pieces of utility that they have to throw. The flashbang over the top. And HR really need a kill right now at the 20-second mark. The AK-47 closing through in JLM. Oh, he is going to find the headshot there. And there's Flarich for a second. HR, what a turnaround. Shots can't delay this bomb plant. And there's problem for the third. Movistar Riders trying to close in. And what a combination of frags.
Not only finding all the kills, but just finding the round with ease. Problem and Flarich staying alive right at the end there. And that is an absolutely masterful pickup. 5 versus 3. I'm not really too sure how the Movistar Riders actually allowed them onto this bomb site uncontested. You shouldn't be able to walk all the way up to Sandwich before the CTs realised. And that was really their downfall here.
It's just that brute fragging power, right, from HR. They brought into the server. I said this map would be a temperature tech for both teams, and Movistar Riders coming in cold, HR, anything but.
If they can continue to rack up these rounds on their T side, they'll put themselves in a fantastic position and really show that they can come in hot to a map like Mirage, despite the fact that they're really not comfortable with it historically. 4-0 they sit, should be able to make it 5 as they're just against the Deagles. A little bit of Kevlar invested, but very minimal utility, and the aggression doesn't work out early on. Mopos is going to fall. That's going to initiate the push onto this A site. There is a 4-man stack, but with just the Deagles, they're made pretty easy work of.
Molotov's nice, good enough to force out the defense on the A bomb site. Steel finds 2 in the meantime, and there's Larson for 1 of his own. JR, he seems to be the clean-up man with the AWP, and there it is again. A quick 2K to finish off. 5-0 HR, very fast rounds thus far.
Indeed. Blink and you'll miss it. It's 5-0. It feels like we've been here for like 2 minutes. This has been very, very quick indeed. HR just insane pace in every single one of these rounds.
Yeah, certainly the case. And, well, thus far, 5-0. Movistar Riders, what can they do about this one? The AWP, but no double-up configuration as they favor the incendiaries instead. That's towards ramp to gain Shocks a little bit of control here. This double set play configuration to try and challenge Flarich.
I like this angle that Shocks is currently posted on. He can just throw that smoke down, buy some more time for his team. That A-bomb site is often heavily reliant on, as soon as you have that information, calling in the reinforcements and making sure that you buy enough time for them to come in. In the meantime, HellRaisers, they're not too fast. They're just going to take control of mid, get all of the pieces in place for a nice pincer onto this bomb site. And Shocks right now dance around this. Smoke finds himself the first. That's a really nice opener with a minute left on this clock.
Heard the footsteps, heard the jump up, but they don't listen for Kalinka. 1 quick kill, spots out the Dark Man, that's below. Alex under contention, needs to throw the incend of his own, and just staying alive right now, BG style. 50 seconds left, and there's the containment policy. All the kills come through in unison from Movistar Riders for their first round of the half.
That's going to be their first pickup. They fought hard to find it. They should have probably got it quite a few rounds back as they let a couple of really, really shame. Like, it was just a real shame that they let a couple of those slip. There was that round, of course, that they were in a 5 versus 3. There was only a few seconds left on that clock, and HellRaisers pull it right back in their favor. That one, it's not going to happen. Movistar Riders now with their first on the board, the cash to work with to try and extend it further.
And this is where the money breaks for HR if they cannot take the round convincingly. A bit of a distraction policy towards the B bomb site, and the trade's even towards A. JLM opens up the fragging as Alex now needs to contain alongside that AWP. They're finding all of the frags, and there's a follow-up headshot. Drops the bomb. This round gone, and Flowich can't do anything about it.
I'm not sure what more Movistar Riders do here. They might just be able to pull this one all the way back. They're just against the Pistols, of course. There's really not a lot of money in the HellRaisers bank account. And if this can come back right into a 5-5 scoreline, Movistar Riders should be able to steamroll this one. Of course, Mirage is their map pick, and it's a much, much more confident pick as well as they go into it. And it should just be a complete win.
Yeah, well, it will be at least 3-5 here. The big question mark is, how much damage can HR do? Maybe this is an opportunity with the Glock. Now, it absolutely is. Problem the first, spots out that window man, and this now gets a lot more dangerous. Glock burst fire applied. Problem. Oh, he can't connect with anything. It's the P250 instead. Breaks away a rifle, and now Kalinka to try and close out the window room. Larson needs to connect with this shot. And that Molotov in place, gets so dangerous, slips through Suicide and into the CT spawn. Larson needs to be very careful to contend with this smoke, as Kalinka, he might be the money man in this 2 versus 3. He's got the majority of the HP, and coming in from the rear at the 50-second mark. Larson seems to be hyper aware that this is coming through, but the AK already taking ground, and shots, he's next in line for a beating. It's all one tap, a bomb plant, and Kalinka, without the body arm, rain punch becomes the issue. Of course, not a factor with the AWP in play. Larson needs to catch him on the cross instead, and maybe that's a cross that won't come through. Kalinka twists the CT spawn once again, and Problem wants to be the difference maker towards the middle of the map. He needs to delay, and with only 20 seconds left to play, he can now become more of a factor towards the back of Connector, and Movistar Riders will have no idea that this is coming through. Pressure applied from the rear. Kalinka does it again. This was a full eco M&J, and Larson trying to hold that defuse, and he's going for it, double dipping once again. I don't think there's enough time right now, and there's the Glock to finish. Everybody explodes on the bomb site, surely, and Movistar Riders just can't get the job done.
That's so unfortunate. How on earth do you lose to the Glocks? Kalinka, that was so smart. When he gets into jungle, wraps around, somehow manages to sneak through the vent hole. And not only do so, but actually just without Movistar Riders even realizing, so he can wrap right around to that A bomb site, have the element of surprise, and snatch away around that his team had no equity in.
And now the AWP's in play. That double up setup back in track for Movistar Riders. Mopus and Larson carrying those. JR, he's the challenger.
He is indeed. Wants to try and take down Larson here. In fact, Mopos has got an AWP in hand too. This double up setup once again for the Movistar Riders. And what was that? Was that Fnatic NIP? I wish that was what we were casting.
Well, Mopos certainly thinks so. Straight into the apartments, a 1-for-1 trade, and HR, they should burst off the back of this, and I don't think Alex can actually contend for control towards this B bomb site. Kalinka towards the top of mid. He's the key man to hold away the rotations, and Alex preventing this bomb from going down will allow these wraps to go through. Kalinka only finds one, and JLM, there's the second on that B bomb site. C4 should go down, and it's Movistar Riders contending for short control, not expecting JLM on the cross. This should surely be a 7th for HellRaisers as JLM closes out the pack.
Was looking like Movistar Riders' round for the taking. They had that man advantage. They denied the C4 plant. But somehow, a massive 3k coming through right at the end there just denies proceedings. That's going to be 7 for HellRaisers. And this is pretty surprising. For them to take 7 rounds so early on, this is already a half-decent half.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, well, 7, they're almost halfway there to the finish line. 1, and they literally will be. 16, the magic number, in Movistar Riders back to the pistols.
This should be a pretty comfortable one for HellRaisers to take. And as soon as they get to 8, this is a really happy half for them. They don't even need any more. And with another 4 rounds to play with on top of this, they could even extend this lead further. This is really rough for the Movistar Riders right now. They're the slight favourites coming into this series, and this is a really strong map pick for them.
Absolutely the case. AK's in play. Should be a sweep away performance against the double Kevlar 3 unarmored opponents.
Only a couple of smoke grenades to work with as well. They've gone for that A stack and somewhat guessed wrong. HellRaisers haven't committed to anything yet, so they could still go for A, but there's no longer that 4-man defense posted. They have realized that it's not a quick A play and dispersed instead. As Alex starts to get aggressive, he is going to get punished by JLM, and Shocks will start to rotate back over as the stacks actually maneuver towards this B site.
So one interesting factor here, I think this will be a simple round, is this is a 0-2 matchup. So neither team has taken a win so far. And in these lower bracket matches, you often get a feel for who has just come into this tournament totally unprepared. Movistar Riders, some unsuccessful results throughout this tournament. Obviously, it was Fate eliminated first. They came through that closed qualifier, one of two teams contending. But is the question mark here, if Movistar Riders just get beaten out of this tournament, are they just not up to the task? I'm not really sure.
Well, we have talked about the fact that this season of LOOT.BET has been incredibly competitive, and they've got some serious opponents to contend with this time. In the previous seasons, there's been a few teams here and there, I'm not going to name any names, but really on the bottom of the pecking order. This time, no such side.
Hard for you.
All right, we're gonna do that. Fine.
No, I'm only joking. Those are great guys. 8-2 and 5 left to be played throughout this first half.
Well, here's the player comparison right now. Problem is on fire. 12 kills for him, 2.4 KD, 122 ADR. He's having a huge impact on this game. And as we go into the 11th, it's only the rifles to work with for HellRaisers right now. JR not opting for that AWP. Larson's got one on his CT side.
Absolutely. And favoring not to put JR on the AWP here, we can see 5k in the bank account that he could have afforded one. Do you have any idea why this would have been, Josh?
I actually don't. JR's not one of these players that's ever really striked me as someone that's super confident with a rifle. He does seem to find way more frags with an AWP.
I was just trying to bait you because the other day you said, JR, he was the best AWPer in the world when I was...
I liked him. He was one of my favourite players to watch. Don't take that away from me. Right now, Shocks is in a fantastic position, and he's able to burst out and find himself one. JLM, two very snappy responses, bringing things back into a 3-on-3, and as Kalinka's in a really tricky angle to contend with, still spraying away, still can't find him, wants to try and jump up onto the box, but it's too late. This smoke restricts his view, and his position is known. Surely Kalinka can come through. Instead, it actually goes the favour of Steel, but a 2 versus 2 situation, he has to wrap around the back, and HellRaisers should be able to get this plant down, and some good post-plant positions as well.
Yeah, but delaying that C4 temporarily, JR doesn't seem to want to contest, and Steel with the AK, that's a lightning fast headshot.
I'm really not sure why JR's taking so long to get this bomb down. It ends up almost being a blessing, but look how quick that was from Larson. That was one of the snappiest AWP shots I've seen in a while.
8-3 as a result, and Movistar Riders, this has to be the start of something sensational. You see that was their third, fourth buy round in this first half, their first real successful one, and now they have to chain together some rounds. I think anything less than a 9-6 here is just such an unsuccessful pursuit throughout that CT side, and HR, if they get to double digits, the map might be over before this series gets started.
Another investment once again here for HellRaisers. They did have a lot of money in the bank, so it is going to be 4 AKs, an AWP, some utility to work with early on. And Movistar Ride is getting aggressive towards ramp. They want to try and change this one up, get a different approach in. And as Alex can't find the early frags, Kalinka's been gifted mid-control. And they're just dancing around this. Movistar Ride is completely oblivious to the fact that their connector's open, and they are just hemorrhaging right now.
They certainly are, and Movistar Riders just not putting up a defense to brag about whatsoever. A 2 versus 5, or should be carried through here. The HR bomb down. Do they decide to hunt into the apartments? That's the big question. Mopos Steel want to keep along these primary weapons to the next round. Remember, Josh, it's all they've got to work with. The money is totally crushed. They've got $1,700 between these 5 players. That's not each. That would be enough at least for Deagle Armor, plus the loss bonus, maybe giving you a little bit of just a tip, a buffer to work with. They've got absolutely nothing.
Maybe they could spend it on a nice weekend away.
Yeah, maybe some alcohol, some, I don't know.
Trip to Malta, perhaps, as a 5. Nice little holiday.
Trip to Malta. Fun in the sun.
Well, there's 2 rifles going across to the next. Certainly impactful. I'm not sure if they're going to force around this one. I think it's either going to be the Deagles and Kevlar to go down to that 2k mark, or maybe Mopos and Steel actually drop an M4 and a FAMAS, and they do go for a full investment here. I'm not too sure just yet.
I mean, neither. I feel like this could just be that half investment with a couple of Deagles in play. Movistar Riders taking their first tactical pause of the map as a result. Round number 13. I feel like they need all 3 of these rounds from here on out. The FAMASes certainly are available here. As you said, Josh, Mopos Steel, they can drop, 2 rifles? And then maybe Larson just gets stuck with an SMG, a pistol perhaps. But considering Movistar Riders have lost so many of these opportunities, do we really think they'll be able to take it over the top with just a couple of FAMASes? I'm really not sure here.
I don't think they want to take that chance. I think that they realise they've really messed up here on this CT side, and they need to just keep their fingers crossed for a 10-5. So, by the looks of things, it is just going to be the Deagles, a little bit of Kevlar coming out for the Movistar Riders side, as they want to fully invest into the next and try and pull back a couple of rounds to make this half more even. But HellRaisers right now, they've really impressed me. They've come out into this one so strong, and right now they're on track for a super duper half. And if they can close this one, then the series is certainly theirs for the taking.
Super duper paratrooper. We talked about HR and their 21% win rate here on Mirage, so I mean, it was only uphill from there, right? You can't really go, well, I guess you can go down 20% perhaps, but it doesn't really get much worse than that 21% win rate. What's that, 2 out of 14, maybe 3? I'm not sure. Shaky maths this early in the morning. But now the Deagles at the ready. The double up setup applied. Movistar Riders, 3 frags.
That's a nice start. Of course, Mopos and Shocks have done very, very well with this double-up setup. Been a real staple of their defense when they've had the money to do so. Flowrich and Kalinka then. 2 versus 4 situations. Try and get this one done. And as Kalinka drops, I think Flowrich doesn't want any more to do with this. He is just going to fall away. I'm not sure if he goes to the safe here. I think he actually doesn't. He just wants to do some more damage. Maybe see if he can make something crazy happen. It would be a miracle play. Not too impactful even if he clutches it up, though. I suppose it would just be a nice 10th for HellRaisers.
Creeping in from the Palace, bomb dropped in the open. Should be a successful pursuit, and nice headshot from Larson to finish. That's Movistar Riders 4th. I think HellRaisers actually picked into this one. They'll certainly have a full buy here, Josh. I guess the AWP whipped out for JR if wanted, if needed. That will put Flowrich, I guess, maybe not even onto an AK-47 here. So we'll see if they prioritize JR's AWP. He was the lowest cash player carried through to round number 14, but this half is already almost over at this point, and the 5 AKs again looking to contend.
Last round just worked out really well for HellRaisers, of course, just with those Deagles accompanying the 2 saved rifles. The aggression did wonders for them. This round, Kalinka's able to find that first onto Alex, getting aggressive onto mid, and that smoke really isolating him and his teammate, and they are dropping like flies right now. JLM and Kalinka are able to punch through for even more damage, and very, very quickly we find ourselves in a 5-on-2 situation.
Headshot found, and this one is so over. This will be double digits for HellRaisers. And Movistar Riders, it just feels like they've not woken up yet in this server. A 5-10 scoreline, that's literally the best available for the Spaniards. And this absolutely sucks on their map pick. Remember, we go to more confident HellRaisers turf next. And the big question is, when does this CT side really appear in the server? Maybe when HellRaisers take their positions.
Feels like we're watching NACS right now. Every single round has been incredibly quick. HellRaisers just not giving Movistar Riders any respect whatsoever. It really feels like those initial kills are coming in within the first 10 to 15 seconds of the round. And once again, HellRaisers with this C4 in hand, charging into the B apartments. Only one man to contend with, that's Mopos. And as Larson hits a pretty routine shot, this could all fall apart quite quickly.
I think the one thing we have to remember here is HR recently, Mirage, the T side has been the issue. 32% win rate on that terrorist side, far superior on that counter-terrorist half. That's been the issue, but certainly not today.
Oh my, Mopos trying to get aggressive there. Does get spotted out. JLM's able to find that first. And Movistar Riders, still with this double AWP setup, of course. Shock chiming through with a nice shot. Another one coming through from Larson. This defense is pretty solid, but a 3 versus 3. The bomb in no man's land, that's really the issue right now. Kalinka has to be the playmaker with only 18 points of health, and he gets himself 1. Can't come in from short. He knows that's now contested, but just his presence applies pressure to the Movistar Riders.
Oh, that is such a shot as well from JR. Opens up the B bomb site and closes down the half. This will surely be 11-4 as Shocks his attention fully diverted. Multiple angles to check and only 40 seconds to do it. It's the instant evisceration from JR there. What a half from the sniper, and everybody else really just showing up to the party in the meantime. JLM 19 kills in the first half here on Mirage to start off this series. HR, they certainly don't want to be exiting this tournament in last place.
Oh, they really don't. Of course, they realise that they're backed into a corner right now, and they have to fight their way out of it. 11-4 they now sit, and this is a scoreline that I don't think either of us or anyone watching was anticipating. We talked before going into this one that Movistar Riders were the slight favourites for the series. Of course, they were heavy favourites going into this first map as it was their pick, and they had a much, much stronger win ratio on it. So HellRaisers really putting up a fight here. I wonder if they let this one slip or if they can close it out.
Flourish being the kit man, smoke placed as well. Movistar Riders, A site, 3 players ready to contend for HellRaisers. We often see the default playing ticket booth trying to prevent that bomb plant. That's not the case this time as JLM fires through for the first. These USPSs connect and Palace Control nicely contended with. Movistar Riders, it's Alex taking out the Palace man, and once again, HR, they need to pitch through. Damage done as of the 1 minute 20 mark, and Alex, this Glock is connecting for seemingly everything. Another headshot, Flarich to contend. He's got this kit in hand, and a 1 versus 3 M&J.
If he can pick this one up, it might just seal the deal. But 3 players to find, and currently Movistar Riders giving him nothing. Oh, that is a lightning fast dink from Steel and Larson to finish off. So that is going to be the pistol round for the Movistar Riders. And that 3 versus 3 situation, I did fancy HellRaisers' chances on the retake. But with no utility and that kit just being a million miles away, there was nothing really they could bring to it.
No, certainly not. HR 5 away from the victory. That'll be a little delayed at least. We'll see what the Movistar Riders can do on this T side though. This is the break of pace, the momentum switch going into the second half. With only 4 rounds picked up previously, this will have to be flawless. And HR challenge to the punch. The CT side recently on this particular map hasn't been too good either. The B site stack, Movistar Riders contending for the mid control. Should be a simple sweep away.
HellRaisers not investing in anything in the 17th. Only the USPs to work with, and they want to try and do maybe 1 or 2 kills of damage. They, not going for any nades for a nade stack, not upgrading those pistols. They know they need to stay around that $2,000 mark in order to have the weapons in the next. Right now, all of the USPs coming in from underpass, and Alex with this Mac 10 could have a field day if he turns around at the right moment. For now, completely oblivious to the fact that all of these CTs are stacked up behind him, but as soon as they get spotted out, he can spray away. None of them have Kevlar, but he's only good for 1, and there we go. Pretty clean stuff there from the Movistar Riders, only taking 1 casualty, and Mopos and Steel get to build up their bank accounts.
Yeah, more importantly, all 5 of those kills found with SMGs there. The AK-47 Galil combo doesn't do anything. And we do see a pause really early in this half. This might even be tactical from the HellRaisers. We know that the building blocks of this team, they are a very tactical side. So it really wouldn't surprise me if you do get just everybody involved. Discussion to be had here at the dawn of that second half. And realistically, they only need a couple to finish as well. So why would you let that scoreline draw level? How many times, Josh, do we see it where you're sensationally far ahead, you find 7, 8 early rounds, and then the scoreline starts closing back? If you can throw in one of those Astralis-style tactical timeouts, you can really break the pace of a comeback early.
Yeah, it actually feels like we see that more often than not at the moment. It's a really, really prevalent figure in so many of these matches. And you've got to remember, you've got 4 tactical timeouts to work with, so you might as well utilize them. And in the 18th, it's a good time to do so. JR not quite connecting that shot through the smoke, threading the needle straight through the 2 opponents. So at 5 versus 5, Movistar Riders, they're taking a lot of control as they head towards B.
And HR have to do this with firepower and firepower alone. They've got not a single nade in contention, maybe 2 smokes, but what can they do on the B bomb site? It's the AWP instead from JR to fire through for not just 1 but 2. Apps completely controlled, and Movistar Riders, they want to double dip. They've got a horrible misread of the situation, and that will be a flawless performance from HR there. What a defense of that B bomb site. Movistar Riders, they just seem like they haven't come into the server at all today.
That is absolutely fantastic. It can be so difficult to hold up those B apartments without the utility, without the Molotovs, without the HEs, without the smoke grenades. And when HR opted for the upgraded rifles instead of that utility, I really did start to think to myself, what is going on here? Instead, they just completely decimate it. Movistar Riders, they're going to go for another full investment. They don't want to let this one slip away just yet. They have to wait until HellRaisers take 2 in a row before they go for the eco. But as their opponents are so close to the finishing line, this is a very, very dangerous game. And Flourish finding the opener gives them a huge advantage here in the 19.
Certainly does, and that AWP has just been sensational as well. These rifles finally out, and this is the first full buy for HR. We talked about no utility in the last. They didn't even need it. It was a flawless result regardless. And all of this utility as well, just pushing them over the top. You see Mopos just caught in translation towards the underpass.
This man advantage for HellRaisers has done them a lot of favours, and they're not getting over aggressive off the back of it. They just hold right back, fall away, but Flourish, the unfortunate timing means that he gets taken out by Steel. 4 versus 4 situation, the nade's going to do a little bit of damage, but not as much as anticipated. And this is going to be a retake for HellRaisers right now.
4 versus 4, even more to do to try and close up the map, and it's Alex again on this afterplant to find the opening headshot and put this back into contention. Movistar Riders, this is a tough, tricky one to cling on to, especially with these awful afterplants. Larson stood in the open, and so much damage conceded. Alex has to do everything, and he absolutely is. A triple already, bomb in the open, and Problem should be able to just slap in this defuse. Mopos so low on HP, but he does connect with the shots.
So unfortunate that Problem can't connect a single bullet there in that 1 versus 1. A round that very easily could have gone HellRaisers' way, and if it had of, they should have been able to get on to 14. Instead, it is going to be the 7th for Movistar Riders as they start to close up this gap and bring this to within 5.
Certainly the case, and HR, the issue just becomes closing out this series. Not much money applied. Of course, JR doesn't have the AWP as a response. Movistar Riders, they don't even have 5 rifles here. Shock's not even a primary weapon, just the Tech 9 straight into the B bomb site. And if HR can actually get this preliminary information and the frags, then this is very possible. We could see the closer earlier. Problem, he has got this van angling. It's not being contested, or even checked. 3 fast frags, and the headshot on the 4th as well. He's doing all of the damage, and there's JR to finish.
Calls in all of his pals as soon as they get that information, but he doesn't even need them. Cleans it up all on his lonesome. And this is just a really solid defense. Kalinka, he's been all around the map. We've seen him getting aggressive towards Palace, Ramp, B. He's been such a tricky player to contend with as he sits on 15 frags right now. And HellRaisers, they're just getting closer and closer to closing. And Movistar Riders, taking 1 round at a time here and there, means that they can't even afford to go for these ecos. They're investing into this one, and by doing so, they confirm the fact that there will be an eco in the next, unless they go for another ill-advised force buy, and HellRaisers might just be able to close this one out easily.
In the UK, we like to call this situation very bad.
Very bad indeed. Yeah, very bad. Yeah,
That's a technical term, by the way, for all of you new viewers.
Yeah, one that we use. If you said, what does this look like? I'd say very bad. Very, very bad. Mopos hasn't even got any Kevlar here. Alex follows suit to that one too. Shoxon still just with the pistols, and Larson with that single AK. So a very, very lackluster buy. It's going to be incredibly difficult for them to get anything done with it. And as I said before, if they can't get anything done with it, it's not like they have a prize in the next. They'll have no money. They'll be pretty much forced down to a similar kind of investment or an eco, and that will actually be to contend match point.
Squid, how's my casting today? Very bad.
Wahey! No, it's been good. It's been good. It's the morning.
Yeah, no, I'm having fun. This is a good matchup. HR are also having fun in the server right now. This looks to be a technical timeout, though. I think it's been called before any damage comes in. Everybody 100 HP, so this one shouldn't be contested or contended. And it's E-bot time, M&J. This is sometimes where we get the issues, little funky issues here today, but let's see. We get the admin in the server, I guess, and see if we can reset this round. I don't know what the issue would have been. Maybe somebody AFK. I'm not sure. It looked like everybody had moved off the start. But, oh, no, we do have a timeout for HR. But it had been called before that any damage had been conceded here. So, Movistar Riders, these kills, of course, don't matter. This round, not live.
Yeah, so it looked like, who was it? I think it was Flourish at the start of this round was actually AFK. No, it wasn't Flourish. He's the missing man on HellRaisers right now.
Is it JLM?
Yes.
Oh, that was harder. That was harder than I thought.
It always is. It always is. A game of who's disconnected from the server is always the hardest game. It's like Guess Who. But yeah, he was AFK off of spawn. Not sure what's happened. Hopefully it's just a simple PC or match reset or game restart. Sorry.
It's easy, though, because JLM has glasses. And since that's always the first question in Guess Who, if they said yes to the glasses thing, it limits it down to, well, I guess 4 players here.
In his HLTV picture, Larson's wearing a hat as well. So you can say, is he wearing a hat? Yeah, get rid of that.
No, because 90% of the time, literally 90% of the time, it's going to be no, and then you only get rid of 1. I feel like the tactic for Guess Who is you have to average getting rid of half of the board every time. This is proper Guess Who tactics. If you want to win a game of Guess Who, just, this is my masterclass.
So what are your go-to questions? Hair color?
Well, you have to look at the board and see, right, what is my first question that's going to get rid of half of the field?
Okay, all right, I'll bear that in mind for next time. And by next time, I mean we're gonna play Guess Who tonight. We're gonna test this out.
I don't even know if I own Guess Who. Have you seen it around, lurking about?
I haven't, no, but we can change that.
An online version of Guess Who. I'm more of a Cluedo man. I love that. I love Cluedo's my favorite board game.
It's because you're a serial killer.
Mental.
No surprise that you like the game where you go around and kill people.
I think it was the caster in the studio with the microphone.
Ooh. I feel uneasy. Somebody help.
Six rounds of difference. Just a technical pause here, ladies and gents. So we're not waffling for the sake of it. Well, we are, but is there much to talk about here? I'm not sure. What's your favorite board game, Josh? Is it Monopoly?
Ooh.
Twitch chat, I need to know your favorite board games. We've got 1,000 people here. I want to hear what your favorite board game is right now. Log into your bloody Twitch accounts. We want to hear what you think.
I really like Hungry Hungry Hippos, but that's not really a board game. That's just a thing where you push button, you eat all the balls as a hippo.
In QCS says Ludo. Ludo is my favorite name for a dog because it means I play in Latin. And I heard somebody called their dog Ludo, and I thought it was just a beautiful thing. So there we go. Or Risk. That's a good call. I miss playing Risk. I've never bought the actual board game, but I had always played Risk online, and it was always a fun one. That's a good call there. I think B2BB is actually winning right now. That's a prize. Favorite board games in the chat, ladies and gents. Can anybody beat Risk?
I'm a real basic. I like Connect 4. I like Hungry Hippos. I used to have this game, right, where you like put in all the straws.
By the way, Connect 4, not even a board game.
But it kind of is, isn't it?
There's not even a board. There's not a
Yeah, but
board.
board games are lame. Board games are lame. Other than Monopoly, maybe. I like Monopoly. Monopoly's good.
Carry on. What were you saying?
This game, and normally it's with marbles, but my one had monkeys and the tails would hook on. And you kind of pull out the straw and you have to try and not drop as many monkeys as possible. And whoever has the most monkeys loses.
Yeah, no, I had the same, but it was bees instead, and you had to pull the sticks out, and then if the bee fell down, then you'd like get stung by the bee, or what. I don't know what the rules were, but you had to lose as little bees as possible. At the end, you count up all the bees, and who has the most bees loses.
Yeah, you don't want a handful of bees, do you? I think that's a pretty rough one. That's a pretty rough one.
Have we got any else from the chat, ladies and gents? Tumbling Monkeys. That's what the game's called, supposedly. We've got some board game experts here today.
I seem to know far more than I do. I like Operation as well. That's another one.
But these aren't board games.
Yeah,
where's
they
the
are.
board?
It's more in depth than a board. It's more like there's way more to it. You're doing surgery. You're doing bloody surgery, Squid.
Well, supposedly we're going to a quick break. We'll see you shortly as we get back into this matchup.
You know what time it is. Marvin Devine, Hoover, Axel, and you know how we do. Yeah, I got the juice, yeah, I got the juice. Whip game cool, make them look like cool. Always play it cool, that's the biggest rule. Forget what they doing, keep on doing. I've been making loot since like 22. Ask me how I made it right here in the booth. I'm always pursued cause of what I pursue. That's greatness, yeah, I gotta make it, I got things to lose. Boy, you wanna get in my crew, but you can't get in my crew. Me, XL, and Hoover, way too firefull. When this joint drop, better call the troops. And when you hear the drop, better raise the roof. Better raise the roof. You already know what happens when we link up. Let's go. Yeah, I got the juice. Yeah, I got the juice. Whip game cool, make them look like cool. Always play it cool, that's the biggest rule. Forget what they doing, keep on doing.
Every day we escape, losing all of our faith. We can't live this way. Feel me slowly fade away. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every day I feel time slipping, passing, skipping by. All the words I could say just can't really seem to stay. Feel me slowly fade away. As far as the wind will take me. Every time I divide all the fractions of my mind, take away all the pain, give myself another day. Give myself another day. Every day I decide if we'll ever see the sun.
Technical issues resolved, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's a board game time. We actually do have a stand-in here. JLM, internet not fixed. And will this affect HR in this series? That's my big question right now. Saga, is he the coach, M&J?
I was just about to ask you the same thing. Let's actually have a quick look. I'm not too sure on HellRaisers' coach situation at the moment. They could have got me in, Squid. They could have got me. They could have got you.
But they didn't. They actually got somebody who knows a thing or two about Counter-Strike, and Saga is the coach here for HellRaisers.
Okay, all right. Having the coach in the server isn't the worst thing in the world. Maybe he'll take up a bit of a secondary IGL role.
There aren't many coaches nowadays in 2020 who are allowed to play Counter-Strike.
Way, that's actually that's a big factor. Even when they do sort of their EHIC ban expires, they won't necessarily be able to stand in for matches, will they?
I mean, we put them on the coach and sent them away.
As we get into the 21st here.
No comment at all.
We're just going to leave that. Just let that one sit in the air. Everybody knows what's up with that. 21st, well, it's not going to go all too well for Movistar Riders. They've just got the pistols to work with, taking that early man disadvantage as well. And HellRaisers should be able to get on to 14. We saw just before that long pause came through, Movistar Riders going for a bit of an ill-advised investment. And after 20 minutes of talking about it, they still decided that that was the right thing to go for.
Apeks Nick, thank you very much for spoiling the game this round. You're banned.
Two-man advantage here, Movistar Riders. They've still got the C4 in hand, but they want to try and head towards A. There was a lot relying on Steel actually finding himself something. And as soon as he drops, Larson and Shocks really haven't got a lot of equity. Two-man disadvantage. They need to try and get on into this site. And with 30 seconds left, there's nothing they can do. HellRaisers on to 14, and Movistar Riders with 2k in the bank apiece.
Coach Doesn't find a kill in that round, but 14-7 regardless. And how long does HellRaisers actually have to play with him for? That's the big question. Do we get JLM back for map 2? Of course, it's HR's map pick. Or do we have a saga throughout the rest of this series?
It's really a big question, isn't it? Because right now, when you're 14-7 up, and you've got this huge economical advantage as well, with Movistar Riders forcing into this one too, it doesn't matter all too much. But when it goes into that second map, it's certainly a huge contingency having one of your biggest fraggers gone.
A site, that's the contest. Alex, a great one, Deeg, and he's got a lot more to do, but he has been the more flary member of this server right now. Unfortunately, missing a lot of fairly simple shots there. As Larson will isolate the second man. Steel's got the angle completely under lock and key, and now the AK-47 needs to connect. Problem incurs a lot of damage in the meantime. So Kalinka through the ramp area. He finds a headshot as well, and it's all down to Larson right now. No retrieved rifle. He sat on this bomb site. And so much time left to tick for HellRaisers. They've got 15 more seconds to get this bomb tapped in. And I think they might have just spotted out Larson there. Well, the nades actually go the wrong way. And he's wrapped around. We get this bird's eye view, but he misses the headshot. Kalinka's so low on HP. He needs both of these shots right now. And there's the first problem next in line. And with only 5 seconds left, Larson's done it.
HellRaisers took far too long there, and Larson, I started to think to myself, what on earth is he doing here? Just sitting on default, not showing himself? This surely can't last too long, but as I say, with HellRaisers taking 15 seconds to actually push him, he can just dance around the box, waste enough time, and somehow win a round off of the back of it. Even everyone on HellRaisers dropping there at the end of the bomb as well.
14 to now 8. Movistar Riders. They need 8 in a row to get this through in regulation, of course. HellRaisers, JR back with the AWP to try and close this one out early. Mag 7, love to see it. As mid-control contended, Alex the first to receive a beating. No, they certainly don't. They don't have too many players either. The 2 versus 4, as you mentioned, 70 seconds left on the board. And the bomb carried through. It'll go down here. And I think HR might default to trying to clang on to one of these rifles. I don't know if they can grab one right now. There's the initial peek into the connector room from Alex. And he is hiding behind this box to bait Larson into the angle. His head and shoulders might not match, but the AWP certainly has done this series. 2 quick kills. And back to the AK-47 to do the damage against, well, just the Deagles. Rifle retrieved. Cannot save. HR. This will be an eco in the next.
I can see Larson's mindset there. Misses a couple of easy shots and goes, nah, just go back to the AK. Round number 24, HellRaisers still only 2 away from closing this one out, and with only the pistols, Movistar Riders should be able to get themselves onto 10. The scoreline starts to get a little bit dangerous. You remember the fact that HellRaisers obviously have that ringer in the form of their coach. So, when double digits incurs for the Movistar Riders, they'll be 4 away from leveling this one out, and with that coached contingency, maybe HellRaisers have difficulty closing.
Maybe, perhaps, potentially. Shock's first shot. This should certainly be double digits here. HR, can they even find 1 kill for their troubles? JR tapping through. Tons of damage, Mopos, but 10 HP. Survives with the AK. And now as the Boreal Forest tries to cling in, it's just not going to happen here. Flawless round for the rifles.
Allows them to build up this bank, but at this point it doesn't really matter all too much. HellRaisers are very, very close to the finish line, and if they can win 2, then that's game over. It doesn't matter how much money you've got in the bank. There's nothing you can do with it. You can't bring it with you to the grave.
My favorite HLTV thread, even though it's... In fact, I'm not even going to say this. I have a thing for the whole Forest Leaves. I always get a little chuckle about it. Like, the title is Forest Leaves. You click on it. It's like, yeah, my favorite skin.
Okay. Alright. I'll buy you one for Christmas.
So I got a shirt for my birthday. I get a Forest Leaves for... I don't use any skins in Counter-Strike.
None at all.
No,
Crazy.
no, none at all.
Fair enough. I don't think I do at the moment either, but that's just because I'm poor. That's nothing to do with me not wanting to.
I used to have skins, but I sold them to fund a drug-filled casting lifestyle.
The crazy lifestyle of a Counter-Strike caster. As we go into this 25th, Movistar Riders have not had a fun time. This really needed to be a turning point for them where they pull it right back, and they've been unable to do so. Still and Larson in the 2v5, and Flowich is just in a really difficult angle to contend with. They do manage to take him out, but still, he's got plenty of time on the clock, but 4 players closing in from all angles. He does get himself that first, but instantly traded by Problem. He puts the final bullets into his head, and that's going to be match point for HellRaisers.
5 chances to finish. Remember, HR, I don't even know what to say about this one. The 21% win percentage over on Mirage. We thought this would just be the instant 3 map, and we never know what form Movistar Riders are going to carry through to that second map of this series, especially with the stand-in the form of Saga in play. We don't know how that will be resolved, if we will have like a slightly longer break of pace. But regardless, also both squads and HR looking to close, Josh.
A lot of money still on this HellRaisers side. They had a lot to work with in the last, and here they've got that AWP set up on Larson. A couple of nice kills to open things up, gives them a huge advantage, and as Shox finds another, the coach just can't seem to spot him out. The Problem and Flowich all on their lonesome. 2 rifles that they might want to just carry across into the next, because this one's not gone well for them whatsoever.
No, it hasn't, and no money behind them either. Movistar Riders still a chance to bring this back to OT, and I've got to say, Josh, I think every single game that I've ever casted of this Movistar Riders roster, in fact, this organization throughout the majority of rosters, go the 3 max overtimes, and this one really couldn't be much different here. 4 more to close up the gap, and what is the chance here for them?
I'm not sure what chance they have here on Mirage. Of course, winning this one certainly gives them a prime opportunity to pull this one back. HellRaisers shouldn't have a lot of money going into this next round, so Movistar Riders could quite easily get on to 12. And once you're at that kind of scoreline, you're really 1 buy round away from actually taking it to OT. But HellRaisers, they have just been the stronger side in this one, and as they pick away the rifles, Problem's actually found himself an AWP. That's a massive mistake from last time.
Certainly is. 10-second mark. 1 rifle saved now. AWP drops inside the ladder room, and Flowich shouldn't be contended on this B bomb site. He's got a bit of utility to carry into the next as well. And 4 more to finish for the Spaniards.
Luckily, Alex does actually manage to retrieve that orb. That would have not only been a pretty expensive reinvestment, but also a really dangerous weapon to have in the hands of HellRaisers. On a round like this, where it's pretty much an eco just supported by the couple of rifles that are saved, if you've got the M4s, they're unlikely to make a crazy play and get a lot done. If you've got an AWP on the site that the Ts do choose to go to, they can single-handedly shut down a round with 2-3 frags, and that's where things start to get complicated. Right now, HellRaisers, as I said before, really don't have a lot to work with. It is going to be round number 27, more than likely going the Movistar Riders' way, as it's looking like they're going to head into this A-bomb site.
Remember, the pistols can be punchy. This game can end at any second. HR, 4 chances to finish. This is maybe the null and void opportunity. As the A-bomb site taken, Movistar Riders, they will cling on in this first map. 12 to 15, surely the result here. And, well, those nades, they do connect for a bit of damage. No kill onto Mopos. I swear he spent the majority of this T side just on 10 HP. This time 30.
He does seem to get unlucky with those grenades, doesn't he? Just either spams connecting to him, the nades connecting. He doesn't have a whole lot of fun with it. HellRaisers right now, I'm almost certain that Flowich will just try and bring that M4 into the next, as he's sort of falling away from this situation. Maybe he tries to do a bit of damage from Palace later on. But the pistols in the CT spawn, they've got nothing to hold on to. They might as well try and deal with some players, and I'm not really sure why Flaric goes for that peek.
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem to make sense. He's got plenty of money to carry through into the next regardless, so saving a rifle maybe doesn't really matter for him. 15 to 12, and, well, 3 more required for Movistar Riders to take it to another overtime here in another LOOT.BET season. We're up to Season 8 now. Movistar Riders, I swear they played most of them. I've been casting most of them for years. 3 rounds needed.
This AWP once again on Larsen. It's backed up by the AKs and all of the utility. This time the double AWP setup for HellRaisers. It's JR and Flaric to have them in hand. 2 players holding over towards this B bomb site as well. That's not where the AWPs are, but some very early nade damage does tons and tons of health to the Movistar Riders.
And this becomes real problematic as they try and dive into B. Shox being the first man through. AK-47 at the ready. And that's a lightning fast headshot. Problem trying to isolate this attack. And with Shox down, surely the information gained into the apartments. And JR will hear those audio cues right now. It's not before the smoke goes away for the middle of the map. But regardless, 70 seconds, he can now try and rotate to ticket booth. That would be preferential treatment as far as I'm concerned. As connector is controlled, Flaric does steal away another one.
Man advantage now in their favour as this clock continues to tick. Movistar Riders need to get onto a site, and currently they have no control towards either of them. Obviously, Mopos coming in from Palace could certainly add complications if he can get this swing and find these frags. But I think the angle's being held. Does get himself the first and gets away with it. Brings it back into a 3-on-3. And right now, Flaric needs to go big. The AWP in hand. I think he spotted over that cross, but the headshot goes Steel's way. And Movistar Riders somehow still making this one work. The coach needs to punch through for some damage. And as no one's watching CT, he denies the plant, but instantly traded. And it's all on Problem in a 2-on-1.
Problem has a problem. It's the 1 versus 2 to carry through. With the bomb down, he can isolate the first. Alex, he's been the clutch man from Movistar Riders since the start. Sat outside the jungle area. He's got full HP and the bomb planted right for him. Problem, the main issue here is the lack of a kit. Where is it? Not dropped on the A bomb site perhaps, as I certainly can't see one. He might need to tap this out and force Alex into the engagement. There's the tap, needs the frag. It's a headshot to finish. HellRaisers 16 to 12 on Movistar Riders pick. It's one they weren't massively confident coming in. The 21 win percentage just got a little better, Josh.
Absolutely a fantastic win for HellRaisers to pick up. We really weren't expecting them to take that first map. But in doing so, they're certainly going to be the favourites to take this series in a 2-0 fashion. The only issue is how does having this coach as a stand-in play effect? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to go to a short break first, about 10 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back with you with map number 2.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
intoxicating your energy. First time in so long you felt the heat evaporating your bindings. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the I know the sadness that cripples you. It comes in waves and out of the blue. But there are days you feel freedom too. Bask in the glorious lightning. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break. Move like the sunlight, darkness can't hold you here. Bold and bright, push through the atmosphere. This is your dawn, this is your break.
Welcome back, folks. We're on train. Sorry, the break was a little bit longer than anticipated. As we kick things off, though, it is actually looking like JLM is back in the server, and he's going to be playing for this one. This is, they don't have the coach anymore. This is good. This is good for HellRaisers.
I'll say it again. He's got on the coach, and he's driven away. I can do that joke again because some of these viewers might be new, Josh. So they wouldn't have heard it before. And I thought that that joke was so good that I can say it twice.
I mean, stitches. Ha 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 ha.
Thanks very much, Shawn Mendes. Let's get back into the action then. Pistol round to start. Smoke, Kit on Kalinka. And 4 sets of Kevlar for this HR side. For Movistar Riders, it's Brown Horse control, double flash, smoke, and that Molotov as well. That's to prevent the defuse from coming through early. And considering there's not a smoke for HR, that might be a difficult trend to break.
Train being their pick and starting off on this CT side is a massive advantage. And right now they've got a good setup to deal with this B push.
USPS is at the ready and Problem looking to open up the fragging right now with that Orion. Fast pick, but can connect onto the first. That shot's to drop. Larson follows, and Problem finding all 3 of those opening kills. Steel only able to chip and chime 1 back, and it might be the A bomb site on the cards.
4 versus 2. HellRaisers start to realize what's up, but I don't think they're going to actually rotate in time. JR might be able to. I mean, no smoke here on this T side. They can't obviously keep these defenders away. The 4 versus 2 retake will come in. They'll punch him from all angles as well. And this USP at range has to connect. Still does find himself 1. Needs to find more than that, though. His position still goes unchecked. And now a 1 versus 1. How on earth has this gone so horribly wrong? Still's found 3. Looking for the 4th. Just needs to connect this headshot. And Flarich is charging him down. 20 seconds on this clock. And the longer Still delays, the less chance that HellRaisers have to convert this one. I don't think there's enough time here, Squid. What on earth has happened?
Flarich is going back for that defuse kit right now, but there's only 10 seconds left to tick on that bomb. The smoke grenade drops, and this does become dangerous. He gets on it last possible second, and now Steel needs to connect. He does. Movistar Riders the pistol.
That is absolutely nuts. Still with a 4K in that 2 versus 4 situation after an incredible play from Problem. Tilts the scales massively in their favor. I just don't understand how he gets away with this. He didn't even have any Kevlar. HellRaisers just make a huge mistake to not clear him out early.
That's so close as well. Flarich to finding that frag. It would have been round under wraps and a last second defuse. You thought that as soon as Problem finds those initial 3, it's round over. HR take the lead, but apparently not. The SMGs come out for the second.
Full investment here from HellRaisers. If they can bounce back, it would be pretty fantastic. Flarich just on the ladder. Wants to wait until the jump spot comes through and deals a lot of damage. That nade adds complications. Just about gets away with his life with 7 points of health to spare. But that's going to initiate this push from JLM. And as he gets closer to this smoke, he might be able to sniff out an attacker on the other side of it.
Mac 10's in hand. There are 3 with the majority of this stack poised towards Ivy. Movistar Riders will just toss in that initial utility, and all the nade damage is actually being dealt. Flarich first, Kalinka to follow, 25 HP between the 2 of them, and at the minute mark, Movistar Riders will start to close in. This Galil should be able to do the trick here. Usually on that CT side, if you don't find that opening frag in the first couple of moments of the round, it becomes a lot more tough to contend with, especially on such little health here. The crossfire place, but this should be an easy one for Movistar Riders to break, especially with the flashbangs through and the Galil in first. They will pre-fire these angles. Eagles to connect with 2 shots, so a chance here, but there's the contention corner. Steel, what a round from him once again. Triple kill already, and now needs to quad it up once again. 20 seconds back to B. Problem to chase.
In another one of these situations where, as you say, he does need to find this clutch, and it'd be a 4K to do so once again. Problem. He's got a nice angle. He's coming in hot and heavy, and so far, completely unheard. Just has to get the timing right, and right now, oh, it's horribly wrong. Still pushing into Brown Halls. He's going to have the drop as he comes back round. And Problem's not going to anticipate this one bit. That's going to be the 1v1 converted from Steel. 2 incredibly close rounds, but they go Movistar Riders' way. And this is a much better start here on Train. They had an 11-4 deficit over on Mirage. So to take these 2 rounds early, certainly a big booster.
Certainly so. The captain, 2 clutches in a row. The IGL's usually better in those scenarios. He's 8-0 right now, Josh. What a performance in the first couple of rounds to change the momentum of this series. HR's map pick. And due to doing so much damage, they're going to force buy into this one again. This is a really dangerous moment right now. They could give away 4 to the Movistar Riders on that T side if they're not careful.
Absolutely. Steel, just a man that has so much experience, an exceptional caliber player, and has played in some of the best rosters, best tournaments the world can offer. Right now in this Movistar Riders team, I mean, it's a bit weird. He feels a bit out of place.
Yeah, Steele's had this career of developing talent. Previously on Immortals, getting to a major final, of course, and that's definitely something to kind of like look at here. Like obviously just beaten by the Hobbit Kazakhstani squad, Gambit, a couple of years ago now. That was Krakow. Right now, an online game in LOOT.BET Season 8. Definitely not the same level, not the same crowd. 50 seconds left. Standing on Ryder to try and open things up towards Ivy. And these Deagles actually chipping through. Flarich wants a second, and all this damage being done from HellRaisers leaves Shock's 8 HP last alive. Steel's unable to do it this time, and it's HellRaisers to pick up the first.
We started to question when they went for that force. You thought, is this the right thing to go for? But it absolutely was. They responded with some nice aggression. They took more control. And they just snatched away the round. Movistar Riders, off the back of it, actually don't have anything to work with. So it's just going to be the eco. In fact, not an eco. No, they're going to force. All right, yeah, this makes sense. Force down the Deagles, the Kevlar, and a couple, but really not a whole lot to work with. They're prioritizing the utility in this one.
Certainly makes sense. Movistar Riders, they force the eco from HR if they can win this one. As if it's not a force buy and able to take not just 3, 4, but maybe even 5. Smoke grenade through, pop dog control taken, and JLM wants to backtrack to electric. Needs to buzz off here against the ignition from Movistar Riders towards this A-bomb site. Smoke should come over the top right now. Watch the wall of smokes play on the A-bomb site. That's certainly the tactic here for the Spaniards. This will be communicated in by Steel, wanting to get those Eagles closer, and that is a real pressure in sentry grenade. Flarich in the open, and both of the frags found. Now the scout needs to contest, and Kalinka does perfectly. A blind shot onto Shocks, and now the Deagles will wrap in one more time. Movistar Riders up close and personal. That's the power of these Desert Eagles, and as JR gets even more damage through, Alex with the retrieved M4A4 needs to fire into connector and gives Larson a great angle. He now needs to finish. Doesn't spot out Kalinka. He was the man to find the opening kill onto Movistar Riders in this engagement. He has the kit in hand and surely should just be holding this bomb down. If he could see what we could, that smoke would go through and the defuse firmly on. He is going to tap it, and surely Alex, nothing he can do about this. 1/2 a second left and the bullets don't come through. There's the kill to add insult to injury. Salt in the wound. It's 2-2.
M4 retrieve right at the end there as well, and that's a real questionable one for Alex to actually just fall right away. He has no sight line on the bomb. He's really relying on that smoke and defuse not coming in. HellRaisers level up this scoreline, and as they are just faced up against nothing here from Movistar Riders, it is going to be difficult. But what on earth is this? They've actually, very last second, they've gone for an investment. This is crazy.
It's just like they're trying to throw away this initial win here. I guess in some senses it makes sense. HR, if they lose this one, it's back to eco territory again. We talked about that. If you're unable to carry these rounds through with 3, 4 players alive, this has come down to the 1 versus 1. So the money is at breaking point for HellRaisers, and Movistar just want to teeter it over the top.
Something you actually very rarely see. We're 5 rounds into this game, and 3 of them have come down to 1 versus 1. Possibly even 4, but there's 3 to my knowledge. So you're absolutely right in the fact that the economy is just broken for both sides, and it could be very easily manipulated. But this time, HellRaisers keep everybody floating, and they don't have any problems whatsoever. Now they've got that bank behind them, a nice economical cushion, and Movistar Riders forced down to the eco.
And this is where things get dangerous. HR, because of that flawless round, now get to contend against Glock's couple of upgraded pistols, but no Kevlar, most importantly. That should give away a pretty flawless round once again. And watch this HR economy blossom if they take a flawless round here. Even with 4 players alive against these pistols, should be a pretty easy one to take. If Problem can hold this one down here, all pressure on his shoulders, all eyes on Problem as that nade comes in.
Oh, nade does a lot of damage as well, and I think he might have heard some sound cues before he deployed it, so that is going to cause a rotation from JR to post on this angle with the AWP. The Pistol's goal right now is to just get out onto this B bomb site, try and get that plant and give them a little bit of extra cash to work with in the next. JR, his angle's been smoked off, so this is where he deploys his utility, keeps the opponents away at an arm's length for a little bit longer, and calls in the rotate.
That AWP is going to connect. Looks like a shot down. Bomb dropped above. The C4 should surely not be planted. And it's another flawless performance. I said keep your eyes on that economy. And that's exactly the case here. HR up to the $5,000-$6,000 mark. And now this makes it so hard for Movistar Riders to contend with. If they eat the eco, go for a full buy in this one, then obviously HR just can't build that money up. This is literally the worst case scenario for the T side.
It absolutely is. I mean, maybe they could be 6-0 down right now. Of course, on this T side of train, it's really important to get those early rounds in, and they did manage to do that. But not being able to string together anymore, it's very, very important that they take a couple of buy rounds here and there and keep the scoreline somewhat competitive before they go into the second. Nice early opening frag from Shox gives them a little bit of leg room to work with, and this smoke allows Apeks to get really close to the defenses.
There's a massive hole in it as well. Gap found. JLM are first. And HR, how do they contend with this one? They're losing players left, right, and center. The CT side just hemorrhaging numbers on the A bomb site. And with the flank found from Mopos, surely this should end proceedings here for the pointy letter defense. The Spaniard finds one, and there's Apeks to close it off. Movistar Riders, that's a third round. They'll contend with another buy in this one, of course.
With the pause in, Movistar Riders within one round as well of leveling this one out. HellRaisers, they had the cash in the bank that they can afford to go for another full investment here. In fact, it's more than a full investment. It's a really, really strong buy. That double AWP setup coming out on JR and Kalinka, more than likely that's going to head over towards this A site. One holding from Ivy, one holding towards Connector. And yeah, they really need to find some more rounds here. If they continue trading rounds as they have been, neither team's going to allow their economy to grow. Neither team's going to be able to pull ahead and have a strong half. And an 8-7 just isn't good enough for HellRaisers.
It certainly isn't. One thing I have to say for HR is anytime the going gets tough, they are taking these tactical pauses right off the bat. Engage that coach, speak as a unit, really just gain that composure and showing that they're taking this one incredibly seriously. They don't want to go down 0-3 here in LOOT.BET Season 8. At best, like, if it's possible, I guess, they want to secure some of that $50,000 prize pool. That, of course, goes to the top 8 teams. You have to get through to the playoffs in that round of 12 bracket matchup as well, and then try and contend against some of the invite rosters.
At this point as well, it comes down to a whole magnitude of factors. HLTV rankings, invite potential to future tournaments. They don't want to be one of the teams dropping 3-0 because they might not get an invite next time. A lot of damage done early on from those grenades. It leaves Mopos and Larson on quite low HP before they're about to execute into this B bomb site as they're all coming in from heaven. Problem spotted it out, and JR's able to find himself a nice shot. It is traded instantly to a 3 versus 3 engagement, and the retake having to come through.
Pretty clear that HR aren't contending with this aggression, and I expect Movistar Riders to pump in with even more. JLM actually hears the footsteps right there, and surely that's a frag onto Steel. The clutch master himself taken down there in the 1 versus 2. Shox now, a lot of work to do. He's got aggressive here. Bomb not planted for him. So HR, they can go for this defuse and cover ploy in play. And not anticipating anyone towards heaven. The defuse is already happening, and Shox cannot prevent this one. Both kills, no round. HR up to 5.
With Flarage coming in from behind as well, it gives Shox this illusion that maybe the backside connector still is occupied by one of these retake defenders, and therefore it makes this one very, very difficult for him to just commit to the fact that they are both coming in from behind. Unfortunately, the bomb just isn't planted for him. He can't deny the defuse in time, and that is going to be the 5th for HellRaisers. Off of the back of that bomb plant, though, and some cash in the bank regardless, they are going to be able to invest once again into this round. It's an AWP, the AK is the full utility, and Apeks getting really aggressive early on, once again trying to play close to this smoke.
That with Molotov is a real issue for Shox right now. He needs to just contend with all of this firepower that HR just actually don't really have in the tank. This was such a weak, wonky buy. Of course, the 5-7 coming out for JR as well, keeping a little bit of money in the tank. It's not going to work out for them, and HR instantly crushed towards the A-bomb site. Yes, they know these 1 versus 1s are way too costly for the counter-terrorist forces. You've got to remember that Movistar Riders, 5-4 doesn't look like the best scoreline in the world, but they've been forcing all of these 1 versus 1s. This could have very easily been a 6-1, 7-2 Movistar Riders start.
Oh, it absolutely could have. This round, I mean, it's crazy to think. HellRaisers won the last, okay? They lost every single man, so everybody had to reinvest, and it was a very, very expensive round for them. But to think that they won the last round, they had very little to work with in this one, and due to it, they had to play aggressive, and they just couldn't find anything. Luckily, Kalink is actually able to find himself a kill just before the end. No one's there to trade it out, so it is going to be an AK and an M4 carried across. It's certainly something to work with in the next.
Yeah, this is a scramble setup, as I like to call it, for HellRaisers right now. I think they'll go for the force buy in the next, just with that retrieved and retained rifle in hand. And this is where things start to get sketchy. This is sort of shaping up to be a really big terrorist half for Movistar Riders. They seem to have a really decent level of proficiency on this map. And if HR don't have the incendiary grenades to contend with main, this gets tough.
HellRaisers, they've stayed in the lead for, well, quite a while now. They're not pulling away, though, and that's really the issue. As I said before, they could really do with getting a nice string of rounds, putting themselves onto 9 or 10, and instead just trading rounds back and forth means that they can't build up a streak. They can't build up some money, take control of this one. They're getting tanked down quite low early on. Doesn't really make any, doesn't add to this for them at all.
Certainly doesn't, but Larson can. AWP firing through for the first. Not sure where that shot came from. And now Movistar Riders set their talents on the A-bomb site once again. Flash through, pop dog control retrieved. And now as Shox backtracks into the brown halls, HR know exactly where he's playing from right now. It is the trade up AK-47 retained. 50 seconds left. His problem, where are they going right now? Scout goes down. Movistar Riders, property of this A-bomb site. It's easy to take.
Flourish and Problem just can't do anything here. That MP9's miles away. Problem doesn't really want to lose this AK either. There's no point in him just charging into this 2 versus 4 situation and risk losing it. So, yeah, I'm really not sure what they go for here. It is going to be 5-5. Movistar Riders doing very, very well to keep control of it. Well, not keep control of this game, but make sure that this game doesn't get out of hand. 5 rounds on this T side isn't anything to grumble about, and considering they've still got 5 more to play with, there's definitely the chance that they take us 7 or 8 here.
Certainly. Movistar Riders, the dominant force here on Train so far. 5-5 doesn't look insane, but map like Train, that certainly is good enough, and expect them to take a lot more before this half comes to a close. Scoreline level. A couple of rifles retained for HellRaisers as they sit inside of the television room. Movistar Riders, they're just applying so much pressure right now. It's that A take every single time here. Just keeping somebody lingering inside of the brown halls. It feels like Shox is finding this kill at every single approach by the stop sign. Unable to find the shots, and another pause for HR.
Good time 4-1. Of course, they've got plenty to play with, but this is just quite surprising. After what we saw in Mirage, a map that they're really not comfortable with, and then the coach coming into play, they still take it quite convincingly. Then they go on to Train. You expect them to come in with loads and loads of momentum. And maybe that 20-minute break between the games and the tech problems from JLM kind of added a bit of a factor that was playing on their minds, and it makes it difficult to carry across that morale. But you'd really expect them to come into Train, kick off on their CT side, absolutely kill it, and be able to take this series 2-0. But instead, Movistar Riders have started to wake up a bit, and HellRaisers just having trouble.
For me, I feel like Movistar Riders are a way more consistent threat on that counter-terrorist side as well, especially when you get onto the train and nuke. That's when they can often lock it away. I remember classic series against the wind strikes of the world, those big 13-2, 12-3 halves. This could certainly be another one if Movistar Riders flip over and try and close this one out early. No investment for HellRaisers this time, keeping the $1,900 in hand, and now the AK-47s to contest.
Shock's the one to open things up. Looking for a second as well. Can't quite find it. Problem trades. That's going to be, the levels... The numbers level for a few seconds, but goes right back in Movistar Riders' favour as they just blitz onto this A-bomb site. There's loads of utility in play, and the Heaven Man spotted out, so nothing more he can do as Mopos just cleans this one up.
Yeah, that's a blitzkrieg once again. Movistar Riders up to 6, and now HellRaisers will challenge them with another buy going into round number 12. Pistols eliminated. Movistar Riders take the lead.
Taking the lead on this T side of train, something that is very, very powerful, especially with this kind of scoreline. Obviously 6-5. They've got a really, really good chance of having a good half here. And as you say, they're stronger on that CT side. So moving over to it, they could close this game quite comfortably. Still too early to tell. HellRaisers still got a lot of rounds to play with. And of course, this is their pick. So far, I haven't really seen why they've gone for train, other than the fact that they have good recent results on it. But maybe when they go onto that T side, we'll see that flare.
Yeah, I almost doubt it at this point, though. They seem to be a just totally different team right now. After taking Mirage, maybe a bit of overconfidence, overzealous nature. That's not usually their game plan or style. But I think they need to close this half out with a final 4 left to play. The M4's at the ready on this B bomb site, and Movistar Riders switching it up. Bomb down to drop, and JR problem. They should be able to hold up the lot. Movistar Riders, look at how disjointed that is. Such a difference from their A take, where it's everybody going in together. No speed, no initiative, and no frags.
That's a pretty lame attack from the Movistar Rider. Of course, no C4 going down as well. Makes things even harder for these two remaining attackers. It's not like the retakes coming through and they can try and buy time. Instead, they actually have to take the fights to their opponents, and they just fall in doing so. 6-6, HellRaisers. It's a nice recovery, and it gives them some money to work with in the next as well.
Yeah, that even Stevens, both teams treading water on their respective halves. Movistar Riders, 3 to finish, of course. That 9-6, obviously what they're looking for here for the HellRaisers. CT side, and it's no AWP for JR once again. He's got the AK-47 instead. Not really been firing through for as many frags in this second map of the day. Of course, that AK already out of A main. Movistar Riders, but ain't broke, don't fix it. For JR, able to twist it and turn into HR's control.
This man advantage gained early then for HellRaisers is stripped back away. Nice headshot from Mopos makes that one happen. Brings things back into a 4-on-4. And Alex once again getting aggressive towards Sandwich. Makes complications even worse. Lands himself a nice headshot. Swings the numbers in his side's favour. And with a minute 15 on this clock, HellRaisers need to regain control of this A site and grab this situation by the reins.
Yeah, and it might be Flarich to start as well. In from Connector, still not checking him. Held back by the Molotov, but that's a frag in the meantime. A minute left, bomb not down, and JR's the next player to swing through right into the crosshairs of Alex. Great headshot, puts the favor back in Movistar's. It's 6-6, and might even be going for some more here as Mopos has the angle all wrapped up, lock and key. Just problem remains, he's got the AK, and what's he do here? Double spray away, knows where Mopos is playing from, and with 20 seconds left to bat inside, there's the insend. He hasn't got a smoke available, but the flashbang, the only equipment left to play, the 1 versus 3 will come in, and HellRaisers up to 7.
That's absolutely fantastic from Problem. I pretty much counted him out of that one. But somehow Movistar Riders, despite the fact that it's a 3 versus 1, and there's pretty much 3 choke points that he could come from on that A bomb site, they completely neglect one of them. And that's exactly where Problem comes through. Gets the element of surprise on 2, sprays him away in the back. And then, as you say, when it comes down to that 1 versus 1 situation, he knows Mopos' location, and he can really capitalize on it. That's going to be 7 for HellRaisers as we go into this 14th. the AWP in the hands of Larson for the Movistar Riders, but if they can't take it, HellRaisers can strip this half away.
They certainly can, but their money's broken going into the next. If Movistar Raiders are able to win this one, it's surely going to be the 9-6 in favor of HR, or that, as close as it gets, 8-7 half. And with Mopos sweeping away the first, Kalinka, that's a key mistake. Pushing through those smokes, not checking his corners. And with 90 seconds left to play, how did HR capitalize with this 3-1 stance? There certainly isn't. The scoreboard tells the entire story. Problem doing everything right now. 18-7 for him. And HR might be a lock for 9 at the end of the half. Felt like it was all over as of the start there. Mopos just sweeping away the first, but it's that aggression once again from HellRaisers to bring it back in their favor.
8-6 potential for the 9-6 half. Of course, only the pistols here for the Movistar Riders. I was expecting them to have a better buy than this. There's 3 AKs in play, and those guys have got no utility. And then a Tech 9 and a Deagle. That's pretty rough. That's going to be difficult for them to get the job done with, unless they can land some nice headshots. And HellRaisers, they've got all the tools in the toolbox.
Nade through, initial damage. JR connects with not just 1 but 2. Shocks drops finally, and now the bomb needs to be retrieved, planted on this B bomb site. 80 seconds left to play, bags of time, more than enough. But Movistar Riders, they want to get up close and personal to this smoke. It's Steel, the man that started this series strong, and a little bit quiet at the end of the day with the smoke grenade to contend with Connector. HR playing this as a unit. They want to absolutely overwhelm this one. Steel does get spotted, though. Blows his low towards the connector, and there's JLM to respond. Mopos Alex, low on HP, 25 remaining for him. And this Heaven control is going to be all too pivotal. There's no Molotov left to play, and JL's got all of the information right now. The defuse has to come in, and Mopos, he's surely going to be locked out of this bomb site. 9-6 end of the half. What a beautiful capitalization for the HellRaisers.
Absolutely fantastic. We talked about the fact that Movistar Riders could have really pulled away there and had a much stronger half, but HellRaisers picked it up right when they needed to. 9-6, not anything to be super happy about, but considering their circumstances, to pick up those final 4 is a pretty big deal. So 9-6 half, something that I'm sure they will be pretty happy with. And unfortunately, JLM's gone from the server again. Hopefully it's not for the same reason as last time.
This is my final 4.
You see the coach is already in the server. Maybe he just presses M and just joins the team. He's like, hey guys.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. Press the big McDonald's button on your keyboard, get into the server, get on to play.
I'm sure he's keen to.
Everyone's keen to play a bit of Counter-Strike. When you're watching CS all day, I'm sure that half of these viewers are just going to go and play some CS right after this one.
I probably will. I'm going to give you a fun Movistar Riders because, like, I knew, like, when I first started casting them that actually they had, like, a whole load of other things going on. As a brand, they're a Spanish telecoms company. They have one of the best cycling teams in the world. Yeah, they have, like, cycle in the Tour de France and stuff. Obviously, the company's called Movistar. The Movistar Riders is the cycling team. I don't know why they got into Counter-Strike. It's a bizarre one, but I love it.
I feel like you've just opened my eyes. I never knew this.
It's really weird. You kind of think, oh, Movistar Riders, that's a good team name. No, they're a cycling team. They just have a Counter-Strike team as well.
Well, you know what? I was kind of like perplexed because Movistar Riders have like these amazing offices in Spain. Like if you've seen that, they've got this whole streaming setup and everything. Like lots of support from the organization, by the way, for these players and everything. Like they get treated like absolute kings by my books, and even able to fly people like Steel in, who's previously played in Europe, Brazil, all of these regions, and him now living in the EU as well. That's a big opportunity for somebody like him to kind of take the reins. He's the in-game leader, looking to develop this talent, and it's all down to the organization, isn't it? to provide that infrastructure for somebody like him to thrive. They're not thriving in this series particularly, but I never realized that they were a cycling team.
Well, I mean, the company is literally a telecoms company. They're like the BT of Spain. So it's awesome to see a company with that kind of financial backing going into esports, because really the sky's the limit. And Movistar Riders, once they've established their brand within Counter-Strike, could probably very easily pick up a top-level team and give them all of the tools and nurture them into becoming an incredible side. The limitation is the fact that they want to stay within this Spanish scene, and we haven't seen a whole lot of Spanish talent come out of in Counter-Strike at that top level. And I think that that's something that maybe we see in the future. I just, like, off of the top of my head, can't even think of that many really talented Spanish players.
Yeah, no, not really. Like, from this Movistar Riders side, they previously were kind of one step away from contending with those LAN tournaments. Maybe they would occasionally go to a DreamHack Open with limited results, lots of online CS played. And yeah, no, it's definitely nice to see that support, but it's how that translates in the server as well. People really do underestimate how hard it is to develop a whole region, and that's something that I think Movistar has been super influential in, obviously in the Spanish scene, whereas in Brazil it might have been the Fallens of the world. In certain countries, maybe Gambit really taking the reins for the Kazakhstan boys. And yeah, we see that again right now. There seem to be these 1 to 2 organizations per country who really say, right, get on our backs, guys, because we're going to put loads of money in here and we're going to grow the whole scene.
It's you need pioneers like this within the industry to really bring it to another level, and I think Movistar Riders could be one of those, just not right now. As we get into this pistol, without further ado, JLM back in the server, of course, no contingency of the coach, and look at this setup, 3 men pushing towards Ivy. This could go horribly wrong if Kalinka can capitalize, but he's only good for the 1-for-1 trade.
Shox needs to connect once again. He's got the information, but with JLM sweeping another one away, low on HP, that drops the bomb, and now Shox can hold the fort towards Ivy. He's got this USPS in hand, long-range engagements able to be taken, but in the 1 versus 3, HR need to just solo peek him. That's a massive mistake from Problem, living up to his name right there. Luckily, JR sweeps away the headshot, and the P250 there in the back lines to force him into the Glock's crosshairs. 10-6. And HellRaisers, they might be about to get this one done on train. They need a lot more rounds right now. Felt like Kalinka had a real chance.
It absolutely did. As soon as you see that 3-man push towards Ivy and the bomb in the hands of, I think, who was it? JLM had the bomb in hand there. As soon as he drops, then it has some problems. But the rest of the team end up falling on that A site, and HellRaisers are just able to play the numbers game. And when you've got the numbers, you can play the trading game, and you never really lose that one. You have to make a real mistake to lose that one. Right now, in the second of the half, it is going to be a full investment from the Movistar Riders, but that just entails a scout and some deagles, so really not a whole lot for them to work with, and with 2 quick kills coming through for HellRaisers, they should be able to dispose of this one.
Yeah, especially spotting out those first 2 members as well, and then backtracking to B, knowing that there's no stack on the curly letter. Of course, if you find both kills on the A-bomb site, you know that those rotates and wraps are coming through, and Movistar Riders outgunned and outmaneuvered here in round number 17. Should be an 11th for HellRaisers.
So someone's just said something quite interesting in the chat that's often overlooked within Counter-Strike. A side like Movistar Riders, when you have a full Spanish roster, you can speak in your native language, your mother tongue, and there's not too many communication issues. Whereas, as soon as you start bringing in even one player from elsewhere, you bring in one talent from elsewhere, all of a sudden, the whole team needs to change their language to English most of the time. And then that can lead to these communication issues. Obviously, it being a second language, it's no longer, like, completely fluent a lot of the times. And yeah, it can really add complications. I'm going to give a little shout out. Fabio05, thanks for that insight.
Well done, Fabio05.
Number 18, a full eco from the Movistar Riders, so HellRaisers should be able to get themselves onto 12. They've really taken control of Train here and Taking the pistol round as well means that they're just getting closer and closer to this finishing line. It can be so difficult on this T side to actually get onto these sites, but they've done so very well so far. And, oh, the spray away, I thought it was going to come through. Shock's actually able to take one away. A man advantage here, despite the fact that this is a full eco. And with the deep coming in from Ivy, connects for one, maybe the second, can't quite do so. And I think they should be able to finish this one.
Seems to be the case. Movistar Riders barely anything to work with, but still sensational damage posted here in round number 18. Still at the minute mark. And HR can now try and close onto this A-bomb site with Movistar Riders not posting any defense whatsoever. I'm surprised that Steel's still stuck within the CT spawn. Doesn't make much sense to me. No map control and another man spotted. They know exactly where Larson's playing from right now. He actually has the Desert Eagle at the ready. Needs to blaze into this A-bomb site. And maybe that's the shot. Kalinka walks right into those crosshairs. And JR's fairly low on HP as well. Larson finds both.
That's such a mental round for the Movistar Riders. We've seen a couple like that in this series so far, where those pistols just somehow get it done. This isn't even a round that Movistar Riders are trying to win. If they thought they had any equity in this one, they'd invest in a little bit of utility, a little bit of Kevlar. Instead, this was pretty much just a full eco with a couple of Deagles, with the intention to just try and do some damage. But a couple of beautiful 1Ds at the end there from Larson, tips it over the edge, and that allows them to go for this double up setup as well in the 19.
Yeah, and HR really don't have a lot of money to work with. The Deagles come through, and, well, that's an initial shot from JLM there. Can I backtrack and reconvene with his 4 other teammates towards the B bomb site if needed, if necessary? Alex sweeps away a shot in the meantime with one of those 2 AWPs towards Ivy.
In the meantime, Steel's got super aggressive towards the A main area, and he can hear that information. That C4 rotating over. It's actually JLM making a lot of noise as he goes up the steps, and that's going to be relayed. They can now start to really stack up this B bomb site and deal with this push. As JR finds himself the first, problem falls. 3 versus 3, and AWP accompanied by 2 pistols, and Flaric needs to connect here, but as his teammates are falling on the site, he needs to hurry it up too. The 1D comes through, connects, goes up to the AK, needs to speed this one up as the defuse will be hot and heavy. The Molotov denying him from doing all too much. He needs to smoke it off and jump on this now, and as the C4 is being diffused, he can't get on it in time. Larson's on the angle, and that's going to be 8 for Movistar Riders. Round number 20, there's not going to be a lot of cash for HellRaisers, and they're actually investing into this one. JR again for that Mac 10. I'm not sure if this is a full investment. I think they do just go down to this 2k mark. JR may be over-investing a little, but he knows he can't go for that AWP in the next anyway. So maybe we see a buy where he goes down to a scout. I'm not too sure.
That seems to be the case. 11-8, and now Larson back with that AWP towards the A-bomb site. HR, their goal to get a bomb plant over towards the curly letter, trying to contend with Mopos first. If they can overrun the AK-47, otherwise, this fire serpent might sting. Quick kills, bomb able to be rotated over. Now it comes down to the nades to try and prevent this. A bit of bonus cash from HR. Surely no round, but they're sort of missing so many shots right now. Larson, he's not been exactly consistent today, just doing enough to hold up the line. JLM finds one in the meantime. That's another missed shot from the snipers, but it will be a 9th after all for Movistar Riders as they close in on this score.
It's something I mentioned on Mirage as well. Larson just not hitting these shots with that sniper today. I'm not sure why it is. It's certainly showing though. When you have an AWPer that isn't showing up to the server, it's not like he's got a huge lack of kills or anything. It's just those key shots that you really need to hit. In an eco like this, it doesn't matter all too much because his teammates are able to just recover it and pick up the pieces. But in a round where maybe it was a 3 versus 3 and there were rifles in play, that's so impactful to not miss to miss those shots, and it could completely turn the course of the game.
Yeah, let's say that HR head towards this A-bomb site now. It could be the difference maker. Right out of Olaf, for instance, early in this 21st. We've got the AK-47s in play. Now, AWP for JR, and Alex does connect this time.
Nice early opening pick, and Larson, that's a snappy one. Very, very quick. You often see that maybe he hits the hard ones and misses the easy ones. That's not a good trait, but it certainly leads to some highlights at the end of the day. 2-man advantage here for the Movistar Riders, as Kalinka needs to try and regain some of this control. He's got the C4 in his hands, and he can't really afford to lose it. So he actually has to grab it, reconvene with his teammates. And in the meantime, Movistar Riders have just taken a lot of control. This is going to be difficult to break.
This setup seems just totally rubbish from HR, to be perfectly honest. They've gone for no speedy setups. Movistar Riders contending with this slow pace. No frags going HR's way in the initial moments of any of these rounds. And the fakes already just pulling no rotates off whatsoever. Towards the B bomb site right now, you only have the single floating voter. That's Mopoz's M4. But with a double AWP setup still posted along the pointy letter, Alex should surely connect this shot right now. Trying to bait it out, and he still finds the damage. Kalinka 5 HP. That nade just whiffs by a whisker. So wants to close in with the USPS. And this doesn't make much sense right now, but obviously feeling confident at the 25-second mark. Mopoz with another one. This should be a complete shutdown and an opportunity for Movistar Riders to build that bank.
Flaric, he gets himself a headshot, but 10 seconds on this clock, they're just going to have to save. And what's really important here is actually staying alive. As Movistar Riders are punching in, they're really trying to hunt for these remaining men. If Kalinka dies in a few seconds, it would cause a lot of problems. He finds himself the kill, though, and I think they're both safe for now.
AK-47's carried in, and not much to work with apart from that, to be perfectly honest, for the HellRaisers. A couple of kills keep the Movistar economy fairly honest. 11-10, one round deficit. HR, this will be the force buy going into round number 22. They need to maintain this lead, otherwise they'll have no money going into the next. Movistar Riders closing up the gap, and I talked about these massive CT sides on the trains, on the nukes, especially when it comes to this Movistar side. It's that steel setup that, you know, really pays dividends, and towards the A bomb site, there's just no cohesion from HR.
At the start of this round, delusional Tyloo fan said they just need to play fast, and he was wrong. They tried to play fast, it didn't work. The issue is that they tried to play fast, but it was very uncoordinated. They didn't push in at the same time, they came in from different angles without the supporting utility, and they just instantly take this two-man disadvantage. It seems like that's been the case in so many of these rounds, where they've tried to punch in the aggression early, they lose the opening men, and then they're in this really difficult position where they kind of just dance around the map for a minute and a half and just can't get anything done.
Yeah, feeling like they're taking no control as a result as well. It's really easy to backseat coach when we see all of the information on the table. But in these rounds where it's hyper unsuccessful, I'm surprised that HellRaisers haven't taken a tactical timeout, because that is usually when they reconvene, work out what's going wrong, and put a band-aid over those gaps.
Mopoz coming in from behind as well. That gap in the smoke gives him a perfect sight line and an opportunity to walk right through it. Actually going completely overlooked, but as the smoke starts to dissipate, problem's going to fall. The secondary AWP retrieved, and that's going to be the scoreline level pegging. 11-11, and HellRaisers, despite the fact they haven't really got the money to invest into this one, they are going to go for a bit of a buy. Obviously, they've got the loss bonus, so they can afford to go down to this $1,000 mark, but problem in JR, I feel like they're over-investing a little bit here.
Yeah, especially JR if he wants that AWP. Of course, it won't be carried through by Kalinka either. But HR do need to do some damage in these scenarios. The economy starting to build for Movistar Riders. Let's say this is just Glock and no Kevlar for HR carried into this one. They're likely going to do no damage whatsoever. Alex forced back by the Molotov.
As they're stacked up towards B, I think this might be a very, very fast hit. They've got a lot of utility here. So the smokes, the flashes will come through. And Alex posted on this angle needs to connect. If he whiffs this shot, it could all fall apart. And as the aggression from Mopoz is here, he could be disposed of and this could go wrong. Right now, just wants to fall away with the support of Alex posted on this angle. And as Movistar Raiders are taking control elsewhere, they know this is going to be a B hit, but problem still comes through with the first.
That's such a key shot to find, and Alex forced back, misses that shot, and that's what we were talking about, M&J. If you can't connect with that AWP, it's going to fall the way of HR all too quickly. Smoke's placed is unretrievable, and Steel spamming through the smoke does a bit of preliminary damage, but there's a flashbang for his troubles, and they're going to find even more here. Shock's forced back. He needs the ace to close out this 12th. He's got tons of time and the AK-47 to play with as he encroaches onto this bomb site. The AK now needs to fire through for both of these final frags. Problem, it's the M4 retrieved. JR holding in a headshot. Found it! That's both of the shots! What's HR doing? That's such a massive mistake in the ace from Shocks.
That is absolutely nuts. A round that HellRaisers should have been able to... Well, they shouldn't have been able to take. They almost did, and then it falls away from them. Finally, the buy from HellRaisers. They need to win this round, and they're just giving it away. What on earth is this? They just drop into shocks like it's a 2p machine, and he's just able to sweep up all the cash dollar. 4 versus 2. Well, no longer. 4 versus 0. HR put to bed, and that's going to be 13 from Movistar Riders. This is just not good from HellRaisers. Like, what are they going for here? I don't get this at all. Especially when the AWP drops. What's JR trying to achieve there? He's literally banking on hitting like a falling no-scope in that scenario.
And here comes the pause as well. This needs to be a turning point for HellRaisers, but I feel like it's come far too late in this half. Their map pick, and I've got to say, if they get eliminated from the tournament based off this result, it's very well deserved. Movistar Riders, they now need 3 to bring it to a third map, and they've been playing some good Counter-Strike, I've got to say. The AWP's maybe not the best, but Steel, he's been great. Shocks, he's certainly been a player to watch out for. We saw Steel take 8 kills in the first 2 rounds of the whole series, and Shocks, 8 kills in the last 2 rounds.
Another investment here from HellRaisers. No AWP available on JR. He kind of threw it away in the last. I don't think he can be trusted with it anymore. You take away his AWP privileges for a couple of rounds. Say, no, bad JR. You're down to an AK.
The imposter.
Perhaps so. Right now, though, the AK is not a lot of utility to back it up. And this is going to be difficult. They only really have one chance of getting onto one of these sites. As soon as they deploy their smoke grenades, they haven't got many others.
It's like a TeamSpeak server. All privileges revoked.
What are you going for there? Like a nerdy admin? Like, I'm revoking your privileges. Blah, blah, blah.
No, I was going for the Discord lady who's like, Mike mudded.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Mic activated. Yeah, that one, yeah. Fine.
Sound mudded.
Disconnected.
Are we going through the whole list of commands right now?
I'd like to, but I actually don't use TeamSpeak enough to know them all. So we're just. I think this is where my ceiling hits.
I feel like I've used Discord I feel like I've used TeamSpeak maybe like 4 times in the last year, just for one tournament, and that's it.
Yeah, it's because it's for noobs. I bet loads of people would disagree with this. They'll say, TeamSpeak's way better, but it's just. Other than at a professional level where you can talk about like the processing power and all of that stuff and whatnot, it makes no sense. Discord is far superior.
If you're a gamer and you don't have enough processing power to launch Discords, you're just terrible. You're not going to make it in this industry. You're not going to make it. You can't even launch Discord.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. I think like you can have problems with like Discord in the background. I think it like can like do funky things with your RAM and stuff. But I don't know. It's still superior.
Well, 14-11, back on track. This isn't a buy round for HR. They're trying to challenge Larson once again, but it's a double set play configuration. I've got to say that this CT side for Movistar Riders, it's actually been really damn decent. This should surely be a 15th. They've been playing the flawless half. I'm going to say that based on this result, they really do deserve this third map.
Absolutely. They've played pretty flawlessly on this CT side, of course, losing those initial 2. But since then, this defense has been absolutely impenetrable. It does feel like HellRaisers have been making a lot of mistakes, and that's a real shame, considering they had such a fantastic map on Mirage. They had such a good start here as well on Train. It's just disappointing. This is their map pick. This is their T side. This is where you really expect them to pull up some really good results, and they just haven't been.
Yeah, exactly. The preparation obviously isn't here, and definitely a symptom of this being a 0-2 bracket matchup as well. We're seeing far more mistakes, especially from HellRaisers in the second half. Movistar Riders one away from closing out the second map. It's almost a mirror image to Mirage.
Absolutely. It's looking like we are more than likely going to go to a third. And I am starting to see maybe why HellRaisers are in this situation. Clearly difficulty closing after taking the early flurry of rounds. And I mean, what was the scoreline? It was 11-6? That's such a gap, and they just haven't been able to take anything since. Movistar Riders are currently on a 9-in-a-row streak, and HellRaisers have just been unable to break it.
Yeah, remember, it was the pistol round taken as well, and then unable to convert. Finally a shot from JLM, but he's just isolated towards A main. The headshot's coming through. 3 frags found, and where was this earlier? Movistar Riders, they had everything locking key, and just giving away a couple of players on that A-bomb site. Not really their fault. JLM just going absolutely potty, and I picked up the AWP for his troubles as well. Mopos just staring at the very low-quality bricks on that wall, admiring the masonry.
JLM switches the aimbot switch in his brain, and he just charges onto the A-bomb site, bam, 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 3 headshots, super quick. This is, he can only do it though.
In his brain.
Yeah, in his brain. It was in his brain. It's not in real life. I'm not calling him out. It's in his brain. He's got a switch, but he can only do it when it's match point to the other team.
When his back's up against the wall, that's when great people thrive.
Absolutely. He couldn't have done it earlier when HellRaisers really could have done with it. It's only at the end.
I feel a little bit of slight. I don't know how to describe this without using.
I'm just being toxic, Squid.
Yeah, no, okay, we'll call it toxic then. We'll call it toxic. Well, 15-12, 3 now needed for overtime. HellRaisers, more rounds like that, please.
Yes, please. I want that. I want what you just said. 3 in a row would be preferable. With JR falling early, the Battle of the AWPs lost for the HellRaisers side. And all of these nades coming in. JLM, he gets tagged so low, but they don't clear the angle. They double nade it and expect that it's clear because they got no kill. JLM on a slither of health is able to capitalize and bring things back into a 4-on-4. And this is the lifeline HellRaisers needed.
And shots with the angle over beside Electric. That Molotov might actually cause real problems. JLM survives just 1 HP to his name. 70 seconds, plenty of time. And now the AWP aggressive wants to just check into Pop Dog, get that information. As the smoke dissipates, it's actually down to Kalinka to find another one. Smoke's down once again. Kalinka backtracks, and Movistar Riders having a real issue at closing out this map.
They actually are. This is something that we haven't seen from them. Of course, on Mirage, they just weren't able to win it. They didn't really come close, so we didn't see a closing issue. Here on Train, that could certainly be the case. If HellRaisers take this one, they'll put themselves onto 13. Movistar Riders will have enough cash in the bank to invest afterwards. However, if they can't save these rifles, then when it gets into the 30th round, they might not have so much cash in the bank. So this is a really good save call to get away, hold on to these rifles so they don't have to reinvest too much into the next, so that if they do lose it, they still have money in the final round of the game.
Yeah, because there is no way to get back into this one right now. You might as well not just throw away your final 2 opportunities predicated on giving away the double AWP setup. It's incredibly costly, $10,000 investment. Movistar Riders still 2 chances to close before we go to OT.
The question is, are they going to be able to do it? Of course, with 9 in a row it was. In fact, was it? Yeah, it was 9 in a row. They were able to build up quite a sufficient bank. So they've still just had full investment in every single one of these rounds. We see it again here, despite the fact they've lost the last 2 in a row. They've still got this double AWP setup. They've got all of the utility. A little bit of a scarcity of kits. I'd like to see Shocks pull one out, but maybe 3's probably sufficient. That's fine. Still, 2 left for HellRaisers to pull back, and Movistar Riders, they just need to close here. They just need that opportunity, and they need to grab it.
Nice nades on that A-bomb site as well. Stunts any opportunity for a push for the HellRaisers. I have control once again, and it's Alex to compete. AWP scoped through, dodges the nades, and now might want to aggress through this one. When's he going to pull the trigger? spotting out all of these angles. Not much information as of 80 seconds, but still going to keep this one poised. Should dodge the AWP, and well, this gets dangerous. Spots out that one. There's a hand as well. Might want to sit within the flames for a couple of seconds to take the shot. It's unsuccessful.
There was a big grey cloud in the way. Makes things tricky still right now, though. All the timing is impeccable. JLM's able to poke his head up and find it. And another chasing him down. That's so unfortunate that Alex can't connect in that scenario. Brings things back into a 3-on-3. And once again, it's the AWPs just not hitting their shots that's causing Movistar Riders the problem. Shox is in a really good position. Is able to bring this back into a 2-on-2 and drop that C4. But with 45 seconds on the clock and HR outmaneuvering their opponents, they should be able to finish this one off.
Oh, the AWP's just not connecting again. A real liability for the second time on the A site. And HellRaisers, this could be 14 rounds as a result. If they can just close out Shox now in the 1 versus 2. It's connector control. Both players rotating back and passive. He needs to now go straight towards the pointy letter. Bomb dropped in the open. And HellRaisers running out of time. This would be a key mistake to make, as surely he hears something here. The nades over the top. That'll actually give away their position one more time, but bomb down. That's planted. Shox. This defuse becomes way too hard. A problem into the connector. That is a massive mistake. Shox up close and Flarich there to finish.
Flarich put in a heart-racing situation that he really didn't need to. I really don't understand that from Problem when he pushes into connector. And, well, Alex here, yeah, it's just these AWPs not connecting. The AWPs are just playing like noobs right now, Squid. Noobs. Larsen's missing everything.
Yeah, 1 round needed, though, for overtime, and a pause taken. I wouldn't be surprised if this was either team. We've seen lots of pausing from HellRaisers, tactical and technical, since the very start. The Movistar Riders by, though. I think they need a bit of time to negotiate where these rifles are going.
You know, with all these recent Isako matches that we've been casting, anytime there's a pause, all that goes in my head is like, Isako pause. Yeah, that's it. That's just all I think about. It's scary. Need to get it out of my mind. A stupid pun. You've got stuck in my head.
It's just those little lines, isn't it, that you always kind of like jump to every time.
Yeah, I don't know why that's how my brain works, but it does. So it's not an Isako pause. I'm really upset about that. And there's no funky wordplay I can do here. So Movistar Rider pause.
Well, I've got a treat for you, Josh, because Isako pause, they'll be playing much more CS in this tournament as well, because they're not out yet. We'll get the opportunity to see them again. So more Isako pauses to come here for LOOT.BET Season 8.
Yippee! They're my favourite Polish team.
They're one of my favourite Polish teams.
Yeah, one of the best teams with the red and white colour scheme that we always talk about.
Do all Polish teams steal the red and white colour scheme because it's the Polish flag? I think they do, right?
Yeah, I think that's why. Anyway, it's the 30th round. This is an exciting one. Let's get into this one. Of course, just off the back of that long, lengthy pause, of course, both teams are going to take that opportunity to talk about what they're going to do here in the 30th. A really limited utility on this Movistar Riders side, and as a response, they tried to get quite aggressive early on. But HellRaisers don't let up. They don't make any mistakes early.
They don't. They hold this passive angle. And HellRaisers, what are they doing right now? Is this a technical, Joshua? Because they don't seem to be playing much Counter-Strike right now. Movistar going back to the CT spawn. I think you know what this means. That our small talk was actually not bad. It wasn't a naughty thing that I'm going to get fired for.
Yeah, we got away with it. It's not like they rushed into the site and we're still talking about... I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Isako pause.
Isako pause, yeah. Oh, we're now going to see a HellRaiser tech.
It doesn't have the same catch to it, does it?
It just doesn't. I wonder if Larsen hits this 360 no-scope. Toxic. Oh, okay, so I just saw a Problem move. It looked like maybe he wasn't AFK. I'm not sure who the AFK man is here. Is it JLM again?
I would say so.
What's going on? Does someone keep plugging in the toaster and like it's cutting out the power? We used to have, right, at home, we used to have a George Foreman grill, right? That we'd never use it ever. And I don't know what was wrong with this thing. I don't know if it would just draw too much power or something. But anytime you plug it in, the whole house would have a power cut. It would like trip the fuse. And
That's the weirdest thing. I did an event, and I don't know if I could tell this story. I actually don't know. I mean, I will anyway. So, we were in a house with a bit of dodgy power. And one of the kids, they plugged the toaster in. During a massive stream, everything goes down. Everything. It just dies off. We run in. What's gone on? The toaster's been plugged in.
Ooh, yikes. I mean, I'd be annoyed if I was either in that situation running a broadcast or in JLM situation right now. And the most impactful point, it's a real, like, aside from the fact that they might even have to call in the coach again, which would be an awful time for it because, of course, he's had such a huge impact. It also breaks this pace. Now, luckily, it looks like that's not going to be the case, but HellRaisers had so much momentum built up, and a long sort of 5 to 10 minute pause there is going to break that. And also gives Movistar Riders an opportunity to have a chat as well and think about what they're going to change it.
Toaster talk out of the way. It's the series heating up as we get into round number 30. The AWPs for both sides. Lars and JR on both squads with that sniper rifle. The money perfect for both teams. Fairly flawless, I guess. Steel does have that FAMAS to work with. Bit of a lack of utility on Alex as it's thrown down on the A-bomb site early.
I think this buy is actually different to what they went for in the last. Opting for maybe a little bit more utility here as Steel drops down to that FAMAS, of course. And HellRaisers, they are going to head over towards B. 4 members, soon to be 5 as Kalinka rotating over, are going to go for this hit to try and end this one and take it to O2.
Nades over the top, and Problem inside of Heaven and needs to connect with some of these headshots right now. He is going to. It's the trade 1-for-1, and Mopod's there to wrap it up once again. HellRaisers, B bomb site. This could be a map 3 if Movistar Riders can get back into it. C4 should go down, but it is in the open. That needs to be retrieved, and they need to dodge the AWP. Larsen's got the angle locking key, and it's the Brazilian Steel doing the damage on the oil train. Needs to close in, and while there is the spray away, JLM drops. The man who's been plagued since the start gets decimated once again, and Steel, the man to clutch the first 2 rounds, might do the trick again. HR, it's the overpeak. It's map 3 for Movistar Riders. That is thoroughly deserved. Lots of mistakes in the second half from the HR side, but we are going to that third and final map after this break, Josh.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Movistar Riders. It came too close for comfort, but they were able to close. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes with the third map of this series.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
jungle out there. Keep your head on tight. Unknown brain and mind me, baby. Let's do it. Y'all see me flying, never drop down. Drop down, smoking high, I am not round. I'm not round, no denying what I got now. I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down. Locked down, see me flying, never drop down. Drop down, smoking high, I am not round. I'm not round, no denying what I got now. I got now, keep an eye out, keep it locked down. Locked down, get too strong when I battle with the beast, bring a few on. The commander and the chief for my crew on. Bullets rattling and whistle at your toque. Never sleep, eyes open, hands clutching on my throat. It's a war zone. It's a war zone. Yo, this a motherfucking war zone. It's a war zone. Yeah, feel the impact. Yeah, break it open, leaving nothing fucking intact. Hey yo, you been hacked. You're safe, hard in, but I found it, homie, been cracked. Hey yo, we been back. Your band stacking, see you flexing with the thin stack. Hey bitch, you been whacked. I kill 'em all, feel a motherfucking impact. Yo, this a war zone, homie. Say you ready and prepared. Take a minute, make them aware. Well, I be sneaking in the back, but it's what the clap. Homie, life ain't fair. Caught me crawling through the mud where the vision saw it clearly. Born a shepherd to these sheep, make them fear me. This a war zone, trashed out, trap house, nothing ever given. Yeah, every day's a blessing. Thank the Lord, oh how I'm living. See me riding with my top down. Oh, cops round, pedal pressing on the gas. I don't think I'll ever stop. Yo, this a war zone, homies.
Map 3, Movistar Riders, HellRaisers. Gotta say, Josh, this has been quite the series, hasn't it? All through this one, basically going the absolute distance. We'll wrap up after, but right into the pistol to start in a dodgy round for HellRaisers, taking CT spawn control, and I don't know if Movistar Riders is aware of this.
It's been an absolute roller coaster, and right now that trend continues. HellRaisers, this is such a bizarre pistol. They've got a double flank in play, and JR's able to eliminate. Now they realise this A site's clear, and they can actually just backtrack. The game before was to wrap around to B, but they found the 2 kills needed. They've got the prime positions as well to cut off the rotations. Problem's only good for 1, but a 4v2 situation should go HellRaisers' favour.
And this is so difficult to get back into. Only 1 set of Kevlar in play and the smoke as well onto Mopos. He might even consider just saving this one at the 25-second mark. On the pistol round, I never like to favour saving this time, but Alex, he's got full HP, no damage dealt to the Kevlar, means a $350 helmet upgrade. And HellRaisers, not much that they're going to do about this. Like hunting for the extra $300 kill bonus does mean something here in the pistol. Every little helps. But no damage dealt onto Alex. That upgrade's still available as we go 1-0 HR.
Pretty convincing pistol round. I actually haven't seen a pistol round play out like that on Inferno for quite a while. To take that long control for free, basically, go for that B wraparound, and then as Movistar Riders panic and try to patch the hole, you find the kills and say, oh, okay, let's just go on to A. Right now, HellRaisers actually the favourites to take Inferno, which I think is quite surprising, considering we saw a really poor performance on Train. I know it went to the full distance, but they really didn't play their best Counter-Strike on that map.
No, just tons of mistakes there. I will say for Movistar Riders as well, mistakes for them as well. Those AWPs looked fairly terrible, to be honest, at times. And yeah, just a disappointing result all round. You saw HR just playing some of the worst Counter-Strike we've seen all tournament. Lots of mistakes, peeking, over-peeking in these 2v2 scenarios with the bomb down. Really giving away, obviously, that ace to Alex at the center point of that second half. And now here on Inferno, they have to challenge the pistols on this B bomb site. Mopos can line this one up. He's obviously blazed the first out of the server. There's the second in hand as well. Problem trying to close, but he's low HP and needs the support of JR Kalinka right now. And Steele's trying to chip and chime through this smoke. He won't do a lot of damage, and Mopos over-aggresses for the first. Worthwhile risk, doesn't pan out, and if Shox finds another, Problem's HP becomes a real issue. At the 50-second mark, how does this bomb go away? It's being held by Shox on Banana, who already has swept away a frag, and there's Steel on the flank tapping away. Both kills come through. Movistar Riders bring it back.
You very rarely see rounds come through like that, and the only time they do is when a huge individual play happens, and that is exactly what we saw from Mopos. 2 sensational 1Ds, puts a 2-man advantage in their favour, and then Shox from behind doing exceptional work as well to find 2 of his own, pretty much secures that one. I think we get to see this again. Bam! And then there's another one, and oh, we missed it. What the hell?
There was another one, but it didn't happen. We didn't see it.
Replay observer's a noob, Squid.
I think we should give everybody a bit of a break today, Josh. I feel like maybe we're a little bit grumpy on the desk.
All right, fine. I'm pissed off, Squid. I'm in a bad mood.
Yes, well, 1-1, and I think HR are going to be feeling quite the same after that previous round, to be perfectly honest with you.
Absolutely. You really expect to follow up with a couple once you win the pistol. It's a sigh of relief, a weight off your shoulders, and instead they get dealt a really rough card. Going into this one, they have got an AK and a scout to work with, backed up by some pistols, but they're very, very much relying on the AK dropped over to Flarich to do all the work. And right now, 4 versus 4, wrapping around to Long, but Larson there to hold the line. I'm not sure what they can get done here.
Well, Larson, does peek into that one. That's a headshot stolen away as a response. And Kalinka should go down on 20 HP, not before he finds the AK-47 of Steel. Should be retrievable from Movistar Riders at the latter portion of this round, and I don't expect Kalinka to try and save this one. That would polarize the economy, would give him something to work with in the next, but you never want to run the risk of losing that loss bonus. Obviously, if you get timed out, you get 0 money on the cards, and this one is still doable. We can connect both of the headshots. Alex does end it 2-1, but yeah, there was a little brief glimmer of hope. Why are you so moody today, Em and Grumpy?
I don't know. I wish I could say like someone stole my sandwich or something, but they didn't. They didn't. I got my sandwich here. Everything's good. I don't know. I just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Didn't have my Weetabix.
You're +2 sandwiches for today.
I actually am. Ham and cheese, the wombo combo.
Yeah, you started the day on with 0 sandwiches, and now you have 2. So I don't know. In my book, that's a plus sandwich play.
Yeah, it should be a win, but I don't know. It's, I'm just not content. I'm a very uncontent person.
Wow. This looks to be that 3-1 scoreline, starting things off for Movistar Riders. Just sweeping away the pistols in this one.
It is going to be a pretty swift round as well. Mopos does take a lot of damage at the end there. There was potential that he falls, and that would have been costly. 2 deaths, you really don't want that when you're against a full eco. But just finding the one doesn't have all too much of an impact. And it was Larson who No, he did have an M4. I was thinking maybe he had a scout, but he did have an M4. So only the one rifle has to be reinvested, and he's going to be happy to upgrade to an AWP. Anyway, 3 rounds on the board here for Movistar Riders early on, as they do have to face up against the full investment from HellRaisers. This is really the first time that this has come through with no contingency, so I'm interested to see how this one plays out.
Well, that second mid-control from HR. They want to go speedy into this A-bomb site. Problem to open things, but hasn't found any frags yet. And that changes quite sensationally. Able to chase away Shock. Steal next to drop. And now Movistar Riders quick on the rotate, but with full mid-control going HR's way. JR behind this smoke, and Alex absolutely knows it right now. It's A-bomb site in contention, and I'm surprised he doesn't double dip on the aggression. Mopos sweeps away Flarich, leaves things in a 2 versus 3.
A difficult 2 versus 3 to pick up as that C4 goes down. It's going to be Alex desperately rotating. Larson with that AWP as well. Not really the weapon for the job, as he knows he has to get the close range fights through. Oh, the overpeak again. Kalinka, there's no need to swing into that angle, and in doing so, it pretty much seals their fate. Movistar Riders, they're not challenged in that retake whatsoever. It's handed to them on a silver platter, and that will be their 4th. This is just not going all too well for HellRaisers right now. I do love this initial aggression from Problem. He basically spots out a man and says, I'm going to charge this guy down. And he says to his support players, just throw some flashes to make sure I don't die from short. And that's exactly what they do, and it's perfect.
Really like the play from Alex as well on Banana. It's really easy to get tunnel visioned and ignore that smoke. He plays it perfectly. 4-1 is response. HellRaisers, it'll be the ragtag buy coming through into the 6th round. Of course, bit of utility on Kalinka. Nobody else has too much to work with. As Movistar Riders, it's Larson to contend for this banana control.
Man advantage taken as Larson does connect this shot. Something that he was really having trouble with on train. But hopefully, for his sake, he is able to pick it up here on Inferno. Obviously, a really good start for the Movistar Riders, and a really good start in round number 6 as well. So, if they can take this 5th, they pretty much force HellRaisers back down to no money, and this would be pretty fantastic for them.
Smoke's placed, Problem held out, wants to flash on through, and I think that's actually a smoke grenade for Library there. So Alex on the arch side wants to aggress off the back of this. You can see the Asimov is poking forward, and that's exactly why. Headshot found, the follow-up from Steel, and Movistar contending with his defense exceptionally. 5 rounds.
They're just picking these rounds up with ease. This really feels like the second half of Train, but not before it got messy at the end. They're just breezing through this CT side. They're really not being challenged whatsoever, and HellRaisers don't have any options. And because of this, they're making a lot of ill-advised decisions, a lot of mistakes. We saw in that 3 versus 2 where they had that C4 down. This overpeaking coming in again. I'm not sure if it's an overconfidence factor. I'm not sure if it's just the lack of communication and coordination. But whatever it is, it needs to be fixed.
And this tactical timeout might be the moment they decide to do it. Oh, no. Oh, the chicken kill, M&J.
Is it this observer again? Oh, God.
We've definitely got a KFC lover on the observer desk.
No, he's not a KFC lover. That's like real compassion. That's animal compassion. I bet he's a vegan.
He's a vegan. He's a chicken hater. He doesn't like all that paracetamol in the diet.
Maybe. But he's just done like a memorial. He's mourning the chicken. So I think that like he definitely isn't someone that would eat it.
All right, Twitch chat. If you'd like to join me to say a couple of words for this chicken, he lived a short life. Do you want to say some words about the chicken, Josh?
He was my best and only friend. He had a real impact on my life and changed me as a man.
He was a clucking good friend.
I was like, all right, I'll give you that one. That one was good. Clucking good, mate.
Well, 6-1, and Movistar Riders. Yeah, good result.
It's number 8, JR with the AWP. No utility to back it up, but that's made up for by the fact that his teammates have all got it on their belt. This time they want to head over towards B. They've taken this banana control. The Molotov deep keeps the Movistar Riders' defenses away. That's what my dentist used to tell me. Apple a day keeps... No, that's not what the dentist told me. I'm butchering
What was your dentist's name? Was it like Dr. something?
Yeah, probably. I don't know if dentists really count as doctors, but yeah, Doctor something, Doctor toothache. I don't know.
Dr. Munch.
Doctor 230.
Oh yeah, here we go. That's funny. Now you could have done the proper dentist joke. You could have set that up, punchline, set up, all of it.
No, that one's lame because then I've got to get into the whole story, and we're about to get into the meat of the round. The gun's coming through, and Shock's only able to find himself one. It is instantly traded, an opportunity for HellRaisers, but the AWP shot not connecting. Man advantage for Movistar. The C4 only just going down, so the time pressure not quite there yet for Movistar Riders, as they're already ready for this retake.
And it's Problem sat inside the graveyard to try and do the damage with the AK-47. He's got plenty of stickers and plenty of frags. And there's 2 more to add to the tally.
Oh, very, very close one, but Problem's able to step it over the edge. Picks up that AWP as well, which he's going to quite happily trade over to JR.
I want to do the joke. Everybody, what is a dentist's favourite time of day? 2:30.
I'd have thought it'd be 5:30 when he gets to go home and not have to do dentistry anymore.
That's my favourite time of day.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Especially if I was a dentist. I'd be like, oh, no, I couldn't be a dentist.
We did dentist jokes on the broadcast yesterday. I did some floss jokes.
I love flossing. It's my favourite dance move.
Maybe that wasn't on broadcast. I can't even remember at this point. 6-2, and HellRaisers are contending with these opening kills here. The T side, that's been the problem thus far today. Claridge fully flashed somehow sweeps away that headshot. Big mistake from Steel. He was looking for the second man. Tunnel visioning there from the arch side. And Shox drops the bomb. That gives all of the intel. And there's Kalinka and Flarich to come in with the close. A bomb site falls, and Movistar, I'm sure they'll try and save this one.
They really need to be honest. Larson bringing that AWP into the next would be pretty impactful. And Mopars actually can't buy. So they will have an investment around this. They've got enough cash behind them that they will just fully reinvest. But if Mopars falls, then I suppose Larson will have to drop him. By the looks of things, HellRaisers aren't actually hunting. They really don't have the money to do so. They're going to hold on to what they have. And bringing 3 rifles and an AWP across means that they can start to build up this bank a little.
Yeah, they certainly can, and Movistar Riders just need to keep this economy buoyant, of course. That AWP is such a hefty investment, a little bit of utility there behind it as well, and Larson's going to have about $4,000 in the reserve. For his HR, take a couple of rounds here. 3 certainly not enough of that T side. I do think Movistar Riders in general are favoured here on Inferno after what we saw in that previous map.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that. It was just a really one-sided affair until HellRaisers kind of I'm not sure if HellRaisers woke up. I think HellRaisers were more capitalizing on the fact that the Movistar Riders were really having trouble closing. There were a few key mistakes towards the end, especially those AWPs missing, in fact, really, really key shots, and that was just HellRaisers' ticket back in. Hopefully they don't make the same mistake here on Inferno, and so far, that's not the case.
No, it's the AKs at the ready for HellRaisers. Should be able to sweep away the first shot onto Shox, but finds it, backtracks, half HP remaining.
Kalinka falling early, JLM on 2 HP as well, so this is really not a good start for HellRaisers. Movistar Riders should be able to sweep this one away unless anyone makes a major mistake. Problem on this angle, could have peeked an extra millimeter and got the freebie, but instead waits for the flash and secures it nicely. Hunting for more, lands it, brings it into a 3-on-3 situation, and they can now dart onto this site, and Shox is the only line of defense.
He was the man with the plan earlier on, taking the Apeks control early, but exposed, spotted, problem, can't frag, and that's another one for Shox. Sensational shot, flick upwards, that's harder to do, and now JR are 1 versus 2. Bomb should go down, digits tapped in, mid-control taken though from Mopos. This will be a double-executed retake, and JR has to contend with both of these angles, and he won't spot out Alex. He has to prioritize there, and it's an easy mistake to make.
That's a sensational round from Shox. As the A anchor in a pretty much a 1 versus 3 scenario on that site, he has to do one of 2 jobs. And that's either find the kills or delay long enough that the rotations can come through. And he does both. He gets 2 of the 3 and he buys a lot of time for the reinforcements to rotate. And they're able to just take it with ease within seconds of him dropping.
Very key round coming up, by the way. The money broken for both teams. This one should effectively be worth 2. Of course, the end of the half coming up. And HellRaisers, I don't know if they've taken enough rounds as of this point. Only 3 for them. We've got 5 more to play. And I really do think that whoever loses this one will be forced to either force buy into the next if you're Movistar Riders. That would be the question mark. Or just take the full eco if you're on that HellRaisers roster. You see that chicken closing in, but it's JR with a shot to start.
Brings it into a 4-on-4. Alex saving his teammate, though. That was a little bit scary, but JLM not able to capitalize on the wide swing. 3 versus 3 situation then, as Larsson's posted on Apartments, is able to bring it into a 3-on-2. Kalinka very, very low as well, so this causes a lot of problems as they push over towards A. Mopos rotate.
And Kalinka's so low on HP, this becomes incredibly difficult, especially with now just JR left. AWP can't really unscope, doesn't want to give those sound cues, and into the boiler room. Minute remaining. He needs to check towards this left side for the secondary shot. What a sensational one onto Alex. Molotov drops. Mopos cannot trade. He's isolated on A. And at 50 seconds now, JR's done so much work in so little time. He hasn't got a smoke for this crossover. And Mopos will be here just in time. The AWP scope through. But he cannot find that last shot here. The open plant. And Mopos won't be able to contend with this one. It will be the 1 versus 1 as JR needs another quad kill with his AWP. A sensational angle to wrap up HR's 4th round.
This is the thing that HR can bring to the table. He doesn't do it all too often, but that kind of flair is why I just love him as a player. This was such an incredible clutch. A 1 versus 3 that you just count him out of 99.9% of the time. There's no way that you'd expect him to come out on top with this one, especially with that spin around shot to take out Alex. I mean, sensational stuff, and it actually puts HellRaisers back on the board here. Forces Movistar Riders down to an eco and gives them an opportunity to close this gap.
Banana control, and Movistar Riders want to plummet down mid. It's 3 frags, JR showing up again, and the MAC-10 cleaning the rest.
You got to remember in this 3rd and final map of this series, whoever loses is going to be upsetty spaghetti squid. They're going home. That's it. They'll be 0-3. I mean, it's a bit anticlimactic because they are already at home, but like they'll go to bed or something. They'll be like that.
At that point, it's time to lock the bedroom door, just stay in, talk to nobody, close the curtains, midday nap.
Sit in a dark room and accept the fact that you've gone 0-3 in LOOT.BET. There's no point anymore. Quick Counter-Strike.
Anyone want to put a bet on what the replay is going to be after this one?
The chicken, probably.
Yeah, it is going to be the chicken. No prizes.
Well, this is auto shotgun. I thought they could fire through for more than that, but it's only good for the one. The AK is charging through, are able to get another. So a 4 versus 3 as they get onto this A-bomb site. And I actually think the Movistar Riders just go for the save call right here. There's no real point in them charging in. They do have some utility, so as they start to rotate, there's definitely a chance if they can get a kill right now. As the smokes are posted, then options narrowing. But a 3 versus 3, and I think they're going to go for this one now.
Yeah, that should be the case. 30 seconds on the board, and even trading from the start. HR a bomb plant, and the time pressure applied. No kit as well. Movistar Riders really need to get Radadas on and hurry up into this A bomb site. Flourish a headshot should be able to close out this round. All the crossfires placed, and Mopos stuck in the apartments. Now needs to fall away. M4XM, I think it's an easy option to actually steal away the AWP instead. He'll actually have this one now. HR don't hold that back. And they will carry through another sniper into this next round. A little bit to work with. We talked about, Josh, this being a very key engagement. And HellRaisers, they won it. So that brings the scoreline back in their favor. Of course, XM only finds the first as well. It rattles away so quickly. That fire rate is brutal, but unable to get the damage done onto the second. That really just executes that A-bomb site.
That early lead from the Movistar Riders has now closed, and I like that comment in the chat squid. It says from what is it, Demo Gorgon, whoever said that HellRaisers will win map 3 is a clueless clown. I love claws.
What is it? I like prawns.
No, I think it's a clown.
How could you spell it that wrong?
I don't know. Maybe it's a clown with, like, lobster pincers or something. It's a clown.
Right, okay, I got it. It did take me a minute, I'll be honest.
This is just a really clean sweep round for HellRaisers, and it is actually going to level up the scoreline 7-7. So not a bad T-half here on Inferno, as they've been able to recover it right at the end. It was looking pretty dire at the start. Now, anyone's game for the taking. I really couldn't tell you who's going to take this third map. It's been incredibly back and forth. It all just comes down to who makes these key mistakes. We talked about the fact that, especially on train, it was so prevalent. Oh, here's the replay.
Do I win a teddy bear or something for that?
I wish. The LOOT.BET teddy bear. That'd be cool. I want one. Can we get one for the studio?
I'd like some LOOT.BET merchandise. If there's anybody watching from LOOT.BET right now, send us some merch. I want to rock a LOOT.BET scarf. Not t-shirts. T-shirts are boring, but I am a medium/large.
I wouldn't mind a scarf. I got my Pride gaming scarf on at the moment. That's smart.
They should give us some footwear. Give us some loot boots.
Loot boots. That'd be good. That would be good. I like that. I want some of them.
Yeah, no, I want some of them as well. I'd rock them off on Twitter.
I do definitely want like a LOOT.BET bear though. Be our mascot for these events. HellRaisers in the final of the half do want to get onto this B side. They've taken the banana control. Maybe they don't commit to this. They're all stacked up, but with Kalinka still holding towards A, just making sure that no one gets aggressive and flanks behind them. They don't have to commit. It's looking like they are going.
And JLM will be the first man through. Molotov to contend with, and Flaric luckily sweeps away the second. Mopos in the open, and Kalinka closes a second. Lots of damage dealt as the whole B bomb site falls once again for Movistar Riders. Bomb down near the coffins. And this is going to be an impossible one to get back into M&J. Steel drops. Larson next to fall. It's the AWP to close out the rest. JR made some mistakes in the last map, but really stepping up here on Inferno. Back in the action, ladies and gentlemen. 8-7, all to play for in the second pistol.
It absolutely is. These two teams inseparable so far on Inferno. In the pistol round, though, Movistar Riders, it's Mopos to have all of the utility. And, well, let's see what he can do with it. Pure aggression towards Banana, and the Glock's only good for one. That's going to be still falling. But that is pretty much Movistar Riders' cue to get onto this A-bomb site.
Painful moment for Problem as he needs to connect. There's the first, does get wrapped around, and Larsen's good enough to close. Now the USPSs need to find some frags before this bomb goes away. Remember, this is temporarily a 2 versus 3, but as the Glocks connect with all of the shots, it's Alex once again. Seems the clutch master for the Movistar Riders side, and Flaric versus 3. We saw him do this earlier today, and this is certainly possible. 66 HP between the two of them, and Flaric just needs to connect a couple more shots right now. The Glock up close, and it's Mopos to finish.
Big pistol round for the Movistar Riders to take. Of course, when they pushed into that A-bomb site, they didn't have a lot of luck on that initial engagement. Problem gave them a real nice headshot. So it did bring it into a 4 versus 3. It became a little bit touch and go, but they picked up the pieces nicely. And looking at these betting odds from LOOT.BET, despite the fact that it's actually 8-8 right now, Movistar Riders are now favoured on Inferno, which wasn't the case at the start of the game. People were betting on HellRaisers. So maybe it shows that even though the scoreline's even, HellRaisers haven't been massively comfortable here on Inferno, which I'd agree with.
So the odds were in HR's favour, and then HR took a load of rounds in a row, and now Movistar Riders is the favourite.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got some funky batters, man. You can see it all in the chat all the time. People just like crazy bats. Crazy batters.
Lots of passion. 8-8 in this one. It's the SMGs through, actually, for both sides here, wanting to farm that cash. It's a really important round for both teams to win, but Movistar Riders should be coming out on top of this one 9 out of 10 times against just a shotgun, pistol, scout combination.
Minute left on this clock as Movistar Riders are outside this A-bomb site and they want to execute. There's 3 members to take care of before they can do so, and as they walk out into the open, the SMG should be able to get the job done. 4 players still staying alive. They take a lot of damage, so JR's Deagle becomes deadly on 3 of these men right now. But with 4 to find, this becomes a near impossible task. Does land a headshot on 1 though. Still 3 more to trade.
He is locked out of this A-bomb site right now. There is an AK up for grabs, but the flank through the coordinated peek in Movistar with 9.
That's really smart from Movistar. They know that there is potential that either JR could clutch in that scenario if he goes huge, or even just do loads of damage and take away a couple of weapons. So big impact to just get rid of him coordinatingly.
And remember, the pistol's always more powerful in the AWP's hand. There's that trend that we always talk about here in CS. And yeah, in the hands of JR, maybe quite a scary player. He was quite a big impact man in the first half and continues that pace throughout the second side.
I'm not sure why it is. Maybe it's the ability to hit those flicks. Maybe it's the pinpoint accuracy that you need with an AWP. I'm not sure.
It's because they like guns that are either really big or really small.
Maybe it's one extreme or the other. Don't like the middle guns. That's too mainstream.
Well, this one definitely locked a middle-ish round for HR. They've gone for the full eco, going for this banana control once again. Movistar Riders dodge right onto A as a result. Don't want to contend with this aggression, and does give away an AK-47 for their troubles. That's in the hands of JR right now, so maybe my little middle gun comparison not really panning out.
He likes the AK too. I'm actually quite confused as to where the other weapon is. They've only picked up 1 rifle, but they got 2 kills on Banana, so they're both retrievable, unless it's, I don't know, where is it?
So Alex was actually the aggressive member there, and that was because he only carried a pistol through. I think he wants the AWP early in this second half. Obviously, HR are going to have that sniper rifle, and they just need that to contend with it on Inferno. Remember, if you've only got the one, if there's only one sniper in the server and it's on Banana towards the A-bomb site, it's really hard to contend with unless you've got one of your own. Those really long angles between middle and Banana, yeah, you do need an AWP. And yeah, you see Alex goes down first. He was kind of the main man. He didn't have anything to work with, though.
Just the P250 is quite bizarre. Still dying to the bomb there too, so bearing in mind this was a full eco, they've actually taken 3 casualties, and this is a big reinvestment from them. A very, very costly round in the last, and that's something the HellRaisers will be happy with. Keep your opponent's economy at bay, and then you can start to claw it back later. Here needs to be a turning point, though. If they don't, Movistar Riders will take 11, more than likely 12, and they could run away with this one.
Sandwiching Banana with the Molotovs, and it's Mopars having to dodge them. That one extinguished, expelled. Kalinka can sit at the receiving end of this smoke and wait for it to dissipate in the 90-second mark. Banana control not forcibly taken by Movistar Riders, just sitting outside the T ramp instead with the bomb not committed.
The Mach 10 in play for Kalinka here sort of adds some complications, as he is just the lone man on this B bomb site. So if Movistar Riders do hit B, they've got problems on their hands. But as JLM finds that kill in the apartments, he'll be able to clear it, realise there's no one else there. The sound cues will come through, and this is where the B rotations need to be snapped.
AK-47 at the ready, but it's the Mach 10 instead, and Kalinka needs to do a little more damage. There's a secondary headshot. Wants to follow up. 4 bullets in the barrel, and Larson is history. What a round from HellRaisers, and it's a single-handed effort of Kalinka to get the job done.
Maybe I shouldn't have doubted him. I was like, oh, he's got this Mach 10 on the B site. There's no way that he can hold a solo defense with an SMG, but he does so beautifully.
Yeah, notably as well, that third kill with literally 4 bullets to spare. The Mach 10 shouldn't be used like that. That's actually disgusting.
Incredible stuff. Puts HR back on the map, and now they're one away from leveling this one out. Movistar Riders have to be careful with their money. They've just gone for the pistols, keeping 2,000 in the back pocket so that they can buy into the next. But this means that they almost certainly sacrifice this one.
I've just had a brilliant branding idea. So when you're a caster, you need to collect all the clips. Every time somebody in chat sends me a clip that I use on social media, I'm going to pay you 15p. That's my business idea. I think 15p is like the middle ground, where there's a bit, you can get a little skin for that.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm not sure. But I thought that was going to be more heavily incentivized, but 15p.
I mean, my Twitter is @SquidCS. If you send me some good clips, then that's what you get.
Yeah, there's 1,200 people here. Surely there's people there that want that 15p. You can't. I was thinking, what can you buy with that? But I didn't think you get a Freddo with that anymore. So
you haven't been able to buy a Freddo with 15p in like 20 years.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's a real shame. You can get like a little packet of Haribos or something though, so it's well worth the 2 seconds of effort to clip a play and send it over.
There we go. There's that coupon code on your screen right now as well. You can scan that with your camera for that deposit bonus over at LOOT.BET. If you're looking to bet on any of our games today, remember we've got a best of 3 coming up right after this one as well.
Man advantage taken from the Movistar Riders this round, as that AWP from Larson's just firing through here on Inferno. We talked about the concern that we had for his AWPing over on Train, but he's certainly recovered it here on Inferno. Right now, minute 20 on the clock, and the Movistar Riders are pushing up over towards Sayers. JLM gets his head ripped clean off.
Yeah, that's so sensational as well from shots. He does burst through right ahead of the pack, and that is a bit of a mistake, but Movistar Riders, they capitalize anyway. A 1 versus 4 for them problem, and he might just be resigned to saving this AUG towards the other side of the map. He's carrying on the B bomb site right now, Josh. He is quaking in those loot boots.
Wants to hold on to that cash money. Knows that he hasn't got a lot of it. JLM as well in the same boat. His teammates have got loads though, so actually there will be a really, really solid investment into the next.
That cash money taco.
Yeah, I was going to say cash money taco, but no one's going to get the reference. It was literally from a different tournament.
I wonder why we don't have crazy names like that in Europe. Like, the craziest name that we have is Alex.
Yeah, and that's really out the box as well. It's like, whoa, he's using his real name. They have some really funky stuff. Cash Money Taco. One guy was just called like Spermy. Like, there's some real funky ones.
Well, that's North America for you, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. I wish we had it in Europe as well, but we just don't. We're just not that creative.
Well, Alex does sweep away that first shot. Northern Hemisphere. The big way to get out of that is you have to stay here watching LOOT.BET Season 8 and not go anywhere else. I demand loyalty from you, Twitch chat. Loyalty.
Please, please don't leave. Otherwise we'll get lonely. Four versus 4. That's Movistar Riders stuck in middle right now. They've kind of tried to punch some holes in this defense, and they've been unsuccessful with it. There's not really been all too much aggression from HellRaisers at all on this CT side. Larich this time is posted in the apartments, and Shox is able to rip his head off. He takes a dink for it, but with this man advantage, they're going to burst through, and JR has to hold the line. The AWP shot connects, and a second. Hungry for more as he's dancing around the boxes, buying tons of time for the rotate, but eventually drop.
This is so tough for Larson now. Needs to get this bomb down and away, but with the Molotov placed, needs to expend his single smoke to tap those digits in. 30 seconds, enough time for the plant, of course. And with that AWP, this is the same situation JR was in before, with attention diverted. Not knowing exactly where JLM is playing from, and does switch around. Larson finds the shot regardless. Able to burst into the apartments, and Kalinka doesn't want to hold this bomb. Instead, the peak comes through, still bags of time remaining, and knows that this AWP needs to really peak this. He holds the bomb, off it once again. This peak is perfect, and Larson does finally drop. That's the round for Kalinka's troubles.
Larson just playing with him, but he has to play for too long, and it doesn't work. You can't play the game for that long. You can play it for 10 seconds. You can maybe even play it for 15. But when there's 35, nah, no chance.
(11-11) and JR back with the AWP. All rifles for HR now as we are going the absolute distance as we have done every single map of this series.
This is, I described it as a roller coaster at the start of this map, and it absolutely has been. Incredibly back and forth, streaky performances from both sides, and this time the pace is up. Movistar Riders getting right into this B site, but the AWP defense is there. JR is good for one. Does instantly get traded, but problem with this MP9 can still hold the line.
We've seen him do it before, and now the SMG at the ready. Smoke to gain his advantage, and he's only able to trade 1-for-1. There's a massive gap in that smoke grenade, though, that surely JLM can peek right through before the after plants come in. It's a shot stolen away. Shox a 1 versus 2. He wants to aggress into the graveyard and put both of these headshots on the board. He can hear these footsteps. Audio cues signaled, and so much damage has been dealt. Trading up to the Hyper Beast, but he cannot find the shot. Finally connects.
That is absolutely massive from Larich. Gets on that bomb as well. So that is going to be the 12th for HellRaisers. Such exciting stuff. These rounds, as I said before, they're just going back and forth. That is actually going to break the economy of the Movistar Riders. So this should be 2 in a row for HellRaisers. Just the pistols this time around for the Movistar Riders. And actually, pistols and utility, but no Kevlar. So we saw this earlier from them as well. Not something you see all too often, where in these anti-ecos, they actually prioritize the util over the Kevlar.
And I think that's a symptom of this being Inferno. We know that banana control, those nade stacks, can be incredibly powerful and maybe just gains them an advantage into this A-bomb site as well. Remember, those skyboxes, they're open. You can basically execute straight on, but with JR shutting it down, this looks to be a very convincing round. Larson from the back line's able to find one in a response. And remember, if Movistar Riders can keep this economy nice and honest, HR really don't have a lot of cash to work with in the next. The follow-up rounds will be costly. Those reinvestments needed. And Larson can't punch in any more damage. That is a 13th for the HellRaisers.
It absolutely is. 13-11. They draw closer to the end of this one. And, well, are we going to see a comeback like what we saw on Train from Movistar Riders? Or is this going to be it? Is this just going to be HellRaisers winning the next buy up and then closing? We'll have to wait and see.
3 now needed. AWP still in the hands of JR. Larson, his opponent, right from the T-ramp, surely, as he'll be taking that first shot, but not connecting with anything. It's JLM into the apartments. This is all second mid control for HR. They want to end the game in its tracks. Kills coming through left, right, and center, and Movistar Riders don't know how to contend.
Something that's not often contested in that kind of range, but beautiful stuff from HellRaisers just to bring those gunfights right through to their opponents in the opening seconds of the round. It really just adds insult to injury on the whole situation. And they're beating their opponents while they're down. Yeah, this is just really, really strong stuff from HellRaisers right now.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that if it works out, they look like geniuses. If it doesn't, you say, right, why don't HR do what works? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You've racked up a couple of rounds, and it works this time. They look great. 5 players alive once again, and well, the UMP in hand for Kalinka, that's the only weapon that perhaps they wouldn't want to save back. Maybe there's an AK-47 for him to retrieve, as HR haven't been on that expedition right now, but maybe it might even be the double up setup. JLM just unable to reach it.
Movistar Riders, once again, their economy's down in the dumps and they have a really tough decision to make. Of course, they are going to go into the pistol buy, again, prioritizing that utility over the Kevlar. This is just kind of a staple of their anti-ecos, and it's really interesting. It's not something I've seen before.
No, and Movistar Riders does have this like kind of creative way to play the economy. We talked about them forcing up against the low buys of HR when the economy was incredibly tiny. Steel sitting in a Molotov as well. Maybe that's another creative tactic. HR just 1 away from 15 here, and well, they should be able to take this series as a result. They'll have 4 chances to close, but with all of this utility, what is Movistar Riders going to do with it? I was explaining this util earlier. Obviously on Inferno, you can go for these executes right over the top of these buildings. All of those smokes go through, and it allows you to get those pistols up close and personal between both of these bomb sites. And you've got a couple of smokes and flashes to try and take B. Then it is actually possible to overwhelm problem here. The rotate needs to be radioed in, and this is exactly why. Prevented from that shot from the smoke, and now the AWP cannot contest. And HR, they don't have a lot of utility to get back into this one. Flarish's HE might be pivotal, considering Alex Steele, they're low on health. Less than 100 HP between them. And is this going to be a run boost? Kalinka right over the top, but it whiffs, it misses. There goes the nade. Alex taken. He had no Kevlar to work with whatsoever. Through the mosaic, a bit of further damage done. That's a bonus. The HR don't have a lot of time to get back into this one, and they need to find these frags fast. JLM right in the back line. There's no support for him. His Mopos needs to be the saving grace, and with 7 seconds left on this bomb, there's no way to get the defuse through. JR has to save the AWP.
Mopos might die to the bomb here. He actually is, and JR just about gets away with his life. So it is going to be the 12 for the Movistar Riders. They strip away around, but they really shouldn't be allowed to. That's absolutely incredible. That gives them a lifeline. If they lose this, HellRaisers get on to match point, and Movistar Riders are playing at best case for the overtime. Now they're right back in the game.
2 needed for HR, and it might be their time to shine right here, right now. They had issues closing out on Train. They obviously lost that one, forcing us to a 3rd map. Movistar Riders going the distance in every single scenario.
This has been a really, really long series. We started at, what, 11? It's been 3.5 hours. It could still definitely go longer. I think overtime could certainly be on the cards here, but I don't want to jinx it because I want to get on with that Espada game up next. So right now, Movistar Riders, they really want to pull this one back. If they can win this bye round, they pretty much level out the scoreline 14-14, and then they can play it from there. Grouped up towards Banana, Shocks over towards A, and the flashes rain over. They're just charging right in here.
Kalinka's been spotted as well, so expect the pre-fires. Where was the communication? I was expecting Mopos to go guns blazing into the B bomb site. Absolutely not. A 4 versus 2. Shocks and Larson held at an arm's length, and I can't imagine they'll even get a bomb plant out of this one. Shocks stuck onto to the bottom of Banana right now with no mid control taken from HellRaisers. No easy frag to find, and now the AK-47 with 50 seconds left has a real dilemma. Does he even want to go in for this one? He's got a flashy Virtus.pro sticker. He's going to have to behemoth into the B bomb site with the smokes placed. He's going to plummet right on through, and I don't think that flashbang's going to be good enough. He's not long for this world, and HR 3 rounds remaining, and they can take this series. They need 1 out of 3.
I'd have liked to see Shocks try and save there, but maybe it's a risk that he's not willing to take. If he dies after time, it could just throw away the game. So maybe the call is to just go for that one and keep the economy sweet with the rest of your team. Of course, though, their backs are now against the wall. They absolutely have to invest into this, otherwise HellRaisers are going to be able to take it, and this is their best chance to do so. They're just against the pistols and 2 MAC-10.
And it's this whole utility setup, maybe with HR contending with a lot of speed. JLM all the way down, bottom mid already. I don't know if this utility is going to have any effect. 2 for his trouble. Shock's able to trade it evenly. That's rifles given away, and they're easily retrievable since they're dropped upon mid.
That's why Shocks didn't go for the save in the last. He wanted to pull out the 1Ds, and, well, he's done exactly that. 2 kills. He's upgraded to that AK that... that's probably his one, to be honest. That's probably the one that he bought last round. 3 versus 3 scenario, and they could absolutely do this. They've been prioritizing the pistols and the SMGs over these rifles. They could have had Galils in this round, remember. But they've made a real bad call here. They could have gone on to B and had a free sight, and instead, walking into A, they have to win the gunfights, and so far they're coming out on top. 1 versus 1, Problem and Mopos. This is for the game right now. Mopos with the MAC-10, the limited firepower, but he shoots the shots through, and Movistar Riders are given a lifeline. They live another day.
And HellRaisers, what can they do about this one? They're not in economical turmoil as of this point, but 15 to 13, this is getting exceptionally close. Jay, you called it. It might be OT on the cards. 2 remaining for Movistar. They need them in a row to wrap it up.
If they take this one, though, they should actually be able to take the follow-up right now. HellRaisers, there's no money left in this bank. This is a full investment. Kalinka's already down to a CZ. Problem on that Deagle. And as I say, if Movistar Riders get this done, this probably goes to overtime.
The AWP on Banana, and the buy is far from perfect in both of these follow-up rounds. OT, you're right, certainly on the cards. Unless JLM, Flarich, and JR can really fire through here. No head armor on those 3 players, and no utility on the rest. It's really quite lackluster with only the 2 smokes in play.
Against the AKs, doesn't matter all too much about the helmet, but maybe we see some UMP one-taps. A lot of damage being dealt through that smoke as well. Shock's down to 2 HP. He's not going to be happy with that one. As he starts to fall back, they're going to try their luck over towards the Banana area. But this deep smoke means that a lot of control has been gained by HellRaisers, and Movistar Riders have to be very careful. Use this utility to read out these players.
Banana contested. It's the CZ to fire through for the first. Now JR has to hold up the line, and this might be the match-winning play right now. Misses that first shot, goes for a wild flick, and there is the follow-up. Alex drops for perhaps the final time in this tournament. Movistar Riders a couple of deaths away from knockout. The bomb goes away, and Shock's trying his best. He does find 2, and now they've got a real chance in the even-Steven scenario. The AWP at the ready, and Larson wants to hold it back behind Nubox. The aggressive stance from Shocks, and does this one end right now? That's the big question. Banana contested once again, and JLM and Flarich need to clamp away at this bomb site. Larson aggressive angle, and it's the AWP to find 1 more. Flarich now needs a 1 versus 2, and he doesn't have a kit to carry it through.
There's nothing he can do here. This is absolutely crazy. HellRaisers, this was their round for the taking. JR hit some sensational shots, tipped the numbers massively in their favor, and somehow still throw it away at the end. Larson and Shocks just go massive, and they're able to tip it over the edge. This is 15-14, and as I said before, there's going to be no money in the bank for HellRaisers right now.
It's unbelievable that Shocks is able to find 2 quick kills with 2 HP, a UMP in hand. He should not be able to do that. HellRaisers actually in turmoil right now.
I think we're going to see an overtime. We shouldn't see an overtime because the HellRaisers have had 2 or 3 opportunities where they absolutely should have just closed, but they've been having major difficulties. And now going into the final, they're getting super aggressive. They know they need to with the pistols in hand, and they're just being mowed down by this Movistar Riders line.
JR does have underpass control, and maybe the smoke to grant his AK-47. He's getting burned alive right now. This is a toasty cremation as the smoke does save him. 28 points of health, and now Problem needs to come in with something massive with the MP9. He is the sole defense of this B bomb site, and one is certainly not good enough here. Bomb should go down, and well, with 70 seconds on the board, JR, he's closing through. He's got the AK in hand to try and do the trick.
3 versus 2 situation. That C4 yet to go down as well. And every second it's delayed is a second that HellRaisers can get closer. Spotting out one towards the back of sight. But these are pretty good post plants from the Movistar Riders. This is going to be a difficult defense to break.
JR, he's the first man in, and with the double AK-47, low HP, I don't think this is ending right now. I think we have further rounds to be played. Steel, he should end it. And it's the captain, remember, starting off strong in this series and pretty much punching in the finish. JR, yes, he's got a kit, but this magical 2 HP, and his name ain't Shocks. He can't do it. 15-15.
HellRaisers betters were probably cashing in their winning, or thinking they were about to cash in their winnings a few rounds back, and well, they've been bitterly disappointed. Movistar Riders pull it right back, take us to overtime, something that HellRaisers were unable to do on train, just narrowly. And now, well, I mean, you couldn't ask for a closer match. This is really down to the wire.
Yeah, neither team, obviously, stakes quite high. If you lose this one, you're literally out of this tournament in last place, except for the closed qualifiers, of course. That's not the main tournament, realistically. 15-15. Now we go to OT. It's 16k for each squad.
It's a factor I actually keep forgetting about as well. If this was a 1-to-1 matchup, it wouldn't be as exciting. But this is the 0-2 matchups, yeah? Whoever loses this is actually going home. So it's all to play for. Both of these sides know that they're absolutely capable of pulling it back and making it to those playoffs. But here needs to be the start for it. And, well, in the first round of OT, it's going to be the single AWP on either side. I'm surprised that HellRaisers don't go for a double AWP setup, actually.
Yeah, me too as well. They didn't really prioritize it through regulation, but a change of pace coming into OT always works. Inferno's quite a retake-heavy map, so those AWPs aren't always good for the trick. It's banana control for Movistar Riders. That's gone uncontested by HR. They want to play a standard defense, but the smoke's away. What is this play for Clinker? Only finds one, and now Problem will be challenged. The smoke down, dark, contested, and JLM, he might finish this one off on his lonesome. The smokes are absolutely horrendous from the Riders, and they can't get the job done here. Larson gets sniped away, and that's 16.
That is a really bad mistake. A mistake that you can't be making at a time like this. And actually, like, once they deployed those smokes, they didn't have any others. You've got to remember that you see in these rounds, this is overtime. They have all the money to work with. They should have all of the smokes, and they should be placed nicely. And instead, yeah, they completely miss it. It literally costs them the round.
I don't know how you can make that mistake as well at this tier of play. That flower pot boost smoke angle needs to be thrown, preferably before you even take the peek. You don't want to be contending against JR's AWP just naked without that utility. You need at least a flash of smoke, and well, that's exactly proof of the pudding. Steal with 2.
So back and forth. This time it's Movistar Riders to take reins of the round. And yeah, that 2-man advantage, they're just going to be able to take this one with ease. It's actually looking like HellRaisers aren't even really going for this retake just yet. Now that they've pushed through and found that kill, they probably will. They've got loads of money to work with. It's not like saving has any impact. And JR, he's played pigeon shooting, denies that bomb plant for now.
That double peek is not needed, though. Drops the AWP, and Steel, oh, he's just going to contest these angles. Kalinka's been caught, and that's the even score line.
After those 2 initial frags coming through for Steel there, that's pretty much all said and done. HellRaisers, there's not a whole lot more they can do. JR, that's such a fantastic shot to hit, and as you say, there's no need to go for that double peek. In that scenario, he can wait for his teammates for them to support, and they've got utility as well. They can flash over into that peek.
This is such a close, tight game, and just because we're in OT number 1, we might not even be near the end of the Inferno right now. You think 19, that's the magic number, but both of these teams just unproficient at closing.
Maybe 22 is the magic number. Maybe, is it 20, 25, 26 after that? It goes. I don't even know once it gets that high. I've never casted enough games that have gone to multiple overtimes to even think about it.
Yeah, 22, 25, 28, 31.
Because it doesn't go up in, it's up in 4s, isn't it? The winning one. Oh no, because it's a draw. Yeah, okay, it goes up in 3s. Yeah, of course, I'm a noob. An AWP on either side once again. It's only JR for the defense, and yeah, I just want to see something different for HellRaisers right now. I suppose they've gone for a bit of a change of pace here with this 4-man stack over towards A. It might actually pay some dividends, as that seems to be where Movistar Riders are headed.
And Alex might be leading the pack here as the smoke dissipates. Problem's got the angle right behind this barrel, and if the balcony peek comes through, Larson, I think he's good enough to hit this shot. That is just one of these red areas on Inferno on the CT side that you just cannot afford to peek. And as JR spots out a hip, that's such a slicing shot right there, and unfortunate that he can't find it. That would have put HR in a massive advantage. And back to basics, this A bomb site is that fake, doesn't pay any dividends whatsoever. JR still on the angle, not forced back to B, and doesn't need any reinforcements here. They can play the 4-1 setup, and Kalinka with a crazy peek, but able to find it regardless. Now they have to break this brutal defense, and I just can't see it happening right now. CTs everywhere, and that is the closer for the HellRaisers. Second half round lead. They're looking great right now.
Much more convincing. Of course, when we saw HellRaisers trying to get control in the apartments and things like that, it just wasn't working out for them at all. The only saving grace there for Movistar Riders was the fact that they've run down the clock so low that HellRaisers actually had no utility left. It was gonzo. There was like a smoke and like a flashbang, and that was it. In fact, no, look, HE and a couple of flashbangs. So it would have been really difficult to hold them back if the T's had actually managed to get onto the site. But with the 4-man stack in place, it was just easy pickings for HellRaisers. 2 now needed to close this one out. 1 to secure the secondary overtime. And Movistar Riders, they don't want to lose like this. They've gone for the comeback. They've made it happen. Now they need to impress in overtime.
Yeah, and their only way of closing as well, Josh, is taking 3 in a row on this CT side, something that they barely were able to do earlier in regulation, even against a couple of ecos onto the HR side. AWPs for both squads. It's Larson, the single sniper for Movistar, as banana control once again, a hotly contested area all series. And JR, we haven't seen his AWP go to avail towards this side of the map many times, but just scoping through that smoke aided by the HE just blocks his vision.
No one wants to be the man to make the mistake for HellRaisers right now. Playing as a group, the smoke on the Molotov, they charge right through. Flarich wants to take the first engagement, no one there to support, and Alex comes out on top. The trade needs to come in, and for now, Alex is just doing all of the work. 2 kills found, staying alive in this smoke as well. The trade finally comes through. It's not even a trade, it's actually Mopos falling. So a 3-on-3 retake coming in.
And how do Movistar Riders get back into this one? This trade has to connect, and Alex, it's damage, no frag, as JR knows exactly where he's playing from right now. Movistar, they've been locked out of this B bomb site, and JR's going to hit all of their headshots. There's another one with the AWP. 2 kills for him. Movistar held away, and Alex, I think he needs to be the saving grace of this retake. 2 frags already, maybe even going for an ace right now as he's connecting all of the shots. It is the TK, but there's the capitalization for JLM.
How rough would that have been if JLM actually got that team kill and then died and lost the round? I think that would have been absolutely soul-crushing. But JLM is actually able to go really big here, gets himself a 3k. Yeah, that is... Oh,
it's
I don't
so
like watching
awkward,
that.
doesn't it? It sends a chill down your spine.
It really does, especially at a time like this where it is really all to play for. If that was a round you lose and it ends up costing you the game, that is rough. HellRaisers, they've secured secondary overtime at the very least, and they need one of the next 2 to take it over the top. And JR, oh, they line up. That's such a mistake from Movistar Riders.
We said that JR needed to come in with a match-winning play in regulation, but he might have just done that in OT1. Still the only player on this A-bomb site to hold up the defense in balcony, and HR just need to rely on not making a mistake right now. Alex coming through for another shot, and Steel caught with an aid in hand. There's still a defense here towards this side of the map, but Mopos making so much noise, and JR surely capitalizes right between the shoulder blades. Backstab with the AWP, and there's the quad kill to close.
A massive 4K from him. This is the flair I'm talking about from JR. He's got more flair than an 80s disco, and he is absolutely vibing. Going into the final map, I mean, that's just incredible. It doesn't get closer than that. 19-16, HellRaisers, they will be living another day. Movistar Riders will be out of LOOT.BET Season 8. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with you with the Apeks Espada game in about 10 minutes' time.
Nice shot. Lock and load.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is your second best of 3 of the day. Apeks Espada going center stage on this one.
This is going to be an interesting matchup. This one isn't as exciting as earlier, where whoever loses ends up going home or anything like that. This is another one of these 1-to-1 matchups. And, of course, Apeks and Espada, two teams that, on paper, Espada are actually the quite hot favourites going into this one. I do agree with that. They have been very much on form recently. But Apeks, they carry a lot of flair. They're a very, very strong team. They've got a lot of like firepower in the hands of Dennis, and that recent addition of Jacob as well, which is pretty crazy. I don't think anybody was expecting Jacob to be playing in Apeks right now.
No, I certainly wasn't, and I think that was probably the case when Dennis first joined the roster as well. We said, wow, this sort of tier 1 potential coming to this team and might really rub off successfully on these other younger stars like a Gruss, like a Marcelius, who haven't had that opportunity to play majors, win majors, play on the big stage, which of course Jake and Dennis, they have for a number of years as well. So I really do hope that that experience is translatable to these other 3 members as well. At the end of the day, CSGO doesn't actually care about your achievements, Josh. It's a brutal game in that respect, where if you can't bring the firepower to the server, you're going to lose. We've seen that with teams like Honoris, who basically lose against every single team in the online scene. They're ranked about 5,000th in the world, or they should be at least, even though they've had that wealth of achievements.
I wasn't going to name and shame, but yeah, it's a good example. You do see that these pros that like have established this incredible wealth of achievements, and then they just kind of drop off in like the later rosters that they go to. And let's hope for Jacob's sake and Dennis's sake as well that this isn't the case. His Apeks roster certainly has a lot of potential, especially with the young guns, Marcelius and Gruss, who certainly bring a lot of firepower to this one. I'm really excited to see this. I'm really excited to see this new addition of Jacob come into play. But going into it, I'm really not too sure.
I've got to say that I almost don't agree with the odds whatsoever. I feel like this is a very hotly contested series. Those world rankings right there are incredibly deceptive. Obviously, a brand new roster. Apeks haven't brought that certain tier of results. This is a 1-1 bracket matchup as well, so it is kind of a key game. You have to win as many matches as possible in your Swiss system. It's really easy to be knocked down into that 1-2 bracket and then all to play for in every single series. We see even more deceptive statistics for my money here. Espada, the one that I'm really looking at here is that pistol win rate is incredibly high, 64% for them. That's a big bonus in a series like this.
Absolutely, much higher than average. And correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't use HLTV too much, but your world ranking goes down if you add new players, doesn't it?
It does. So I don't know if there has been a world ranking change since adding Jacob into the roster, because they are dealt with every month and a half. We get those changes as well. So those rankings, it's a very complicated formula, which HLTV don't publicly provide. Of course, we have the CSPPA rankings, which have been heavily criticized as well. I feel like it's hard to build those rankings, and HLTV just seem, for my money, to have the best system in the world for that. And I think that's just because of how much information they've got on their website. It's just a phenomenal resource, and I'm sure that everybody in the Twitch chat knows it. Maybe if you're a newer viewer and you're looking to maybe bet on these games, of course, bet responsibly, and you've got to be over 18. But HLTV is probably, for my opinion, the best resource that you can ever have to actually get the information on these teams.
That's where all of this information comes from, and the world rankings as well. Of course, it's just so credible at this point that everybody just uses it. It's the standard. It's the industry standard. Now, looking at these map win rates, and it's a little bit deceptive on the basis that Apeks have picked into Inferno, but they've only played it once in the last 3 months. Now, I'm not sure why this is, because they have been playing a lot of Counter-Strike. It's not like they've been on some massive break. I think maybe they've just been really practicing their Inferno recently and want to try it out against a side like Espada. That might be the case.
Yeah, and Espada as the favourites, they've got that 100% win rate. You might say, what's that, Squid? Oh, it's only 3 maps. No, it's actually 10 maps, 10 out of 10 wins for Espada. So that is a confidence pick against Apeks, where they could have actually went a number of different ways. Overpass then being that kind of compromise at the end, but really interesting maps, Josh.
They absolutely are. And when you actually look at Espada's wins as well on Dust 2, they're not against noobs. This is like their last win was against Forza 16-8 just a few days ago. So, no, in fact, about a week ago. So, and other wins against teams like Skades, Secret, Fate, Galaxy Racer. They beat Apeks a couple of months back as well in the Malta Vibes. So, they've been just racking up wins in the last 3 months.
And I can give a bit of context on these teams, really. Na'Vi Junior, Dust 2 is by far their best map. Their T side is great. It's all about that short take for them. For Fate, Dust 2 at one point was one of those 3 top maps for them, along with Overpass in Train. So taking a big win against that was 16-5, so even more one-sided. And then a previous win against Apeks as well. It's a repeat matchup here, change up the rosters ever so slightly. That was 16-14, as you mentioned. All of these Malta Vibes tournaments just about falling out of that 3-month boundary. That'll fall away in the next couple of weeks, but lots of times played, and I think that's really interesting as we get into this kind of matchup. But those recent results as well, it's certainly notable, especially against Forza at IEM New York as well. So when the pressure's high, they can really step up to the plate. But Dust 2, that's on the cards next. We can put that to the back of the menu because Inferno, a knife round going live.
Of course, it's easier to boost these stats when you've got a 100% win rate, but looking at even just deeper into those statistics, an 83% round conversion after finding the opening pick. Like, that's, I think, the highest I've ever seen that number.
That's a pretty high number.
It is. It's a real high number. That's a really crazy one. So it means that those entries are super, super impactful. And when you take a talent like Dexter, if he can use that AWP to find that initial pick, then he knows his teammates are going to be able to capitalize.
Yeah, they're actually taking 40% of the round wins after receiving the first death as well. So that's very close to 50-50 and certainly something that's impressive and just shows that a lot of the teams that they're playing against right now in this online scene, they're just better than them. They're just beasting everybody, basically. Like, you look at those Espada results. We've just read them out. If we go to Inferno just very quickly, because that is the first map kind of on the menu for them, it's a 42% win rate, so nowhere near as impressive, and maybe giving Apeks a little bit of a gap inside, but those are very different results. So 25% win rate after receiving the first death. That's over a lot of maps played as well. 2 recent wins, though. They're on that 2-win streak against K23 and the HellRaisers. We just saw HR play on Inferno. Got to be honest, Josh, it wasn't the most convincing display. And then the streak of losses behind. But still close matches. Close matchup against Forza. Went to overtime. I think they will be massively competitive on this first map.
Absolutely. As we get right into it then, it's going to be nasty with the kit. Couple of flashbangs to work with too. And 2 men on this Espada side with the utility. We're going to see a smoke, a flash, in fact 2 smoke grenades, a Molotov as well. Let's see what they can do with it. They're just feeling around for some control early on. Want to spot out, see where these defenders are playing. And as Dennis is jump spotting, I think he's got a little bit of information. And he will fall back off of it.
We talked about those pistols earlier, and Dennis is a main man to watch out for, that Swedish superstar. He is infamous with this USPS. Can't connect initially, but will double dip into the middle of the map. He's so confident, and that is why sweeps Dexter away.
That's going to be the man advantage in their favour. The issue is he's still peeking for more, and well, that can be a little bit greedy, almost costs him his life. 2 dinks coming through, Dennis and Jacob, the 2 players that we talked about before, having all of this experience, all on low HP, and another dink onto Nasty. So much damage dealt, but no kills found yet for Espada.
And they are so hard to communicate. You don't want to be going for body shots against Gross or Marcelius here, so you have to kind of gamble and get these headshots. It keeps these engagements fairly even, and that low HP doesn't matter as much in a pistol round. Back to the action, 45 seconds. It's Espada to prioritize this B bomb site, which is where the stack has come through.
As they charge right in, the pistol still trying to find the damage. Finally, Dima converts. 4 versus 4 situation now as Marcelia still tapping away. He can't connect to anything, and as the Glocks get up close and personal, somehow capitalizes in a second. It's flipped on its head, and Espada with 25 seconds left. There's no way they can get this bomb down. The retake's already here, and it's disposed of this one with ease.
What a terrible pistol round from Espada there. That bomb goes down at the back of the bomb site. What a mistake there from Patsy. 16 HP and trying to challenge Marcelius here. Just, of course, you need to find that kill, but it needs to be more coordinated with that. And especially with the smokes placed, you cannot afford to make a mistake like that in a pistol. Apeks 1-0.
gives them that round to work with, and the pistols as well. Tech-9s, Deagles, some Kevlar and utility as well as they all head over towards A. Maybe they go for the waterfall outside the apartments here. They're against 3 MP9s, so definitely potential for it.
And closing in from the apartments, of course, Espada, they want to get up close and personal to this A-bomb site where Jacob is ready and waiting. Lovely nade, Patsy down to half HP, and now the M4 needs to connect. We know he's such a star, just getting to the final of IEM New York as well in that North American region. And now he's back with a vengeance to try and do the damage in LOOT.BET Season 8. 2-0 Apeks.
It does feel like a massive step for Jacob, doesn't it? Arguably in the wrong direction. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see if actually him coming to this roster gives it that kick that they need to make it into one of these top 30 teams. But off of the back of, the grand finals at IEM New York with a roster like 100 Thieves and then taking this step back onto Apeks, it's really interesting.
Yeah, I've got to say, I don't really know a lot about the Apeks organization and who's behind it or whatever, but they do seem to be making good moves in the scene, and they are building somewhat of a tier 1 team here. Like Apeks, on paper, when you look at all of this firepower and actually who is in this roster, they're bloody brilliant. Like Dennis, Jacob, just from top to bottom, all of that firepower is really sensational. And now they need to bring that together. They need that cohesion that we always talk about. And I think that comes down to a little bit of time to work with. Obviously, some of these kind of Swedish teams, especially in these mixed European squads, will rotate and wrap out players very often. But right here, I'd like to see this roster strained out, especially as we get back into LAN.
I can imagine Jacob wasn't a cheap player to buy. Big cash money deals. Obviously, like Cloud9, I'd like to see more teams follow suit for what Cloud9 is doing, where they publicly announce how much players are being paid and things like that.
I hope TOs don't announce how much I'm being paid. People will be like, "What? I'll do it."
I'd be embarrassed.
3-0 Apeks. It's pretty perfect round right there as well. Marcelius, 4 frags. That's with the MP9 as well. So racking up this cash money, as you say, Josh. I feel like that's a new catchphrase for you. 3-0, good start.
It's Cash Money Taco. He's had an influence on me. He'll never know it. There's no way he's watching the broadcast. But, like, he's had a real impact on my life, and he'll just never even know.
We need to find out who that guy is and actually, like, drop him a follow on Twitter or something.
I'll add him on Steam. I'll see if I can get him to play some matchmaking with us or something.
With that 200 ping.
Yeah, man. NA Face It. That's what we'll be playing. Well, Dima with this AK in hand. Oh my, that's rough. It is traded through the smoke by Dexter, so not as bad as it could have been. So a 4 versus 4 early on, but an engagement that's not one you want to be taking straight away. 4 versus 4 still. A lot of utility expended early on as well from Apeks, but they've still held on to quite a healthy amount of it. They've got the Molotovs to work with. Minute 20 on this clock. When the execute starts to come through, I'm sure they'll deploy them and keep their opponents at an arm's length. Jacob in a prime position, but with 3 attackers closing in. The flash isn't going to affect him. Gets the first. The second headshot comes through as well. That's so impressive, but he can't get any more than that. Man advantage now for Apeks as the clock continues to tick. And the bomb is down. It's obviously not down in a position that Apeks have control of. But if Marcelius pushes through the bedroom and maybe spots it on the floor, then it gives them a huge advantage here. And right now, Dexter needs to level out these numbers. Doesn't win the engagement. Sophic on his lonesome. He has been spotted. And Marcelius, oh, that's unfortunate. The shot just doesn't come through in the nick of time. But a 1 versus 3 that he probably won't be able to clutch.
And with the AK-47 as well, time running low, it's back to Banana to try and contend with Dennis. He's low HP, 22 for him. Wants to backtrack and just stay alive, trying to deny this bomb plant. That needs to be the prerogative here, and we know that Dennis is very capable at heading these headshots, and there's another one for his tally. 5-0 for him, and 4-0 Apeks.
Fantastic start for Apeks right here. I mean, this just aggression works out so perfectly at the start. This is fantastic as well from Jacob, where he just gets himself those 2. And it's all just about winning those engagements and just tilting the numbers in your favor. You don't have to make a crazy play where you're killing everybody. But if you go 2 for 1, you've done your job and you've done it fantastically.
Yes, and Espada down on rounds, of course, 4-0. Likely going to go 5 at this point.
Just these Tech 9s, and normally you see the Tech 9s with the pace. They kind of charge right into a site, they'll just bombard it with flashbangs, and you can often see it overwhelm. We did actually see it in that last series where they actually just bombarded onto that B site several times with those Tech 9s. I think it was HellRaisers that would go for that strat a few times. Right now, Espada are playing a much more slow, methodical approach. They've got the utility to do so, but it's not working out for them all too well. Marcelius picking them apart with the orb, but he's only good for 1, and the Tech 9s chime through for more. 4 versus 2 now, as Dennis, on his lonesome, needs to pick up the pieces of this one, and the double headshot comes through. A 2 versus 2 situation. The C4 dropped. He's got the utility to keep them at bay. A minute left on this clock as they've burst through the smoke, and Dennis is able to do all the damage. 3 kills, not quite the 4th. Now Dexter in a 1-on-1.
Such a tight, close round, and the AK-47 needs to find one final headshot right now. Dexter, we know he's good, usually with the AWP. Now with the automatic variety, needs to line his way into control, and I think Jacob, does get that information. He has been outmaneuvered in this one, but back to A, and it all comes down to Dexter's decision-making here. If he decides to plummet into the B bomb site, then Jacob's going to be completely out of motion.
Yeah, Jacob's just completely misread this, and the issue is he's so far away right now. By the time he actually rotates all the way around to this B site, he's going to have wasted 10 seconds at the very least just in travel time, let alone giving Dexter enough time to get a good post-plant position and get ready for this kill, and turns away just at the wrong moment. We'll be able to hear the sound cues though, and he's put himself in a prime position to win this one. Jacob, there's so many angles he has to clear. Dexter's whiffed a little bit there, and as the nade flies through, maybe he swings off of it and finds the frag. Can't quite convert, and Dexter finishes off the job. The first on the board for Espada, but certainly a very, very close one. Look at this from Dennis again. I can't believe this round doesn't go their way after that play.
It's so daunting when you're playing against fiery, flary players, Jake and Dennis being 2 of them. But yeah, that 4-1 start in Espada, I think all of these rounds are going to be incredibly hard fought for. You get that honeymoon period when you feel good. You've got a new player in the roster to the power of Jacob, and well, I expect this to be quite a powerful performance for Apeks this time. I really do think he is an upgrade. Obviously, loads of massive experience, and Dexter finally with that AWP, trailing away onto Banana, and that's a very easy shot for him to find. Nasty made it very simple, but that was a perfect nade to do the damage.
Absolutely was. Trades out the frag without any risk. It's a very, very low risk, very high reward. Well worth $300. Jacob, I like this boost. Often goes overlooked, especially when you've got multiple targets to worry about, and they've got this kind of stack up. It's a perfect crossfire. Gross draws the attention, and Jacob's able to capitalize. 2 quick kills, the third from Gruss as well, and Dima all on his lonesome. 3 to find, only 17 points of health. I don't think he can do much here.
This round was a massive opportunity for Espada. The Apeks economy would be in absolutely ruins right now if they had have lost it. They don't, and potentially surviving with 3 alive. As Dima, what can he do here? I guess saving that AWP might be his best option. But with Dennis looking down mid, he only needs to collect 1 bullet into the shins even to get the job done. Dima might actually have the angle under wraps, but turns away. Dennis engages. And with that bomb spotted, that's pretty much just a telltale sign that Dima's not going for this one. So potentially closing towards this T-spawn in 10-15 seconds from now, but sat inside these T-apps. We did see this angle recently naded from afar. It was a really crazy play. Of course, there are no HEs available here, and Dennis going to be rummaging through the T-spawn instead. He's predicted this incorrectly. You obviously know that he's trying to save this AWP right now. You can check the scoreboard. You know that Dexter has dropped one. So, obviously, he found the frag with the AWP at the start of this one.
That's going to be 5 for Apeks. I started to question with Jacob in this roster how this is actually going to work, whether he just slots right in or whether he has shaky performances, because obviously this is like a brand new roster for him. But he's been playing exceptionally so far. And actually, I think Apeks as a whole have just been doing some really funky stuff. We've seen a couple of rounds like that boost just there. This experience brings initiative. And in these rounds where Apeks wouldn't necessarily be trying out this stuff, Jacob goes, hey, Gruss, boost me up. Let's go for this double setup, swing off my contact. And it works out perfectly.
5-1, more work to be done. Apeks, they haven't secured a solid CT side yet, but they're certainly on the path to do it. Gruss 2 shots, and just exemplary firepower here for Apeks.
This is really sensational. Such a strong start. I really see why they've picked into Inferno. They've certainly been doing their homework on it. And it's 3 versus 5. Especially with Dexter missing these shots, I just don't see what they can do here. They are going to head back over towards B, which is where they do actually have the numbers advantage. So if they fly right in, they play the trading game, they might be able to actually get onto the site and get a plant. But whether they close out the round or not is a different factor.
Certainly is, and I just don't see them having any chance here, especially going onto the B bomb site where you've got that double set play configuration, that Dennis nasty combination. It certainly is a nasty one. Smoke misplayed, and Dennis right through. That's a risk he definitely didn't need to take. Demon stop Vic, they both fire through with frags. Bomb can now go easily down as the flash is over the top. Will hold Apeks at bay into this retake.
The overconfidence forces them to make a very ill-advised decision. Now a 3 versus 3, and the rotate's just taking a long time. 25 seconds left on this bomb, 15 already ticked. And Dexter with this AWP holding from Banana. So these 2 AKs on the site need to be disposed of. And those Molotovs are placed perfectly. Dima has to push out into the open. But he finds himself both the kills nonetheless. Jacob doesn't fancy his chances any longer. Does do a lot of damage, but does fall right at the end there. So that is going to be the second for Espada.
Big problems for Apeks there on that B bomb site. I think Dennis just over-aggressing. Didn't make sense to me.
Despite Apeks taking what was almost 5 in a row, their economy is oh so fickle. They're down to just a full eco, nothing to work with besides Gruss's Deagle. And of course this is to save some cash for the next, but it is going to give Espada a ticket back in to close this scoreline.
And this is where things get difficult. We know that Ross knows how to use those Desert Eagles, and well, that's an example of it. Towards the middle of the map, no much more damage to be dealt here from Apeks. Bomb down on the A bomb site. Very simple third round from Espada. Only 1 frag found as a response for Apeks. So that money can now build up for Espada. They'll be sat on that like $3,000 to $4,000 mark on most of these players. That's before the utility and this pre-buy comes in. You can actually see that Espada didn't really throw a lot of those smoke grenades onto the A bomb site, predicting the economy perfectly, knowing this wasn't a full force in any proportions. And Apeks, they'll be back with a vengeance with the rifles in the next.
I like this from Dexter as well. He's actually just stayed in middle this whole round to secure that AK. He doesn't want to throw it out of the map or anything like that because Finnegan needs to go pick it up. He's just down to a take 9. But yeah, holding on to it, making sure that Apeks aren't able to steal it away and either do loads of damage or actually just go and save it. Now, quite bizarrely, Finnegan doesn't go and get it, despite the fact that it was just on the floor in mid for the whole round. So I'm not sure why that happened, to be honest. I don't know why he didn't go and grab it as a free gun.
Yeah, just thinking about, well, that decision making sometimes doesn't always make sense to us. Teams like Espada always have like a bigger game plan in mind, and it's not really like that HellRaisers matchup that we saw last, where there are very obvious mistakes that are just blatant errors. Here, I feel like we're going to see a higher standard of play. This is a 1-to-1 matchup. Both of these teams taking 1 win, 1 loss.
They have their own plan where they don't. Finnegan won't accept a gift. He has to work for his money and pay for his belongings himself. If he finds something on the floor or is paid for by someone else, he like feels uncomfortable about it. Is that what it is? He wanted to buy his own AK.
It's God's plan.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just proving that I'm an incredibly cool person. Very cool.
Wow, bro. Do you listen to Drake?
No, I don't.
Nor do I. Noob. So we get right into this B-bomb site there, and that grenade is actually perfectly placed to take out Dennis. Apeks have gone for a bit of a bizarre investment here, because they've obviously kept enough money to fully invest into the next, but they've also bought a Mag 7 and a couple of Deagles, some Kevlar here as well, and it just doesn't pay any dividends whatsoever. Jacob, with this Mag 7, might be able to pay off the debts for it, $900 a piece. There's the first, and if anyone else pushes into him, he's going to be hungry for the kills, but I think Espada should probably learn right now. Just don't even push it.
No, that Max 7, especially at close range, goes cha-ching. Bank accounts bursting. But Espada up to 4 rounds here. Apeks, it'll be the full buy. They've saved twice to try and get this in hand. The AWP out from Marcelius. And surely, is he going to be sending it towards middle or banana? That's the big question here. We'd expect him to get aggressive and try to challenge at least Dexter, who doesn't actually have an AWP of his own. We talked about that a couple of rounds ago. Not picking it up in the middle of the map. And that is part of Drake's plan, God's plan, whatever the rappers say. 5-4 is response, and not really much utility here for Apeks.
That'd be a bit self-absorbed. Power complex. Maybe Drake's plan.
God complex.
God complex. Yeah, that's the word I was thinking of. Yeah. Yep. Oh, nice opener from Dima there, though. I'm actually not sure what Marcelius was doing. I think he was trying to like get a bit of a sight line over the smoke, see if he could use it as a one-way, but it actually just worked as the opposite.
5-4, and the AK-47s do find the first, and Marcelius just unable to connect with it. Obviously, he's 9-6 right now. One of the top fraggers on this Apeks side. They've got so much firepower, but it's all about that coordination that we talk about. Like, what's going missing? Where's the gap? Is it the coaching? Is it the out of server play? Are they putting loads of time in? I really don't know the ins and outs of this roster. I certainly would like to know. I'd love to get like a Dennis or a Jacob on the broadcast and be able to ask him a lot of those questions. I think that would be a really interesting thing to do. But 40 seconds back to basics. This B-bomb site under contest where Nasty and Dennis once again now holding a much more standard defense.
With this man advantage as well, Espada can play for the trades. And with 30 seconds on this clock, with time pressure starting to mount, they need to get in with the execute. The smoke's rain over. Here come the kill.
Dima, AK-47 at the ready, and he's just scoping through these angles. 20 seconds on the board, and Nasty can't compromise. Dennis has been spotted. There's the trade. The B-bomb site falls once again.
Jacob and Grass, it's a no-brainer. They're just going to have to save into this one and carry across those rifles to the next. Just those M4s, HE on both, and yeah, okay, they do find one. I'm not sure if Espada over-aggressed to find these.
Well, they have got the money to do so, and already down towards the banana position. Espada, they'll draw the scoreline level, but now they need to rid Apeks of these rifles in one of these rounds. Of course, they can't allow all of these buy-ups to come through, and I read an interview recently from Threat, the old NIP coach, saying if you allow the CTs to save 2 rifles, it'll actually prompt your opponents to actually buy around this, and you can take more rounds as a result. So sometimes gaining your economy, even when you have $10,000 on the board, is sometimes very influential at this point of the half.
Absolutely. If they don't save anything there, they 100% don't invest into this round. They maybe just go for a couple of pistols. By saving those 2 rifles, it might prompt them, as you say, into this ill-advised buy where they do force into it. And that's kind of what they're going for. They are keeping some money, but Dennis down to that 1400 mark with that MP9 in hand. Marcelius and Nasty actually just not spending hardly anything. Just 5-7, couple of flashbangs, no Kevlar whatsoever.
Yeah, not quite the threat mentality here for Apeks, but certainly a threatening mentality with the pistols. AK-47 forced off the preliminary quad angle, and Dexter will just have this angle posted. He's incredibly patient, and he'll just wait for the response and the peak, the mistake to come through.
Still a 5-on-5, minute 20 on this clock, so about 35 seconds passed, and no engagements, no one's seen anyone. Espada, it's just kind of this Mexican standoff over towards this A site. You can see 4 players stacked up for Apeks, and Nasty actually in a position for the quick rotation as well if needed. Minute left. I think this is where the execute comes in.
AK-47 connects. I wish I could do my Mexican standoff sound effects, but I don't think I have time. Dennis, apartments control, the MP9 ready and waiting to spray away that high fire rate. Needs to connect, and the flashbang doesn't actually hit Finnegan there, but the bullets from the MP9 certainly does. Even Stevens here on the A-bomb site is Apeks. They're good enough to contend. Dexter last alive. He's got that AWP, but maybe even forced to save here. The deagle comes out. He's got plenty of cash in the reserve. Does he need any more? That's the big question. Does he just want to throw it away? I don't think so. Even this late in the half, I think he can buy up until the end, but you never want to throw away $6,000-7,000 worth of investment.
This is such a bizarre round for Apeks to take so convincingly as well. This wasn't even a full investment, wasn't even a commitment really. They could have gone for a full buy and spent all their cash, but instead they said, right, we're just going to kind of do this as a half buy. We've saved a couple of rifles, we'll get a couple of pistols out, but this essentially is kind of like an eco. We're saving money for the next. But for them to win it, keep 4 players alive and carry across all these rifles, they have enough money in this round to actually go for the investment even if they'd have lost it. They've got the bonus of actually winning the round and the bonus of the fact that they didn't have to reinvest. So they've gone from no cash to absolutely rolling in it, and that's going to do them some massive favours going into the final rounds of this half.
And that's the power of being so good with these pistols. Just able to chip and chime through, even with a couple of SMGs in play. We saw Dennis towards the apartments completely controlling that A-bomb site. It's a key vantage point to take if you're Espada. You need that vantage point to jump down, create that second avenue of approach. It can't just be from quad and arch. 6-5, Apeks. I think they're going to want a couple more before this one comes to a close. It's Apps control once more. This time Dennis not contending. It's Gross instead.
Gross has got a really tricky angle to deal with, but only if the timing works out in his favour. And as they start to push out, he's fully blind. I think he's been spotted, but he's still able to drag one to the grave with him. Relays information to Jacob, who's only good for one as well, even trading. And Apeks just about come out on top. The C4 needs to be retrieved, and they need to get onto this site before the rotations get too close.
And Marcelius just pitching through that smoke as well. A bit of preliminary information, but a shoulder spotted in Sopvig at least finds the one traded right back. Dexter now, another clutch to achieve. This one certainly saving out of the question. Picking up the AK-47, wanting extra mobility here with the smoke going down. Apeks, they're going to play this one as a duo, straight in, right through. Dexter, surely to receive the challenge. The bomb plant in the open. This is for that graveyard position, and surely he goes for the swing out. He definitely spots that initial info. Needs the intel, spots the first, and snipes the second. Headshot found, and Nasty closes in. He's able to close. 1 versus 2 denied.
7th round picked up for Apeks then. That's absolutely fantastic. In fact, everyone finding a kill. It's a team ace. Everyone's a winner. Yippee. I love it.
Give them participation trophies.
I mean, they won the round, so they can have a won the round trophy. They can have a round number 10 trophy, but they all get like a little sticker that says, I got a kill in round number 12.
Maybe we should send all of these players a trophy every time they win a round.
An Insomnia once, we did that. We went and bought loads of little mini plastic trophies, and every time we played against a team and they beat us, we'd go and give each player a little mini trophy and go, well done, boys.
Well, you also used to send bananas to your opponents.
Yeah, I don't think Lamb was ever taken seriously.
Just assorted fruit, get your 5 a day, kids.
Jacob right now in these apartments. If he looks down, he's going to spot out an enemy. I think they're actually patiently waiting for it, though. It's only if Espada backtrack and try and head back over towards this A site that Jacob can be super impactful. And he doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He knows that there's potential that they could come through boiler or actually through the stairs. So he has to be very, very careful with this angle.
Banana seems to still be the approach, though, and with that close-up shot, Patsy just gets absolutely bombarded, battering ram style. Apeks fall apart at all angles, and now Nasty has to hold this one up solo. Smoke can dissipate before the push comes through, and Espada can still backtrack to A anyway if they need to. Obviously spotting out Marcelius' AWP and doesn't want to challenge. Instead, it's the Norwegian star doing a Dennis with a massive headshot as Dexter's eliminated. Now more work to be done as he's held at bay behind the smokes and cannot prevent that boom from going down. Now a retake scenario which surely he can't find, and I love the aggression there off the back of the reload to eliminate Nasty.
Marcelius, there's nothing he can do. He has to just go and save. The AWP going to be carried across into the next, but Espada keeping this one competitive. Not allowing Apeks to take a lead of 3. Instead, it's going to be within 1. 7-6. And I'm not sure what Apeks can pull out in the next. I think they will actually have enough money for an investment. And yeah, maybe just Dennis is the man that drops down to an MP9 or something.
Yeah, this becomes a little bit difficult once again, doesn't it? Because Apeks have won a couple of rounds now. That puts that loss bonus way down. With that save WP, maybe that changes matters. You'd have thought Marcelius could have done a little bit more with it towards the middle of the map, but 7-6, Espada, they're actually keeping pace on this T side. That's admirable. I really wonder what the CT side for them can actually pose. Remember, without a lot of time with Jacob in this roster, what can Apeks actually bring to the table here on the Inferno T side, where you have to have everything drilled in? I guess he's going to know all of the smokes and all of that utility placement available as well. So he can play as quite a supportive member when it comes to all of that. It's just the little minutiae of pushing into these bomb sites. You're watching Fountain, I'm watching Nubox. That second instinct that you get from playing with a certain team, with certain members over a long span of time.
Espada. I mean, this is Apex's map pick, and Espada are holding up really well. This has obviously got to be really daunting as well for Apeks, just on the basis that, obviously, if they don't win this, they have to go on to Dust 2 next, which is Espada's by far best map. They're absolutely nuts on it. They've got a 100% win rate across 10 maps in the last 3 months, and like that's going to scare any man. That's going to scare any team of any caliber. So Apeks really need to take this one.
7-6, and this is where things start to get, a little touch and go. Espada can still win this half, 8-7 if possible, and with the smokes down and away, actually double smoking that flower pot boost angle, and another flash for their troubles. Nasty pushes right through, and it's able to take 2. Even more bullets fired, but Dima's there to do the damage, and now the AWP should be held at bay, and Marcelius needs to chip in through the very corner of this smoke. I don't know how it's possible, and maybe the save might be called, but he goes down just before, and Espada hold up the line.
That's so unfortunate. Marcelius knows that he needs to find a kill there, and he has to make the initiative. He can't wait for Jacob to come all the way around the back, and Jacob hasn't got the range either. With that mag 7, there's nothing really he can add to this. A nice shot with that USP onto Dima, who of course was low, gives him an opportunity to maybe push in and take away one of these rifles. Or even more damage with the mag 7. He actually finds both kills, but of course no kit. There's no opportunity to actually win the round, but he certainly made it very expensive for Espada. And should take a nice prize at the end of it as well.
Eighth round on the board for one of these teams. This first half, it's going to be as close as you could possibly get. Up for Dexter, everybody else AK-47s. As Marcelius will look for the challenge once again. He's not had the most successful half, Josh. He's been trying to poach for these opening frags and just unsuccessfully against the firepower and really just the coordination of Espada. An AWP's best asset is when your opponents are disjointed, when you can pick apart players. It's like being the imposter in Among Us. You've got to pick apart those satellite members.
I just grief in Among Us, Squid. I always just declare that I'm the imposter even when I'm not. It's all about mind games for me.
Yeah. We know. Josh has ruined many an Among Us game.
I am the imposter. Even when I am, I'll say I'm the imposter, and people will be like, "Shut up, Josh," and then they just don't suspect me ever. It's crazy.
I think you did successfully lie to me. I think I killed Ollie instead of you.
Yeah. See, it's all about the mind games. All about the mind games. Be impossible to read. Among Us is like poker.
I'm sure it is. 8 rounds for one of these teams, and with Nasty dropping, that B-bomb site defense, I've got to say, has been fairly porous throughout this first half. Him and Dennis haven't been holding up the line, and it's these overpeaks that really don't work out. Dima not spotted, but he does find frags, and it seems to consistently be Dima opening up these bomb sites. Dennis now, the solo hold, but he only finds one for his troubles, and now the bomb can go down as a result.
This is such a long rotation as well. In the meantime, Espada are going to be able to get the C4 down, establish the post plant. I think they would save if this wasn't the last of the half, especially with Jacob falling. Gruss has to just walk in, and Sotvik's able to end him with a single bullet. Fantastic stuff from Espada to come back into this one and actually take the half 8-7.
And I guess that's why they're the favourites in this series. Despite that kind of higher firepower for this Apeks side, the bigger names, the bigger achievements, I started off this series by saying they counter-strike brutally. They don't care about how many trophies you've got in the cabinet. It's all about what firepower you actually bring to the server today. And Dennis and Jake and those two more established members, they're topping the table. They're certainly not a problem. I do think that B-bomb site defense from Nasty went a little amiss at times. It's so hard when you're playing against a team like Espada. That utility is going to be perfect, and they show an example of that even in the final round as well. Just Demon just being that floating boat, catching two off. It just seemed like Apeks on those rotates especially. It's that teamwork that's gone amiss.
Absolutely. Do you know how you can tell that they're really experienced as well? They have the cool little trophies, the cool little trophy icons. It means they've played majors. I really want one, but I don't want to work for it. I just want Valve to feel sorry for me and give me one or something.
Just like gift it to you, open up your inventory one day. Here we go, you win. This is actually a really interesting round here. That was a bit of team damage, but Apeks do capitalize. 2 fast shots. Finnegan next to hold up the line, and he just drops to Gruss right there. There's nothing he can do about it. Next to down mid, he's going to tap away all of these shots, runs out of ammo, and another 12 bullets piped in for Sotvig. Needs to nail everything right now, and everybody's missing towards the middle of the map. These are supposed to be the best pistol players in the world. In Apeks, they do close it out.
Very narrowly. That certainly could have gone the other way if Dexter had a couple more bullets in the clip there. And Sotvig, I mean, even after he gets dinked, gets down to 1 HP, still finds himself that kill before he's finished off. So, comes incredibly close, certainly could have gone Espada's way. Instead, it actually goes the way of Apeks. But with no bomb plant, not even an opportunity to get close to a bomb site before there was just a bloodbath in middle, they don't actually have the bonus cash. So it is going to be a couple of rifles accompanied by the SMGs, a Galil, vintage utility. This force-up could definitely become formidable for Espada.
I don't see who Jonas 2 meter is actually talking about in the chat, but if he's talking about a Deagle ace, the first thing that we realized with Gruss is his Deagle is actually sensational. He's got a couple of really fantastic aces, one especially which you should definitely go and check out at any point. The odds as close as can be. Espada, slight favourites in this one, but obviously the betters, they haven't made their mind up.
At this point, it's deadlocked, yeah? If Apeks can win this map, I think that they probably don't have a great chance on Dust 2, but they have a fantastic chance in the third, and they maybe be able to take the series 2-1. If they can't take Inferno, then I think Espada are just, like, laughing at that point. So it all comes down to who pulls ahead in these next few in order to really secure those betting odds. And Dexter, well, he can't connect right now. Gruss is on the hunt as well.
Yeah, both of these half starts have actually gone poorly for Espada as well. So despite the big bonus, they are still keeping evens here. And with the Deagles, damage done. Patsy, they're going to pour into him, and he only takes 1.
There was massive potential for him to do more damage than that there, but unfortunately that's just not the way it goes. Jacob finishes things off with a nice 2-piece over towards B. That eliminates any threat of Espada, maybe going for the exit frags, maybe even carrying those Deagles across, and it's a nice little stat pad. He's quite comfortable sitting at the top of the scoreboard, I'm sure. Coming down to a team like this, he likes to be number 1.
Well, 1 away from the double-digit mark now for Apeks, looking to rattle and roll some control on this T side. Of course, I think that's probably where they're going to be favoured. Their firepower just alone, and well, especially in a round like this will be 10 rounds guaranteed, and that is brutal nades. What a stack towards the middle of the map, and Apeks, probably the fastest round of LOOT.BET Season 8.
That was actually incredibly quick. We've had a pistol round that was like one of the quickest. It was like 13 seconds or something crazy. I believe it was new. But yeah, you do often see
Dust.
It was on Dust, in fact, yeah. You do actually see super quick rounds on Inferno, though, just by the way it plays out. A mid-rush, a round can be over and done with in 12 to 13 seconds. Same with the banana rush as well. You see nade stacks go horribly it's horribly wrong for the receiving team.
Yeah, I don't think you can get a quick round on Nuke. The T spawn, both of the spawns have such long highways out. It's just impossible.
Absolutely, yeah. It's it takes you a good 20 seconds to get anywhere.
Takes you 45 minutes to get out of the bathroom.
I've told you this, Squid. Shower's my thinking space. It's where I come up with all these masterful ideas.
These great casting lines.
Yeah, I've been slacking recently. It's because you've been rushing me out the bathroom. That's why I've not been so articulate.
Anyway, 10-8, and Espada looking for their 9th. Should be a guaranteed round lock and key. Jacob and Dennis, the two big names on this Apeks roster. Wouldn't this be a show-stopping performance here?
This has been a really, really convincing round for Espada. They've taken these 3, Dennis and Jacob. It's so difficult at this kind of point in the round because you kind of just hold. You hope that they regress. And if they don't, then you say, right, do we actually want to go for this? Or do we want to just run down this clock to the point where then we can justify falling back and saving? And at this point, it's looking like it's going to be the former. As they charge into this B site, they want to take their chances against Dexter. And he's narrowly missing these shots through the smoke, but he can exit as soon as Dennis smokes his head. And Dima, well, he doesn't even need to see. He's going to blast right through it. That's going to be the 9th for Espada.
Yeah, flawless round right there. Just everything firing in unison there for the CT side, and a really important round to take. It was all down to this banana control for Dima at the very start of things. Dexter hitting a nice little flick there, couple of missed shots in the meantime, and Espada up to 9. Orp still in the hand of Dexter, of course. No reinvestments needed for Espada as Apeks. They double dip into the economy, down to the $1,000 mark for everybody, as Marcelius will be that challenger AWP. Middle of the map taken. And of course, that bomb just kept towards the T ramp initially.
Oh, the nade. Oh, it's actually hit him. Oh, it finishes him off as well. Gross takes a nade to the head. That must hurt. Literally dinks him. That is rough. Dexter, you don't want a messy engagement like that at the start, but I love when he legs him. He just pulls out the grenade. I'm going to finish you. I'm going to like,
Yeah, grenade in the head, get the ibuprofen out. It's 9th round for Espada, and they're looking to draw it to even. Should be able to do so now as Marcelius should be trapped. Dexter takes him, and now Finnegan, only 4 bullets in the barrel, doesn't even go for the reload, and there's Nasty to capitalize. That opens up the A bomb site like a can of worms. I'd have loved to see Finnegan just backtrack and try and save away on A. Just stunned behind one of those boxes, get all 30 bullets in the barrel to try and receive this one. I think that's a mistake. Bomb goes down as a result, and Apeks can now hold this crossfire. Dennis and Nasty, they're the B combo. They're used to playing together, and now they need to hold it away one further time. Dexter over the top, Nasty to drop, and then Dennis to fall as well. 10-10.
A huge mistake from Finnegan there at the start, but it is recovered nicely by his teammates, and it's good when you can afford to make those mistakes and actually rely on your pals to come in and pick up the pieces. Dexter with a nice 3k to finish things off, and that is going to level out this scoreline for Espada. Look at that. Look, literally hits him on the head with it. I love it. That does leave a headache the next day.
Yeah, I think you need the Cocodamol for that one.
Cocodamol? Ooh. What's that? Is that just... I know it's obviously... what's that normally for? Just headaches?
It's for very intense back pain. It's an opioid painkiller.
Oh, right. Okay. Maybe we don't want to get these guys hooked on opiates.
It probably wouldn't be the best as well.
Just the pistols to work with then for Apeks. Nasty. He hasn't actually got any Kevlar, just down to that Tech 9. He wants to try and save some cash, of course. They need this money for the AWPs later on.
Yes, absolutely. And well, with the Tech 9s in hands, you'd expect Apeks to actually get something done here against the triple stack on the A-bomb site. Espada, oh, lovely nade to eliminate Marcelius's half HP. We've dropped a Galil AR Black Sand in the meantime.
Oh, nice. Lucky winner.
I don't know who got it. Let's hope it's not Flamboyant.
Oh, he's my #1 fan. Follow me on Twitter. We can be friends.
Can you remember Flamboyant, Josh?
I actually don't know. I feel really bad now.
So he's just a guy who like follows us around. Maybe I should ban him.
Don't you dare.
This is really interesting round here. Apeks taking the whole of the CT spawn control, and Sotvic now needs to capitalize and close. He's going to go for peek after peek, and they're peeking him individually. Dennis Nasty gone. That's the peek combo eliminated. And now Sotvic, aided by the smoke, needs to isolate another one. Jacob eliminated. The AK-47 on cleanup duty as the bomb is dropped in the central point of this bomb site. And Gross, I can't imagine for a second Espada will let him save this AWP. He really wants it right now, but he's not going to get it. 11 rounds.
That's a really nice boost as well. To think there's 4 players alive there, and they could just all swing together and actually, like, make that work. Yeah, they could all swing together. Sotvic would just fall. But there's a likelihood that he's able to get himself maybe 1 kill. Instead, by going for the boost, there's no way he's posted on that angle, and it means that he's not allowed any more than anything at all. You can't save the ult, and he's not allowed any kills either.
And now the double AWP setup for Espada comes into effect, featuring Dextrin, Sotvic, Apeks. They don't have one available here in round number 22. It's that standard push, second mid, banana, both being controlled. An aggressive smoke for Espada here. Of course, they don't have any SMGs, probably don't want to get massively aggressive here, but it is to put Dima up on top of the broken wall. That gives him a great vantage point for him to watch for these Apeks pushes.
This double AWP setup, something that Espada haven't pulled out so far this half, and I'm interested to see how this one works out. Just against the AK, it's limited utility left on the Apeks side as well, but they have taken control towards the apartments, so they've got some leg room to work with, and at the minute 10 mark, it's looking like they might actually try and aggress through and take some of these fights. What the hell is that from Nasty? Just a bullet straight through the smoke, the headshot onto Dima.
And Apeks now to challenge this A-bomb site. Minute remains. The double AWP's in play. And Dexter sat inside the library. No leisure time, no reading here at 50 seconds. As Dennis might want to round this corner in the next couple of moments. Flashes should come through. There is only 2 available. They're both on Marcelius's back. And I guess Gross has one as well. But the smokes will be deployed at some point. And Apeks, they don't have any fallback option towards the B bomb site. We're only Sotvic is holding. Of course, it's that AWP holding in near. And now as the smokes go through, Dexter is going to throw that incendiary as a response. Wants to clear arch side, knowing that Apeks, they've been heading towards the CT spawn multiple times. Up close and personal. Clock ticking down. And on top of the hay bales, no vantage point for Apeks as they're held at an arm's length by Dexter and Finnegan. Jacob, Dennis, Marcelius, that was in unison. And they might take the round as a response. I don't know what happened there. But Sotvic locked away. A 1 versus 3. Unbelievable.
That almost became a major issue as the time pressure started to mount. That bomb actually wasn't able to go down until about 8 seconds remaining on the clock. So had they not have found all those kills and just not come out on top in a couple of those gunfights, this could have been a very, very different round. So I really like that they do get those frags, and they're not afraid of running the clock. I think that's really the key factor with one of these rosters. They're not afraid of the time. They can keep the composure and go in right at the last second.
11-11, even Steven scoreline between these two teams as Espada. It feels like they had the momentum, but just losing that A-bomb site, I think a little bit of a lack of composure there, a bit of a lack of patience, really paying to their detriment. The double AWPs come out as a response here. They've tried this before, wasn't broken before, but let's see if they can capitalize right now. Incendiary's out, they've got 5 available.
The AWP finally out for Marcelius. We haven't seen him on it too many times so far, this T side, and I'm excited to see what he can do. Obviously a very, very talented AWPer, and it is going to be the battle of the titans between him and Sotvic if he wants to end up over towards Banana. They've used a lot of their utility to take that control, but Espada are regaining it. As soon as those Molotovs fade, they get back in, and in the meantime, Grass is picking holes in this apartment's defense.
That's a lovely shot. Dexter drops, and now even more power to Apeks onto this A-bomb site. Apartment's control firmly taken. It's Finnegan, the only aggressive member, sat on top of the balcony. Such a vantage point on that A-bomb site if he doesn't fall away. But no, he needs to fall into pit. Wants to create this isolation angle onto highway. But if Apeks, they don't have any backtrack possibilities towards the B-bomb site. Where's the rotate from Espada here? They barely have anybody in play, and Marcelius finding that kill should end the round in its tracks. 3 versus 4, Apeks now. I think they're going to be resigned to saving these 3 rifles, the AWP, double M4, for Espada straight towards that T-spawn.
It's really a no-brainer. They can't go in for this retake with the utility that they have and that Molotov. The AWP on Sophic, I should say. You can't be charging into the site. Man disadvantage, not really enough time on the clock either. So it's a no-brainer save. And in doing so, they're actually able to buy into the next because Dima and Patsy will have the cash that they could drop over an M4. Maybe they'll drop over for mass and prioritize the utility a little bit, but it should be a full buy in the next as long as everybody stays alive here for Espada.
And Dima, the only potential player to drop, he's sat inside this T-Apps, only a couple of seconds left until detonation. Now that goes off, round over, M4's retained, that AWP for Sophic as well. Back into the action. AK's applied for Apeks in this one. And, well, this is going down to the absolute wire here for this T side. Only a couple of rounds needed. Dexter takes the initial swing, and I don't know how the hell he misses that shot just by a whisker.
Literally threads the needle there. It felt like it was harder to miss than to hit one of the 5 players. And actually taking a lot of damage off the back of it as well. Those nades getting Dexter and Dima down to below that 50 HP mark. Dima actually sitting on 16 points of health. A lot of damage inflicted early on. No kills found just yet as Apeks backtrack want to go onto this A site.
Remember, this is the opening matchup for Jacob for this Apeks side, and actually taking the fight to Espada this time. Sopvic first to drop, and now Patsy has to pick up the pieces as the Molotovs fall and flail around him, and everyone's going to line up 3 for his troubles. The A-bomb site defense will be decimated as a result, but 31 HP apiece for Gruss and Marcelius as they have to hold this one down and away. Dexter and Dima, the 2 Ds, their HP ain't too good either. And if they want to draw this scoreline level, it's right through the Molotov to do the trick. I've got no idea how that initial shot misses. But as the smokes go away, Marcelius, he never misses twice. Lightning strikes once. And that will be Apeks onto 13.
Patsy making Apeks work for their meal, but it's just not good enough. The 3 kills isn't enough. Apeks, those final 2 remaining players, Gruss and Marcelia, still able to retrieve that C4, get it down onto the site, and that's going to be the 13th round for them as they draw closer and closer to that magic number 16. I think they're going to be more confident as well with knowing that Espada's economy is broken.
And they already seem to be incredibly confident at playing off each other. This Jacob-Dennis nasty combo really shining up with 3 rounds left to be played for Apeks. They are approaching this finish line right now, and the economy for Espada is far from perfect. The utility won't be too good either. The smokes come through, critical on an Inferno, lack of incense.
Going for this investment as well is a bit of a make or break. Of course, just with those MP9s, the Deagle on Patsy, if it works, then they're back in this one. If it doesn't, they have problems in the next. But the AWP actually chiming in for 2, and he's re-peaking. I'm not sure about that, but he's already done the work.
Dexter does drop that AWP. Needs to get aggressive here for Espada, knowing that the money is just dead to rights. And Jacob, this is so sneaky right now as the smoke dissipates. Surely finds this shot, and Dima's the next to fall. Smoke's down and away. Apeks about to isolate the execute onto the B bomb site. And Jacob, he's on a tear right now on Inferno. He's going to continue this pace. Nasty with another one as Sopvic falls. Patsy next in line, and really, I don't think Espada can get back into this one in the 2 versus 3. They don't have the weaponry to do the job. And Finnegan, he is a million miles away inside the CT spawn. He needs to rely on this Desert Eagle to chip and chime through. He needs a headshot to open this up and level up the playing field. And that is not going to happen. Marble fade, run away. 20 seconds on the board. And Apeks, this will be 14, Joshua.
As I said before as well, committing to this investment means that they're not going to have any money in the next. Apeks should be able to get themselves onto match point. It's not looking like Finnegan's even going to be able to survive. That's a lightning fast snappy headshot from Jacob. And that's a 4K from him in that round as well. Sensational stuff from the new player.
And 2 away from the finish line. Espada's money, it's dead to rights. They've barely got anything left to invest into round number 26. We'll see the pistols come out. What is this investment going to look like?
I can't imagine very healthy. In fact, maybe they just go for the eco and they're playing for the OT here. That's exactly what they do. They don't want to buy into this. They know they didn't have much success when they tried it in the last. This is Apex's match for the taking, and I really don't see them throwing it away.
No, it's all towards the middle of the map, and yeah, this is a must-win for Apeks, of course. If they give Espada even a glimmer of hope back in, we know how locked down, ironclad that CT side can often be.
I don't think they're able to do a whole lot here. I think they've really not invested anything. If they had some utility right now and they were getting aggressive, maybe they can take away a couple of rifles. But at this stage, that's not impactful. Apex's bank's built up so much that losing weapons here doesn't matter. Espada's only goal is to win this round, but they know that they can't afford to invest in the tools to do so. So the best case here, I suppose, is just a couple of kills.
A bomb site, that's the target, and Dexter, one of the chief investments to try and do the trick. They have got a crossfire, but surely Apeks are going to powerfully contend with this one. The pre-fire through, and Dexter does drop the first. Now the Desert Eagle just cannot connect. Apeks, they roll over this defense one more time, and that will be a 15th secured more than likely. Sort of Big Demon, nothing they can do with the Desies. That's the 40-second mark. Nails, that's the bomb down. And, well, Apeks, this will be 4 map points.
The Desies. Is that what the cool kids call them, Squid?
That is my little nickname, my pet name.
All right, fine. I got some real deja vu in that round when Patsy was in exactly the same situation that we saw Twists in the other day in IM New York. In the same situation where he poked his head up, got 3 1-digs, and won a round just like this. But Patsy, I mean, he's not Twists. He can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's that angle on the A-bomb site, right, where you've got only your head showing, and if you're good enough to connect with the shots, anything is possible. Anything's certainly possible in this series. 4 required in a row for overtime. That'd be our second bout of OT today for LOOT.BET Season 8, as Apeks need 1 to finish.
Lack of utility on Patsy, but everyone else have got a full belt of it. Rifles all round, up on Dexter. Patsy's trying to get this nade in lower mid early. Even the aggression coming through. The first kill opened up, but now he's in a scary angle.
How does Apeks contend with this? 3 frags found for Espada, and this change of pace have clearly caught Apeks off guard. Dexter with another one, and Gross has to do everything. It's a 1 versus 5 for him, and unless Espada make a key mistake, he is dead to rights. 15-12, Espada closed the gap.
Patsy playing around the world in 30 seconds. He's danced all around this Inferno map. He's gone all the way down mid. He's found that final kill in Banana from the back of it. And, I mean, the change of pace, you're absolutely right. It threw Apeks completely off guard. What I love about it as well is Patsy getting aggressive in mid, finds that first kill, and then instead of just over-aggressing and pushing for more, he says, right, I need a flash from someone. Calls a flash from Dexter. When it pops, he peeks, goes for more. Beautiful 3K.
A full buy for both squads. Apeks, they just need the 1 to finish. I keep saying it now. That's the key moment. And it's banana aggression once again. Apeks fully flashed and Patsy able to steal the second.
This is sensational. I don't know what they said in that little break, but maybe they said, let's just wreck these noobs, go quick, and every single round, that seems to be the pace.
And towards the A-bomb site to try and close this one out for Apeks. They'll take the highway control, but the crossfire's placed, and the M4 in your face. Dexter's there for the angle as well, as no kills are found for Apeks. Somfig with another one, and this apartment's control is brutal, and you can just see how confident Dexter is going into rounds number 29 and 30. It's another 1 versus 5 opportunity. This time, Dennis, and surely nothing to be done about this one.
Well, he's looking the wrong way, and Sopfik's going to be able to finish him off. Espada on to 13, and they've actually chipped away at the Apeks economy enough that they can't really pull out a strong buy here. I think they maybe go for a half investment, save some money for the next, which means that we'll be 15-14 if that does happen, and very much potential for overtime, which is exciting. We've seen our fair share of long games today.
It certainly seems like we're going to round number 30 and beyond. Dexter the AWP, everybody contending. 3 AKs for this CT side. Powerful previous rounds. And that nade to add to the mix doesn't do a hell of a lot of damage.
stacked up towards Banana. There's only actually 2 men with Kevlar right now. They could have invested further, but Mycelia staying on that 3k mark means he can afford an AWP in the next. And Nasty, I don't know, maybe he just wants some extra cash, make sure that he's got all of that utility to work with. It's all about trying to do damage here to Espada. They know that their money's not as built up. Shouldn't make too much of a difference, but if they can get this bomb down as well, gives them extra cash. Maybe they can find it, though, if Crust is hitting shotless like that.
He needs a couple more, though. 4 still remaining for Espada, and as the Deagle closes in, Patsy is able to finish him off. CZ, weak at long range. Dennis needs to creep in closer instead to the library angle. Something doesn't check him. That's an M4 up for grabs. It's the AK instead. As Dennis doubles down on the damage. Patsy, Dima, both low HP. They haven't got 100 between them. Apeks, this firepower, it's sensational. And now Dima needs to keep Espada in this first map. Inferno, it's of course Apex's pick as we go to Dust 2 next. It's the flawless scorecard for Espada, the 10-10 in Dennis. He's able to do it again, 16-13, as Apeks somehow in their opener take it over the top.
What a crazy round to lose. Apeks, they do it with the eco. Dennis, a crazy, crazy initiative play to go through Archway and find those 3 frags to finish things off. 16-13, as you say. We're going to get back to this exciting series after a 10-minute break, so make sure you don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with Dust 2, map number 2 shortly.
Nice shot. Lock and load. Wow, very good. Let me show you how it is done. Yeah, no. Damn! That was one of the best pickle fights I've been to. I said I'm moving too far. Getting lost.
Jack it up.
ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys. Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side. CJ Ack, now I gotta ride or die.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 here with Apeks taking that first of Inferno. Came incredibly close. It was all down to the pistols in the end, wasn't it, Josh?
Well, it absolutely was. Yeah, I can't believe that that's how it ended. It was a real, like, all the stars were aligning, the comeback was there, the build-up was there, the storyline, and then the ending was just quite anticlimactic. I don't know. Just somehow Espada weren't able to win against an eco. It was a real shame.
And that is one of the really powerful factors that come in for Apeks here. And one reason why I think that this could be a competitive map. We know that Espada have that 10-10 record, that 10-0 record. 10 wins, 0 losses over the last 3 months. And as we mentioned, we don't need to go back over it. All of those big names taken down as well. Apeks would be another one to add to the tally. They previously bought the old roster 16-14. This could be close once again. You've got that upgrade of Jacob in the roster today. He's been performing admirably, especially on that T side, finding those headshots. Just such a smart player as well, flexing his muscles in that first matchup.
Probably the most notable of the recent opponents as well, being Forza. Only a week ago, they took them down 16-8 here on Dust 2. And that's no easy feat. That's a team that are really confident on Dust 2 and of a much higher caliber. That's really incredible.
Back into this pistol then, first round of this second map.
As they kick things off, it's Finnegan with the kit utility, Sophic the same, Nasty the only man with it on this T side, Kevlar on the rest, as they're just prodding towards short and long early. Actually, no presence towards short, but Dexter, that's a headshot, a real snappy one from Grant.
And he's looking for even more here with the Glock. The Water Elemental flowing into mid for 3. Gross doing all of the damage. And now Sophic, he's isolated over on the A-bomb site. Needs to pull a masterclass. And Gross gets the quad kill. He's going for the ace right now. Dima's cowering towards the middle of the map. And as Gross closes, he wants to find all of these frags. Dima's spotted. This might be all 5 for Gross right now, starting Dust 2 off perfectly.
What an ace. I really don't understand from Espada that initial response to try and flash through the doors and trade it. I kind of get it. Maybe like you try and isolate it, but it just feeds Gross. And if you feed him like that, he's going to take every single opportunity. He's going to seize it. Espada, that's a real rough one to take straight off the blow on here on Dust 2.
Yeah, I don't really know how you really adjust that round. Espada want to do something special. We see it in all their CT-sided pistols. Obviously on Inferno, a lot of the time they're just heading right down mid with 3 or 4 players, getting aggressive. On Dust 2, that's a lot harder to do, considering that middle of the map portion is very, very open. Apeks respond with some speed of their own. They're right onto this A-bomb site. Now only have to rotate the C4 onwards and inwards at the 90-second mark. What pace is... Jacob is the first to drop, and Marcelius is the PP zone to find the first.
Le Pipi Bizon. I want to see it trying through for some big kills, but the flash from Sopfic's perfect. This is a 4 versus 2 now, and very doable for Espada. The bomb's not too far ticked, but Gross, he's lightning fast on the shots. And as it's ticking away further, the time pressure mounts.
Dexter needs to connect with something right now, and Dennis, the headshot machine just can't come in. 1-1 Espada. That's exactly what they needed to do on this CT side. As soon as you lose that pistol, it puts you on the back foot and you need a response. They certainly find one. It's those kills towards the mid to open things up. And Apeks just down on numbers. And if Dennis can't find the headshots there onto short, it's pretty much game over. I'd have loved to see Marcelius almost overextend with that PP buys and then try and farm the cash and just keep Espada locked into place. It doesn't happen, unfortunately. And now a dilemma for Apeks.
That can sometimes be the power of the 5-man retake. Even if you've only got the pistols to work with, as long as you've got the aim, you can come in as this single-pronged attack and just wipe out your opponents. Going into the third Apeks, they haven't really got the money to work with. Despite the fact that they did get the C4 plant in the last, they're kind of just around this 2k mark, couple of pistols out, no Kevlar. They want to just do some damage here, maybe get a plant on this A-bomb site.
And that's the easiest way to go with this one. Straight onto short, contend with the Galil. If you can find a headshot or two, then perhaps you can find a freebie here. Bonus money into the next. I'm surprised Apeks don't just go for the full force. That's one of the worst nades I've ever seen. Sopvic, 3 frags. That is absolutely disgusting. Marcelius taken down to 32 HP, and the round is already over due to that. Dennis could still punch in with some damage. He salvaged that single rifle. It's the AK, of course, and he is so proficient at using it. This might even give them a bomb plant right now. Marcelius can rotate in, tap those digits through, and that might actually be the bonus they were looking for. It absolutely isn't. It's another HE. 4 frags from the 3 frags. 2-1 here, Espada.
I was really expecting them to be able to get a bomb plant there. I'm not sure why that took so long. It felt like the C4 just took years to plant. Either way, yeah, that could have been a real good opportunity for them. But the grenades absolutely ripped them to shreds. Here in the 4th, they've got some money, but that bomb plant really would have done them some favors just to pad out that utility a little bit further. Instead, we've got 3 players just with nothing to work with on the belt, and Espada should be able to hold this one up.
Just contending for this map control initially. Nasty popping a couple of bullets through that smoke, but not finding anything. Espada, they're playing a far more passive defense.
Jacob, he's already through doors. He's got company with Gross as well. 2 heavy fraggers. And if they go unnoticed, I think the shadow's been spotted. Jacob knows what's up. He knows that someone's playing towards his catwalk. He can relay that information, but in the meantime, as Gruss falls, he's just holding the line. Lands the shot, 4v4, spots out maybe one more, but Patsy's only good for the trade.
I wonder where all of the information and intel is from Espada towards the middle of the map. Nobody playing the CT spawn area, and Sopvic next to be challenged. The A bomb site compromised. Another frag grenade to do the damage. And Dennis, the sole proprietor of this B bomb site, finds a headshot onto Finnegan, and that isolates Dima towards the CT spawn. He's got so many angles to check, and Dennis, he's such a sneaky star here, playing on this wooden railing, and at the 45-second mark, and Dima trying to catch the mid-cross, and it's just not going to happen here. And Dennis out in the open. He doesn't want Jacob to go down. Knows he's 30 HP as well, so bomb goes away, and Dima, this is one he will want to go for with the M4A4. Plenty of time, the kit in hand as well, but no utility to burst through these double doors, and Apeks should be able to contend with this. It's the big achievement players, and it's Dennis to destroy a double kill.
That's really surprising odds. Apeks the favourites in this one, and especially considering Espada have won the last 10 times they've played Dust 2. Right now, just the eco. This should just be an easy one for Apeks.
Yeah, I'm incredibly surprised as well. I feel like Apeks, they can definitely win this map, but I don't know if they're the favorites coming into this one. Certainly the favorites in this round. All 5 players alive, and that money's starting to really build now. $4,000 per player. The utility investments, the only reinvestments needed is Apeks. They take the lead on this T side.
This is a very nice start from Apeks. I wouldn't say this map's massively CT-sided by any means. If anything, I actually ever so slightly sway it on the T side. But for Apeks to be able to take these early rounds, establish that momentum, get confident, it would be absolutely fantastic. And they might actually just be able to continue this, especially considering as they move on to that CT side, they'll have that jump start, that boost, and oh, look at this pace. The trades, they're perfect, and Gross is good for 2.
But where are the smoke grenades here? This is a double AWP setup from Espada, and Apeks surely can't go for this cross. The AWP misses. One of the smokes land, but there's no secondary smoke on the cross, and I'm surprised that Apeks get away with that one. Gross taken down in translation and rotation, and Dexter up close and personal with the no-scope. Leaves Jacob all isolated, and there's the tag no frag, the follow-up from Dexter.
That's a pretty confident round from Dexter. You see when he's feeling good, he'll say, yeah, boost me up elevator. I'm going to go for this no scope. And that's exactly what he does, using that AWP like a shotgun. And I absolutely love to see it.
Yeah, Gross did such a good job over towards A long, but it's all down to Dexter at the end of the day, right? Jacob instantly eviscerated there. Even when Dexter just hits that first tag, he's done his job there. 3-3, and the double AWP setup certainly paying dividends. Interestingly, Espada previously put both of those AWPs towards the middle of the map. That's incredibly unconventional. Now trying for long control.
I was about to say, Apeks, they should be prioritizing long a little bit more. It's such a stronghold part of the map for the T's where they can get there first if the spawns accommodates it, but Sopfix tearing them apart. Even 3 kills. How on earth is he getting away with this? A spray through the smoke would be as simple as that to eliminate him, but somehow he goes absolutely massive and leaves Dennis in an impossible situation.
And now he's stuck towards the pit as well. Dennis able to bail out of long, and he has got the bomb on his back. Not much of a chance to get the job done this time, especially with the AWP set the ready. It's Finnegan to close.
Beautiful round from Espada there, and, well, easy picking. Apeks, nothing to work with here in the 8th. Only that single flashbang. Finnegan, reaction's not too snappy there. That was a missed opportunity. Nonetheless, just onto the pistols, so it doesn't really matter all too much. Jacob the only man with the Kevlar, and he's just been tagged up with the nade. So there should just be easy frags for Espada to find. But with Gruss landing 1 digs like that, one more could have added complications. But instead, Espada deal with things quite comfortably.
Oh, Dennis as well. We know he's proficient with the pistols, but that's the burst fire to eliminate the first, and heavy damage onto Sopvig as well. Won't merit the frag. That's Espada's 5th. But Apeks, they love to make those rounds really interesting, don't they? Those pistol masters, it's Dennis as well. Just the burst fire is so unconventional, but still merits a frag onto short. And yeah, those 2 kills, that's certainly good enough for Apeks in a round like that.
It absolutely is, yeah. You really do see that Gruss, like, does the work, yeah? He gets this 1 Deegans, trade out Dexter. That's a fantastic shot. If he had just hit the second shot, then they could have got onto that B-bomb site. They could have picked up the AWP and the rifle that was there and maybe have a chance. But instead, it's round number 9. Apeks have got that money saved up now, so they've gone for this investment. But it's just the AKs to work with as they head towards mid.
I feel like if Apeks are going to take this map, it has to just be with this overwhelming bamboozling control. And towards the middle of the map might be the way to go. With the bomb isolated inside the B tons, Dima wants to play up close and personal to this smoke. Gruss the first to drop, and nobody follows it through. Finnegan finds one with the flames, and Apeks kept in an arm's length away from this B site once again. Dima dodging through these smokes. He's playing the perfect game of Counter-Strike. 3 fast frags, and it's only Dennis left. A bit of damage, perhaps, as he finds 2 of those headshots before going down.
It's not all too costly for Espada. They've got a lot of money in the bank, but to find 2 is pretty sensational. 2 really, really nice kills as well. We'll probably get it on the replay, perhaps. No, okay, we get the B-site frags. These are the impact frags that actually won the round. So, makes sense. All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. As we go into the 10th, it's still the double AWP setup in play for Espada. It's been working out really, really well for them, and something that is a real staple of Dust 2 on this CT side. You're so far away from each other that you do need a sniper to hold those long angles on each end of the map.
Yeah, it is those longer distance engagements, especially middle. Espada, they're really changing the pace, though. Again, the double AWPs sitting on mid. And how can Apeks actually compete with this? Espada, really a revolutionary CT side, something that we don't often see. And that is so tough to compete with when it's something that you're not comfortable facing off against. How are you supposed to take these rounds? Apeks smoked out of the B bomb site, but they want to go straight on through. They need at least 1 flashbang, and it's Marcelius to provide. Doesn't actually connect onto Dima. Instead, just does so much team damage. It's a horrendous piece of utility as Dima finishes off the job. He's such a staple of this B bomb site, and he does it again.
I thought it was an ace, but it wasn't. It was a 4K. One of them was nicked, wasn't it? Still a big spray down nonetheless. Of course, they had the Kevlar and the pistols and things, and they just could not get anything done whatsoever. Looking at these player comparisons, Sopvik's the man that's putting up the numbers in this one. Gruss as well has actually been sensational. He's been hitting some fantastic shots, and I'm really excited to see what he can do in this buy round. AK's all round. Marcelius drops early, though. Finnegan wins that battle.
It's so unfortunate. Those AWPs seemingly everywhere. 2 towards mid in the previous, and now Finnegan just rotating it up for the first.
This man advantage to work with them for Espada as Apeks have grouped up together. They want to play safety in numbers as they want to get up short. This utility, they've got a lot of it to work with, but they need to deploy it. And that's exactly what they go for now to get out Catwalk.
Yeah, so those frag grenades as well. Doesn't merit much damage this time. And Finnegan posted on this short angle. Needs to connect with one to prevent that bomb from going down at least. And it's the frag grenade instead. That falls on deaf ears. And at the 70-second mark, Dennis connects with a beautiful no-scope. But there's so much more work to be done. He needs the support from Gruss from short. And Espada, they're going to dive back from long. Concede this bomb site. Allow the bomb plant. And now Apeks have to hold it up in a 2 versus 3 scenario. And Dennis drops to the frag grenade. And Gruss, still with the bomb down, seems to want to make a play with the AWP. Up close and personal. How does that shot miss? He got CSGO'd.
That is so unfortunate. An awesome no-scope from Dennis there, though. That AWP with no-scope is inaccurate at the best of times, let alone at that kind of range. And I just don't understand how someone like Dennis can pull off things like that time and time again. It's always him. It's always Dennis.
You miss every shot that you don't take, and Dennis, he takes a lot of them here. Sensational stuff on that T side, but not enough to actually merit these rounds right now. You see, 3 on the board, that's definitely not enough to contend with Espada here.
A bank, it's got some money in it. This time, it's got some money in it. They can buy up those AKs, they can get all of the utility, but there's been this real disparity of the AWP. There hasn't been an AWP available on this T side in so many of these rounds, and the one time there was in the last, Marcelius dropped instantly as he couldn't win the long fight.
And Espada are already halfway towards this finish line. Dexter, Finnegan, they've been such key members, the staple of the defense. And now back into the action after that brief technical timeout. The AK-47's in hand for Apeks, all the nades as well to work with. 5 smokes, long definitely open, but they're going towards middle instead.
Apeks had a lot of success in middle so far, but the flash is through. They want to go for the frags, and Gruss, that's so snappy. A beautiful headshot to take out Finnegan, puts them at a 2-man advantage, but Patsy takes one back. So numbers still in Apeks' favour as they push over to B.
I really wonder what the Espada mindset is right now. Do they want to even double dip into this B bomb site? It's so hard to take, and with Dexter finding the first frag there, maybe they want to go for this one, hoping, fingers crossed, Apeks makes some sort of key mistake. It's a very hard one to make, with only 30 seconds left to tick on that C4, and the Molotov's going down as well. I think that Espada really realized that this one is perhaps not possible. Keeping that money in the bank for the last couple of rounds might be what they want to go for. In fact, are they actually heading into this one in the last possible second? I think they're trying to close Apeks in here. This is all about the exit, certainly not the round. And with Dexter finding another one, if they can lock Dennis and Gruss on and inwards, they'll have no money, and Dexter's done so much damage right now. A triple kill, that's economical turmoil for Apeks if they lose the next.
That's really fantastic. That's really smart from Espada. They've got loads of money, so they can afford to go for something like that in these closing rounds of the half. To keep Apeks' economy at bay is masterful. And I'm not... Who wears the IGL hat on that Espada side?
I think it's more of a group effort as well. In fact, in a play like that, I don't even think it comes down to the IGL. At times like this, it's really just everybody just supporting the factor and trying to make it work. Somebody comes up with the idea, yeah, that's a good idea, let's go for that.
Double AWP setup there from Espada once again as they come into round number 13. It's been working really, really well for them. This time they do actually have Marcelius on the counter AWP. He's not going for any picks early on, just holding his own. I mean, where is he actually holding right now? Over towards the top of mid. He's got that C4 in hand as well. Just overseeing his teammates up short, making sure that no one peeks from mid and eliminates them as they cross.
Yeah, AK-47's in hand, and Apeks want to contend with that early short control. And it's Dexter on the A-bomb site to be the staple of that defense once again. It feels like these AWPs are barely even dropped. Espada's economy definitely looking fresh going into the last 3 rounds of this half. They surely shouldn't have to eco at all. It would be a bye-bye force, if anything.
Time ticking away, 45 seconds on this clock, and Apeks, they've got 4 men in short. Right now, I like Nasty's position because he could wrap around the back and be the distraction man, get Espada from behind. That nade was very, very good, though. Does a lot of damage early on.
Yeah, short control taken from Apeks, and they are taking heavy casualties in terms of that utility, in terms of that HP. And now Dexter needs to, incur even more. Great headshot onto Dennis. Disallows that bomb from going down early, but there's 17 seconds left on the clock to tick. And Apeks needs to scramble some control right now, and it's just not happening. Espada containing this one beautifully. And despite the bomb going away, Dima's going to go Kaylee style with the M4 to end the round in its tracks. That's 9 for Espada. They're posting such a sensational CT side.
Apeks really need to bounce back here and actually put a couple more on the board. If this becomes 11-4, I really don't fancy their chances. They were looking fantastic early on, and since then, they've just been denied at the door. Every single site they go to, they either don't have a lot of success in the initial gunfights, or Espada are just flawless on the retake.
Another buy up for Apeks here. Remember, that max loss bonus is in full effect. The AK-47's out, but it is at a lack of utility, Josh.
It seems to be a recurring theme for Apeks, prioritizing those AKs over the nades. And, well, sometimes that's a bad habit to get into. They have been allowed out long this round. Sophic not contesting it. Didn't have the best spawn to do so. But with the flash going over, he is going to be able to find the first and the second. Lock and key, long defense once again.
Really does feel like it's that brainy in-game leader, Sopvig, doing a lot of damage towards the A side of the map. And Dima caught reloading, surprisingly able to find a swift shot. Finnegan gets saved by the secondary AWP, and it's that teamwork firing through again for Espada, which should certainly merit them double digits right now. Dennis needs an ace to deny it, and how does he break this one apart? The answer is he doesn't, and Espada, that's 10 rounds.
They're looking fantastic right now on this CT side of Dust 2. I hope this momentum carries across to their T side, but I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Once again, though, we just get to witness that very nice two-piece from Sopvik. He's been a brick wall on long. He's not been letting any attackers through.
Yeah, absolutely the case, and the 10-4 scoreline definitely a symptom of that. Apeks 10-5, that's the best case scenario here, and Nasty's only got a deagle to do the damage. It doesn't even seem like a massive negative factor in his hands, but as the AK's close in, Dennis does it again. He is just so damn good with those headshots. It's the auto sniper from Dexter, but only merits one for his troubles before the close comes through from Apeks. A 4 versus 2 here, as another HE is going to land right upon Jacob, taking him down to 29 points of health. A Molotov to follow it up. There's no save option, no exit in the last round of the half for Espada. So with short control taken, and Apeks holding it down. It's Dima right through the smoke. It's a flawless flash, and there's the first frag. Ross should be able to hold it down and does a Dennis of his own for number 5.
It's the Dennis and Grush show there in the 15th. That is absolutely sensational. To get those 2 entries and the spray transfer as well. I mean, how do you do that? To transfer to Sopvik and still get the headshots as well is sensational. 1 bullet's all that's needed from Gruss to take out Dexter and then finish off right at the end. Such a sensational round with high caliber frags.
Literally feels like a magic trick when you see Dennis pull a rabbit out of the hat, magic wand out, and 5 rounds for Apeks. It's not anything to brag about going into the second pistol.
Really relying on this pistol round as well. Of course, if they don't take it, Espada will be able to get themselves onto 12, 13, and the disparity, the gap between them will be too great to close. Apeks, Kevlar all round, no kits, no utility. They need to find the frags, and they're confident in their ability to do so.
Yeah, they need to rely on that bomb not going down here for a second, especially not towards that B bomb site, which is so tough, tricky, and lengthy to retake. And that's why Dennis is aggressing so much here with the USPS. Facing the peak, needs these headshots, and the Glocks at long range. It's not even a massive liability here. Takes away the P250 first. That gets traded up by Dima, and he wants it in hand as well for these longer range shots. It's Dennis and Gross again, the 2 men we just finished talking about. As Finnegan heads towards the middle of the map, it's this aforementioned rotate that Dima is able to disqualify.
The Glock's only doing tickle damage, but Dima's P250 is certainly stronger. Nice headshot from him brings things into a 4-on-2. That C4 in the hands of Finnegan could certainly wriggle its way into a bomb site, but it's relying on Dima to find more. If he can land another headshot, then maybe this can work, but nasty, precarious angle. Dima can't deal with it, and as he drops, Finnegan's just on borrowed time. There's nothing more he can do in this one.
No, especially with the Glock in hand to close into this B bomb site. You see that Dennis has that long distance angle. And with the bomb in hand, the big question mark becomes, can we bag some bonus cash? I don't think so. That's my answer, and Jacob agrees.
Very nice pistol round there from Apeks, only losing one man in the form of Grass. And that's going to be their 6th. If they can string together the next few off the back of it, then they will almost certainly be able to close this gap. And looking at those LOOT.BET odds, oh, they've really shifted, haven't they? Espada become the firm favourites.
Yeah, remember Apeks were contending for these rounds earlier on in the game. It was, I think, 5-5, with them actually taking the narrow lead right off the bat of this one. And Espada, since then, clawing their way back into this one. And it really does feel like they're in the driving seat.
It absolutely does, but going into this second half, it's a completely different dynamic, and not getting off to the right foot certainly adds contingencies. They've gone for this full investment here in the 17th. There's pistols, a single scout on Degster, but if they can't get this done, Apeks will be able to face up against an eco in the next, build that economy, and close this gap.
Short control once again for Espada. They've got this force buy to try and do the damage. To contend with Gross is famous. It's one of the less premium rifles up for grabs on the A bomb site here. That defensive 3, you've got that line drawn with Jacob just tucked inside of Goose, needs to quack some control. Smokes away. Gross takes a more aggressive angle here, and this could very easily be a fake. You can see Espada maybe even decoying onto mid here, but I think they might just want to double dip into this A bomb site right now. The pointy letter in contention, and Gross not connecting anything through those smokes. The Deagles, it's now go, 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 and Sopvig is going to sweep away the first. Puts Jacob in a really nasty position, and taken down by another one Deag. It's Finnegan to do the damage, and a scout retrieve puts this long man, Marcelius, under heavy pressure. He goes down, and Dennis and Nasty, I think they have to save here, Josh.
This is rough. Apeks, this was their ticket back in, and, well, they've given it away to the Deagles. Espada land a couple of beautiful headshots to get in, and that is all they need. Just fantastic work.
This is definitely a touch-and-go moment for Apeks. They won't have much to work with going into round number 18. The Famous and the Org get ready, but I don't think they're going to have all too much more.
Bringing those 2 rifles in the next certainly could be impactful. I don't think they're going to be able to invest anything around them. Everyone around... In fact, maybe they do. Everyone on that $1,500 mark and no loss bonus. They're on a double eco here. They might just have to invest the pistols and armor around this.
Yeah, they certainly could. I think with that minimum loss bonus, it really just forces you into this buy here. That's why we call it a force at the end of the day. 5 is the difference between these two teams, and Espada should be able to make it 6 here with a favourable investment. Sopvig throughout mid. He is so good at nailing this opening shot. This time doesn't pull the trigger.
And Finnegan not wasting any time taking long control. Just charges right in, establishes what is rightfully his, and Dexter finding one of his own. That eliminates Dennis, one of the men with the rifles, trying to make a play here in the 18th.
Yeah, and it's just these mistakes from Apeks. You see it, Gruss just peeking onto short. Espada ready and waiting to take control of all of those openers here. The Orc is able to fire through for the first. Nasty living up to his name, and Finnegan there to trade. This mid control, heavily contended and contested right now, as Apeks want to double dip, and it's all off the back of Marcelius here, who can now grab hold of one of those rifles. I think there is a secondary one onto the short area, so heading into the T spawn, and Dima is going to hear this one right now. It's the scout retrieved instead. This seems a little bit suspect instead of the aforementioned Famous. I don't think I'd be trading that one up. Maybe a bit of a mistake, and, well, it's inevitably not going to matter with Dima on the backtrack.
Nasty in this 1-on-3. I suppose he might as well go for this one, but making that jump, oh, he's given away his position. Espada know exactly where he is. He is going to fall away. Maybe he finds his kill onto short. He does spot out the man, but doesn't really want to take the engagement. Dima, oh, it's all a distraction anyway. Finnegan's the one to finish things off. That's Espada onto 12.
And you can see how confident Espada are here. As soon as they get that information towards the middle of the map, the instant response comes through. They don't need to worry about dropping any of these rifles. Their best case scenario is maybe Sophics able to find one there. Maybe Nasty just steals one single frag back, but Espada now 4 away from the finish line. And Apeks, you look at that scoreline, it's looking very bleak.
Oh, it absolutely is. There's a mammoth task to try and close this one now as the gap extends further and further round by round. Full eco here for Apeks. There's really not a whole lot they can do, and they are feeding Dexter's Mac 10 right now. That's not good. He's getting loads and loads of cash, and he's paid off the debt to that one by 2. In fact, he's profited massively.
Yeah, $600 per kill. And just nom chomping through Apeks through the middle of the map. And they're 10 away from the victory. Espada only 3.
This needs to be a turning point for them where they start to pick up these rounds, gain some momentum on the CT side, and pull this one a little bit closer. If they can't, they're going to have problems. Limited utility on this side, pretty much on everyone except for Gruss. He's the man down to that FAMAS so that he can have that utility on his belt. And Dexter once again posted on this angle on long. Apeks haven't really been contesting it. Instead, heavy presence towards short in many of these rounds.
Yeah, exactly. And Espada, I don't even think that they care about this. That short presence has been highly contested since the start, and they're just going to burst onto long. I feel like Espada know exactly what's going on right now, and those smokes can drop. The cross comes through, and I mean, Gruss, he's going to have to contend with this one on the A-bomb site. Dima can, just drop that utility over. Where is it for Espada? They've got plenty of smokes, but they're not even going to throw them. They want to stay incognito onto this A-bomb site, get the easy trade, and the Molotov onto short as well to cut away any prizing angle there for any member of Apeks. And now a smoke goes down for that bomb after they found those entries.
4 versus 4. That C4 should go down here, but as it's being quite tightly contested, Patsy needs to take down Nasty before they can do so. Finally, the digits punched in. The man advantage for Espada as they're on this site. And Finnegan, he's actually just holding to try and take care of these exits, but he's guessed wrong. They're heading over to B to save these rifles.
Yeah, it's basically damned if you do, damned if you don't for Apeks. Their money is absolutely crippled right now, and they just want to cling on to whatever they can before round number 21. Espada 14, a guarantee, and closing the scissors on the victory ribbon here on Dust 2. We'd be going to a third and final map if they can close out the next pair of rounds. And Apeks, I just don't see any way of coming back, even with these rifles staved.
Espada are just really good at Dust 2, aren't they? I wasn't really sure what to expect as we came into this. We talked in the time before the match about the fact that there is upset potential. Apeks, they've got a lot of talent on this side, and if there's any map in the pool that you could take as the underdog, Dust 2 would be one of them. But Espada have just been absolutely rock solid. They've been winning all of their Angels, and everything they've done has been so meticulous and methodical.
Yeah, and it's all down to that system, just building great habits on both sides of the map as well. It really does feel like Espada are at home. That's why they call it a home map. Feeling very cozy here against a dangerous team. Apeks dark horses of the whole tournament. I really wouldn't be surprised if this Apeks roster in its current configuration could make a big semi-final, a big grand final, take home a lion's share of that prize pool. And Gruss, he's going to sweep away the first in this one.
Nice early kill for him to find. Gives him a nice advantage. Allows him to upgrade to an AK as well. So he'll be quite happy with that. In the meantime, though, Espada have taken control elsewhere. Still punching in for short. And actually, interestingly, Apeks completely give up short control when they contest long. So it's one or the other. Often that A defense can be weakened when you put one man on long, one man on short, and all of a sudden there's problems. Right now, the execute looking like it's about to come through. 55 seconds on this clock. And Espada, well, they haven't made any commitments just yet.
Now, all the options open. A nice healthy menu for Espada. This definitely looks like a B split, though, to me. With Sotvig just edging towards the middle of the map and Dima about to pull the trigger upon this B bomb site. There is this double defense posted. You've got that nasty Marcelius combination. It was Nasty and Dennis earlier on Inferno to do the trick, but this time it's Nasty to drop first, and now the AWP will be challenged. The flash is flawless, and all of that utility usage, it's so brutal. Sotvig towards the middle of the map should go down here, but how does he sprawl away from that spray away. It's unbelievable. And Dennis, I think he has to double dip into this one. He's going to go back in, but that is to his demise. Grass now an impossible decision. I think you have to keep the AK-47 in hand. Not that he might be able to do much about it in the 22nd round. I mean, this map looks over, Josh.
No real need to flash Nasty through the smoke there in the B tunnels. Quite a big mistake that allowed Espada to level out those numbers. Of course, Apeks had the man advantage, and it was completely untraded. So it makes things difficult. And when we look at these kills, like, not everyone's showing up. Marcelius not been firing through that AWP. He's sitting on 3 frags. Nasty only on 2. 2 to 16. That's just rough.
Yeah, and 3 to 17. Those are really awful score lines, to be perfectly frank. You don't have to be a professional analyst to tell you that. It's very, very blatant when you see just the fragging power on the server has just gone to sleep after Inferno's come to a close. And you see just beaten to the punch every point. You mentioned those aim duels. Espada seem to be winning all of them. And when you've got one player gone to sleep, then that's a big deficit. 2 players away from the server, and it really does feel impossible.
This round could be the last of Dust 2. Espada on to 15. 3 men all towards kind of middle and B. They're just feeling around for this information. They've done this quite a lot throughout this game, but they don't charge in and try and take control straight away. They'll just poke around, see if Apeks get aggressive, and if they don't, then they'll make the initiative and they'll step it up and bring the fight to their opponents. That's exactly what Thima's doing here.
Well, 2 players on that CT anchor. Short being controlled as well from Apeks on that A bomb site as Sotvig takes the initial brunt of the damage. Him and Deem are just below 100 HP between the 2 of them. Everybody else full HP for Espada. Back to basics. This B bomb site seems under contest, and they will have to deal with Dennis, but he's playing up close and personal with a scout to these long double doors, or these mid double doors, I should say. And if he does get contested here, surely he goes down. Like, there's no way to hold this up from this close. It seems like a really weak angle.
This aggressive position from Nasty could be very, very dangerous if Espada do decide to push through to long. Considering they don't have long control and they haven't throughout the entirety of this round, I do think that they'd anticipate him to be here. But if they don't, this could be a round changer.
I expect the flash to come through right now, and there it is. Nasty totally blind, rendered and useless, and Dima finds that follow-up shot. This map looks very over right now. Apeks, they just get absolutely beaten to the punch in this one, as the A bomb site should be under contest. Car being spammed, but there's nobody at the ready, as Patsy might just want to finish this one off with the auto sniper. It's so brutal. This should surely be 16. That is a lovely flashbang for Jacob, but he's going to fall the same way. Popped into the grave. This will be 16 to 6 right now, as Finnegan just might finish off this second map. What a performance there from Espada, Josh.
It felt like it was in contention at the start, and then Espada just pulled away. Valiant attempts from Gruss and Dennis, of course. They were putting up some half-decent frags, but not everyone on the Apeks side showed up. It's really unfortunate after we saw their performance on Inferno. We're going to go to a short break, and we'll be right back with you with the 3rd and final map of this series, so make sure you don't go anywhere, folks.
protect your soul.
Map number 3, Apeks and Espada. They've gone the distance in this one. It's been a crazy, calamitous series. We just saw Dust 2. Espada took it confidently. That was a 16-6 performance on their map pick. I think they might be amongst the world's best in that particular turf. And now we go on to Overpass. More of an even Stevens affair. I do think Espada short favourites. Let's get into the knife round to start, Josh.
This is going to be an exciting one. We've seen both matches today go to the 4-3 maps. They've certainly gone the distance. Oh, this is a bit of ring of roses around the fountain. There we go. The stab, stab, slash. Showdown.
I think it's more of a slash, slash, stab. Whatever, Trevor. It's the pistol to start, of course. We're not in it just yet, but surely will be in the next couple of moments. I want to get a prediction out of you, Joshua. What do you think about this one?
Oh, why do you have to throw me under the bus like that? I really, really don't know. It's anyone's game. Apeks really surprised me on Inferno, and Espada, I think, surprised everybody on Dust 2. That was absolutely sensational. Apeks, a couple of guys really fell asleep. If Marcelius and Nasty can come into this one with their heads held high and like after resetting from Dust 2, then I think that Apeks have got a good chance. But if those two guys continue what they had on Dust 2, which was 2-3 kills at the end of that match, then there's going to be fundamental problems, and Espada will capitalise and come out on top. In this pistol, it's Kevlar on 3, utility on the other 2 for Espada. It's looking like they're going to head over towards Connector early on.
And it is only this single USPS to actually contend that. Jacob now falling back towards this A-bomb site. Remember, Apeks previously didn't pick up any defuse kit at all. That paid to their detriment. This time it's Nasty on that kit duty. At the 90-second mark, just fishing for a bit of information inside the water. That's Gruss. We know how good he is with this USPS at times. But as the burst comes through from Espada here, surely he gets taken down. Doesn't even find a frag as a response. And that is the kill confirmed, given away.
Man advantage then as they charge into this B-bomb site. The Glock's up close and personal. Certainly very, very dangerous. And that smoke just keeping all of these Apeks defenders at an arm's length as Demon's able to pick them away even more.
That smoke is absolutely perfect here. Nasty only able to find one in response. That's Demon dropping, but he's already found two before falling off. It's Apeks struggling to get back into this. Impossible to retake B-bomb site as Patsy does that damage.
You know, I'm friends on Steam with the guy that created the USB kill confirmed. I met him in a game of Counter-Strike. He's a really nice guy.
He's a nice... What's his name?
I actually can't remember. I knew you were going to ask me that. I actually can't remember. It was a while ago.
So you don't know the name of one of your best friends?
He's not one of my best friends. I met him in a game of Counter-Strike once and added him on Steam.
Oh, that is that's very tryhardy, isn't it?
No, he was a nice guy. We played again together, I think.
All that skin money, of course. It's a big business nowadays, making skins, getting them in the game, of course. You get a rev share, just like sticker money at the end of the day for a lot of these organizations. That's kind of the dream for a team like Apeks, of course. Recently rejuvenating and shaking up that roster. Of course, Rio is out of the question at this point. That's completely cancelled. But as we get into 2021 and beyond, with at least DSL going back to LAN once again, I think that a lot of these big tournaments, those RMR events, will go back to offline play. Right now, Espada, very confident stuff onto the B-bomb site.
If you're listening, Valve, which I know you're not, talent stickers, please.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd be getting any anyway, at least for a couple of years. Maybe if somebody puts us a nice shoe in.
Yeah, exactly. Not yet, but it's something to strive to, where you know there's a lot of money in the rev share from the stickers.
Valve, I want talent stickers, but I want it in 3 or 4 years, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Or just give me one now because you feel sorry for me. At the same time as you give me one of those trophies on my CS:GO profile.
Is there anything else that you want from Valve, like millions of dollars worth of skins or something?
Yeah, yeah. Why not? Yeah, throw that on as well.
Yeah, that would certainly do. 2-0 here. Espada should be a simple third against the Null and Void buy.
just up against these pistols. They should just be able to blitz through them. It's all about just taking as few casualties as you can, and actually these MAC-10s trying to do the lion's share of the damage so that they can rack up the bonus. For now, it's actually the AKs that are getting all of these kills. Finnegan finally gets one with that SMG. And Dexter might be able to get himself one too. So, pretty clean round, only taking one casualty in the form of Patsy, and he dropped an AK, but one of the MAC-10s is upgraded to the AK that was dropped. So, realistically, they've only actually lost a MAC-10 there. So, nothing of value.
Finally, a rifle round. Apeks with a full investment. It's Marcelius on that AWP. That's when we can gauge the temperature of this Apeks side and see what's that mindset like coming into that third and final map of the series. Remember, this is that 1-1 bracket. Losers need to win 2 best-of-3s in a row just to get to that playoffs. Remember, no money, no cash for any group stage participants. You've got to win that round of 12 matchup, play against the invite teams to get a chunk of that $50,000 up for grabs.
Aggression over towards B, short on the boost in play. We didn't get to see it, but Dima eliminates it. And Dexter, an opening onto this B site as well. 2-man advantage. And Sopvik charging through with a MAC-10 just decimates Gross. That's the 5 versus 2. And with the smokes being posted, I think Apeks just have to go for a save here. Jacob and Marcelius want to bring this AWP and M4 into the next. There was a real issue of just a lack of utility. I'm not sure if this would have played out any differently had they had more to work with. But I think on that B site, Molotov, or the incendiaries, I should say, are so impactful. They're so important that you've got those incendiaries, you've got those smokes. And at the lack of it, they just weren't able to hold back the attack.
I really do feel like Espada have been adapting to Apeks on the fly. They didn't seem comfortable earlier on in Inferno, and Apeks were able to take it over the top. Going on to Dust 2, it really does feel like they had figured Apeks out, and that continues the storyline over to Overpass, where, well, there's a 4-0 start and potentially even 5. I can't imagine Apeks will invest too much into the next.
As Espada were hunting there, it's interesting to see Jacob was hiding in plain sight. He was actually just over towards Graffiti. Last place you'd expect him to wriggle his way into just before that C4 explodes. But with full HP, he's going to survive. That's going to be the M4 and the AWP carried across. They don't really have the money to invest around it. Pistols, some Kevlar, limited utility, but not a whole lot more than that. So this could quite comfortably be 5 here for Espada. And if they can take it, then this will be a fantastic start for them here on Overpass.
Yeah, no, we do know how good Apeks are, though, with these pistols, so certainly not just to sweep away. And with Nasty holding the angle, Desert Eagle in hand, that hand cannon needs to fire through, and Espada aren't checking for him right now. That's a headshot. Bomb dropped as Nasty's doing all of the damage on the B-bomb site. There's the conversion. Dennis over the top, and Sopvik only able to trade into 1. Now a 4 versus 2 scenario. Bomb has been retrieved and relayed. But at the 80-second mark, it looks like Apeks is round to lose.
Never count Apeks out of these Deagle rounds. Nasty's already surpassed his scoreline from Dust 2. Absolutely crazy. 2 very, very nice 1-Deags, and that pretty much secures the round here for Apeks. Dexter and Sopvik have to try and retake this one, but with the AWP, it's going to have to be swapped over. Sopvik's on 2 points of health. A single slither of anything, even a flashbang hitting him, would eliminate him.
Well, we know that Sopvik is actually competent and confident with that AWP. We saw him holstering the Scout towards the mid-double doors earlier on Dust 2. So we'll do that again and entrust Dexter with that M4A4. Usually that solo primary AWP, remember, as he does actually mass some damage. Apeks need to now not make the mistakes, and they're peeking him 1 by 1 right now. Heavy damage incurred, but still a 2 versus 2 scenario with an AWP in play. This gets dangerous. Dennis on the angle. He needs to be checked, and fishing for the info. It's a 1-tap body shot to end the lot. Of course, Sopvik still remains, but with the bomb dropped on the B bomb site, I don't think he'll save this AWP, instead dip into Marcelius' scope.
A round that Apeks shouldn't have been able to win. It got a little bit dangerous. I'm not actually sure how Dennis gets the body shot there. I thought only the head was poking out, but either way, it comes through. Apeks, that's going to be their first. And a nice little trampoline, a nice little cushion for them to go into the next and have extra money, because they were already saving. They would have had enough cash going into this one, even if they'd have lost.
Yeah, so a little bit of a buffer, a little bit of a bonus there, especially onto those 3 players who obviously did survive. Dexter, he wants to pick and poke with that AWP, and he's so good at these angles. Marcelius beaten to the punch.
Espada bouncing right back. They don't want to lose a few in a row, otherwise it'll break their economy. They need to bite back, and Well, they've cast the line, and Apeks seem to be taking to it. Jacob just can't quite connect there onto Dima. Only connects a slither of damage. Can't trade out anything just yet. Minute 15 on this clock. Espada starting to backtrack round to A. They want to take control of Toilers. We haven't actually seen them go for this A site at all so far this game.
No, and that really plays to Apex's mindset. How do they go for these adjustments knowing that B has been under constant contest? Patsy headshot, Dennis trades. That holds up the defense temporarily on the A bomb site, but Espada seem to want to go for this side of the map. The bomb now rotating through, long control taken for Finnegan, and expect these AK-47s to try and trade Dennis inside. The rotate on the way. That's Gross to try and post a double defense. They know that it shouldn't be towards the B bomb site with Nasty playing inside of Monster, spotting out so much info towards that curly letter and those flashes over the top. Dennis just checking for that information. He wants that insurance policy here of Gross, and with the flashbang found at the 30-second mark, Dima surely pre-fires this angle and it's Sopvig instead. The combination comes through and Nasty, what can he do?
Yeah, he executes absolutely fantastic, and Nasty can't get anything done. Whiffing the shots. It's all about keeping your cards close to your chest. Espada, they can just, if they can rinse and repeat a strat over towards B and be successful with it, they don't need to show Apeks what they're made of on that A side. They can just keep doing it, and then as soon as it doesn't work, they say, okay, let's head over to A. And Apeks have no idea what to expect.
It's almost like saving strats at that point. You want to stay unpredictable, at least unsurprising, or have a bit of a surprising factor, I guess. On the T side especially, you don't want your opponents to be able to adapt. And it's not like Apeks can now just go for a solid B stack. Nonetheless, they have. Remember this, buy is certainly not perfect. Smoke whiffs. Usually in the water, it is a little bit awkward. Not always entirely consistent.
Nasty up close with that MP9, but it's actually Marcelius to find the first kill. This is where the flash comes through. It's absolutely flawless. Nasty does get traded 2 for 1, but it doesn't really matter. He's done his job, 4 versus 2. Only 30 seconds played out of this round, and Espada are pretty much out of it. They have to just fall back, save this AWP in the AK. Maybe not. Maybe they do go over towards this A bomb site.
Yeah, it does feel like Long will be under contest here. If Finnegan's able to steal away an opening frag, that really does open the pointy ladder here. But challenging Jacob is always a difficult task. He's a hard foe to try and eliminate here. And obviously needing these entries, these openings, and Jacob's there to try and shut him away. That aforementioned AK in hand needs to cash in from the bank. It's Finnegan to sneak his way in. Hasn't made a thank you. Jacob has no idea that he's about to be met with this aggression. Means that he can't radio in for reinforcements. And that angle is spotted. Jacob needed to hold inside the bank, I think. That will get the bomb down and away here. And Espada surely have a chance, especially with the Molotov going down, shutting away that retake early. Of course, Dennis can't poach and pick inside. Time pressure applied, and the AWP, it's on the angle in the hands of Dexter. We know how good he is with this sniper, as the Asimov may be about to take control. Tick-tock, Dennis falls, and Dexter's got a lot more work to do here. Right over the top, can't connect, but certainly doesn't miss twice. Marcelius next in line with an AWP of his own, and Dexter's going to do everything.
4 kills for Dexter. I thought this round was all said and done. I called that they should probably just go and save. Back in the action, round number 8, Apeks, they've gone for the force, but it's only the pistols. A max 7 on Jacob again. We've seen him pull this out 3 or 4 times so far this series. He hasn't had a whole lot of luck with it. Let's see if that changes here.
I mean, on Inferno, it's kind of viable. You can play it towards the apartments, perhaps. Beside Banana as well, in those closely contested angles. And overpass, of course, between the B-bomb site, that's where it's viable. I guess inside of the connector as well, you have got those tight-knit engagements, which Espada really just haven't been challenging. They haven't stepped foot inside the connector once.
Yeah, other than on the pistol round, where they kind of went for like a real connector stack, something that you don't see all too often. In any of these gun rounds, they've been completely ignoring it. They've really been ignoring this A site as well until the last couple where that's been their final destination. They've just established and spotted a weakness on B, and they've just been abusing it. They've realized, right, okay, we can just keep going into B, and this works for us. right now in the 8th, they're just spreading around this map. Sophic wants to try and open something up, cause a bit of a distraction, call over a rotation perhaps, as his teammates are getting through Monster.
Yeah, manoeuvring through Monster right now to challenge the first. That's Gruss with the Desert Eagle upon the barrels. And Sopvig clawing the rotation towards this A bomb site. That's all the attention taken. And Nasty can now peek, knowing that the Molotov, smokes, and incense are coming through onto this B bomb site. This should be one that Apeks are unable to hold up. The smoke's through. Gruss traded. Only the single for the Desert Eagle as Jacob needs to be a jack-in-the-box right now. As he hears that bomb going down and away, when is he going to try and take control of this one? Does he just want to get a kill and backtrack? This was, of course, a half buy for Apeks. He needs to do some damage to get some money lining his pockets. I don't know if that's entirely possible anymore, and get smoked off. That might be the end of the round for Jacob.
Yeah, Dexter's just spotted him out, and now he's just going to have this angle posted. No way Jacob hits this at this kind of range. The Mag 7 drop-off just means that he actually can't do any damage whatsoever here. So if he does peek, it will be his death. But Espada, they're not exiting out of Monster. They know that Jacob's around that side of the map, so they're going to fall away towards the CT spawn, keep all 3 players alive, and Jacob can keep his Mag 7 for another day. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't really agree with clinging onto the Mag 7 here. I'd probably played a more aggressive stance. You see that with the loss bonus really built up at this point, Jacob could certainly afford an M4. Obviously, he might even drop an AWP over, and he actually doesn't. Maybe that Mag 7 just gets dropped on the ground, and it does. I really like this from Apeks. There's no reason to keep a shotgun here into round number 9, especially when Espada are contending and competing for every single round here. They've taken 7 out of the last 8. And with Dexter back on that AWP, he's going to be challenged by the double sniper setup featuring Dennis and Marcelius.
Or is this the T-spawn boost? I don't think they're going to spot anything out this time round, but you do always love to see it. The train blocks your vision, but only for a few seconds or so. No one holding towards heaven or in that boost area. So I like this boost. However, if you stay on it for too long, you basically just allow your opponents to gain loads of control, and Nasty understands what's up, somehow spots it out. That's insane.
That is such a creative angle. I don't think that's something that we've ever seen in this tournament. He's competing for it, spotting no map control elsewhere. The smoke placed into Monster, buys his way through, and now back to barrels to control this site with 3 players alive.
That's super awesome. Gives him the man advantage and the flash and spray for Grass. He's only good for 1.5, but he's done a lot of damage, and this clock's really run down, actually. Espada, they have to speed this one up if they want to get onto this B-bomb site. With all the utility raining over and all the kills going Apeks' way, I don't see this happening.
No, and Finnegan doesn't actually throw any of that utility through. He had a full set when he went down right there. Doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe just wanted it for the retake scenario, that after plant. And Sopvig resigned to saving this AWP, perhaps. Maybe, does he actually want to dip into this bomb site? This seems to make no sense. He's got 16 points of health. And with a Molotov placed, a bomb down in the open, surely this is just a suicide mission right now. He's got a death wish, and Nasty happily obliges.
I don't get it. I don't get it. He surely knows more than I know. I didn't realise that you could actually go right to the back of that slanted point, like near Monster, and see the boost.
Yeah, this was something that Rocking years ago on Outlaws actually revolutionized. He was the one player who I really saw taking control of that angle. I think it's something that Ships has actually taken on a couple of these Bulgarian players over the last couple of years, so it's nice to see other players using quite a powerful angle. It's really quite hard to determine where that CT is playing from with the skin models, and these aren't custom, remember. What a spray down onto the B bomb site. Round over already before we even get time to talk about it.
Apeks looking a little bit more comfortable now, and yeah, this one just a complete spray away. Nasty is the man putting up the majority of the frags, which is surprising because we talked about him on Dust 2 being the one that really didn't show up alongside Marcelius. And I said at the start of this one of Apeks' win conditions is Nasty turning up to the server. And not only has he turned up, he's turned up in style. He's wearing a funky suit.
It certainly is. Funky suit. You're a funky suit man, Josh.
I am a funky suit man. Yeah, I got some real funky suits.
But you are a suit with a t-shirt, man, which I disagree with. Morally, it's a moral decision.
Yeah, but it's something that we just I don't know. I disagree with you. I won't take your advice on that. I'm gonna wear jackets and t-shirts.
Oh, man. Man. Twitch chat. Jacket and t-shirt, yay or nay? That's what I want to find out. Jacket and t-shirt. What does Twitch chat think? Here we go. About to get some answers, let's hope. Nay. First guy. BM. Yay. One guy says yay. A couple of yays. Yeah. Can we get some nays? It obviously doesn't work. Nay. It's pretty even. Well, at least we know who's stylish and who's not in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, whatever. Just a grey jacket, black t-shirt. Looks super.
Well, I'm not too sure about that. Well, it does look super. It's a 7-3 scoreline for Espada right now. The economy certainly doesn't. Dexter resigned to just a Desert Eagle. No AWP in play.
Dennis with that AWP for the CT side. He's actually holding towards long, where no one from Espada is even feeling around. Finnegan over towards toilets is the only danger man that could cause any problems towards that side of the map just yet. Minute 20 on the clock already, and Espada, they've just taken control. Not spotted out anybody, but they've just taken this party area, fountain, made sure that no one's got aggressive, methodically and slowly cleared out connector, and by ticking all of those boxes, then they can go for the execute and be sure that there's no flank in play.
And they're ready to challenge Jacob. He's got a gap in this smoke, but firmly flashed. Now has to fall back or even forward into the smoke. He's protected by the clouds and Finnegan falls. There's the spray away from Sopvig, though. That's actually amazing into the toilets.
Perfect read on the situation. Knows that Jacob's going to find the frag and fall back. So to spray through the smoke, just traces him. Perfect trade. Man advantage. Oh, did he spot the head? Oh, no. That is unbelievable.
That's such an unfortunate angle. Sopvig gets the jackpot, and there's the follow-up as well. Somehow, Espada, they've turned this one around. A triple kill from the in-game leader, and their captain might be about to close. An 8 would be influential at the midpoint of this half. And now a tough tricky retake for Grussin Nasty. It's Sopvig. He's got the angle under Lock and Key, and he's going for the ace with the AK to try and end this CT side in its tracks. He spots the flank in Nasty. He's going to be found. It's all 5 headshots for Sopvig.
The same duo that got the 2 versus 4 done a few rounds prior, Espada. Even when they have this massive disadvantage, they still seem to come out on top. All of the cards are in their hand here on Overpass. They're playing absolutely fantastically. And that angle towards Truck's so unfortunate because you can't shoot through the window. He saw the head. You can't shoot through the window. But you can then line your crosshair up, jiggle peek, and shoot instantly. And there's nothing the defender can do.
It's such an unfortunate angle. It's unbelievable that you can get that unlucky. It's an angle that you've really got to be aware of, obviously, on both the CT and T side. But certainly one that Sopvig's able to take control of there in round 11.
Nice boost early on here from Apeks, utilising the fact that Espada haven't had masses of connector presence, so they can utilise it to hold off the attack on B short for a little while, which has been more prevalent in Espada's attacks. But so far, they're just playing this really slow towards Fountain, not making any commitments just yet, and a nade should finish off Patsy early.
Yeah, and the AWP actually double dips into mid. Finnegan falls, and Espada, how do they take control this time? A couple of 2 versus 5s found left, right, and center, but a minute on the clock, and that bomb, it's just right out in the open here. It hasn't been defended or protected by this Apeks CT side, but this is a massively important round to win here. You can't allow Espada to get more than 8. I think that 9-6 is just way too much. Add a pistol to that, and you pretty much won the map already.
Espada certainly looking to find more here, and they've got a few rounds to do so as well. They haven't got a lot of money behind them. We've seen in these last couple of rounds that they've taken. They've only had a couple of guys alive, so they haven't had the opportunity to build up this bank massively. However, they've still got a few more shots at getting themselves onto 9, even 10. It is going to be 4 here for Apeks, and a good opportunity for them to string together the next couple, as Espada will be on an eco here, or should be on an eco here, I should say.
Yeah, and I think with that being a flawless round there for Apeks, I don't see any reason for Espada to go for a massive force buy unless the money dictates otherwise, which I really don't think it does. They can afford a buy going into the next final 2 rounds of the half. You want to be able to post a 9-6, 10-5 scoreline and really take Apeks to town on this 3rd and final deciding map.
Not a penny invested for Espada here in the 13th. Just the Glocks as they all charge towards middle. I think they just want to try and overwhelm someone here. They could get rid of Marcelius's AWP just because he's got too many targets to pick from. then that would be a win in their book.
Certainly would be. Getting up close and personal with the AK-47 of Dennis applied to the side. Out of connector, it becomes so difficult. He is going to fall back to the toilets as well, regain this control, and with that nade nailing, I think that gives all of the info to Apeks that they really require. That this is a heavily contested portion of the map. That they did so much damage right there. The containment policy looking pretty decent as Jacob just needs to fall back and away. They don't need to drop an AK. But Dexter's able to find 2 as a response. That is a bit of economical damage. As Finnegan, he's the final man to lose his life.
Dexter, the man with the deagle, gets himself a couple of really nice kills, and it makes the eco worthwhile. It's a shame that the Glocks are just so useless. Jacob actually got dinked twice in that round and still didn't die. It's just a shame. That could have been 3 kills quite comfortably.
Yeah, and for Espada, these weapons don't have any issues with damage. It's all AK-47s. Actually, the single Galil, not the one-tap potential for Dima, who, yeah, he's been pretty solid all series. He's been one of the men to watch out for, and I feel like I don't talk about Dima all too often from the CIS region. He's been here for absolute, feels like decades, but of course, to try and finish off this series here, everybody needs to step up.
Dexter didn't have the cash to get this AWP out, and the utility's pretty scarce. Very nice flash from him, though, to allow Dima to find that opener. But as it's instantly traded, the AKs need to fire through, and it's not happening. Finnegan gets himself the one needed. Knows he needs to get the second, actually converts to it. 2 versus 1 situation now as Patsy coming in from behind. He should actually have an element of surprise here, and if he can isolate this first man, maybe he does this.
This is really awkward. I don't actually know where Jacob is watching and waiting, but it is back turn. Surprise frag, you're absolutely right. Leaves Marcelius' AWP looking for this angle and can be segregated by the smoke grenade. Patsy's got it, can pop this one towards short, and this is really unfortunate for Marcelius right now. Molotov's going to force him back and away. The smoke grenade retains. That's for the bomb site. There's another one dropped, so he can certainly pick that one up, and it's utility all over the floorboards, and Marcelius finally starting to close in. AWP, close range, misses the shot, but Patsy doesn't.
Oh, it's time and time again. Espada, even when they're on the back foot, it's these clutch situations that they're converting. They're on to 9 and a good chance to get on to 10 here as well as Apeks. It is going to be another buy, but Espada, they've got so much momentum built up. They've got so much confidence, and there's nothing that Apeks are doing that can break it.
No, a 10-5 looks very viable, extremely possible, maybe even probable with the way that Espada have been playing, and a 1 versus 2 for Patsy. Such an instrumental member of this Espada side.
The AWP on Dexter this time round. The utility's still lacking, but they've got some flashes to work with. They've got a few smoke grenades, and that should be enough to allow them to take some control. Just his standard default, 3 men over towards A, and quite notably, Jacob getting very aggressive on long.
Yeah, he's up close and personal, can actually take this avenue of approach if he doesn't want to be challenged by, I think, Finnegan, who is watching the back lines, needing a supportive member for that flank from Espada.
As soon as he knows what's up, he could maybe push through. The issue is he has no support from a teammate. No one that can provide that flashbang. And Marcelius doesn't really know what's up right now. Not a lot of sound cues made. Obviously, Patsy spraying through that smoke is going to give away his position. But that's only one comm that can be relayed. You can't say, oh, they're all here. So Apeks still left guessing, but they do have a 3-man stack towards this A site, so they are equipped to deal with it if the push comes through.
Well, Dennis and Marcelius really need to radio this one into Jacob right now, because this is his moment to strike. He needs to pounce from behind, and I think with that kill coming in, Jacob really needs to get a move on now. He will be challenged by Dima onto long, but all of these kills coming through, and Dima even able to find another one. Jacob, attention diverted. He needed to push, get aggressive, and at the 30-second mark, this half looks over. Apeks, nothing they can do about this one. Dima contending for the connector, and it's with the Galil in hand. I would be surprised if Gross is able to do anything, and he absolutely can't. Nasty versus 5. This will be a 10-5 scoreline, Josh. What a half from Espada.
Absolutely fantastic. I love Dima's role in this round. He's the one man with the Galil. So he says, do you know what? I'm just going to make sure that you guys are all safe. I'm going to watch long, And if anybody pushes through, which is unlikely because it hasn't happened so far this game, but if anybody pushes through, I'll make sure that that flank's eliminated. And that's what happens. Jacob could have really caused complications if Dima wasn't holding that line. But he's holding it, he's aware that there's a potential of it happening, and finds himself that one, and actually a second rotation as well. So 2 kills for him, fantastic round, 10 on the board for Espada. They've really shown up to overpass.
Second half, a pistol round might end it here and put Espada 2-1 in this Swiss system. It's USPS's no upgraded pistols, of course, for the CT side, and I don't see any P250s either for Apeks.
Yeah, we haven't really seen these. In fact, no one buying any utility, no kit on the CT side. This is a raw pistol round, and it's going to come down to the frags. Apeks early on, looking like they're going to head over towards A. One man in connector is going to be contested by Patsy, though. Spots out the one man, takes the tap of damage, and he's going to fall away.
That's more of an intelligence play there, and it's Dima. He's doing the dirty right in the back lines. Need to fan in Fountain, but it's not going to happen. Loses Dexter instead, and now surely he's not long for this world. Steals away a headshot as a response.
Despite the fact that it was oh so messy, he's still able to trade 2 for 2. Sopvik right now, he's in a prime position to cut off the rotation of the C4, and he can just hold this. Apeks are miles away. Dennis's control on this B site is fantastic, but he has to give it up to support Jacob in the pursuit to retrieve the C4. So everything they've worked for this round is useless.
And Sopvik, I think he might just be the Grim Reaper of this Apeks pistol round right now, looking to retrieve that bomb. And Espada, they might be about to secure themselves the 11th here. Jacob needs some sensational headshots. This flank from Dennis is surely going to be found. How does he check that corner? No connection, though, with the Glock. And he needs to connect right now. Everybody running out of ammo. And there's Dennis to finally find it. He's only got 30 seconds left to scramble back some control. And that bomb has gone deeper inside the T-spawn. And Dennis, I just don't know if he's got enough time for this one.
I'm not sure if he does either. 20 seconds on this clock. Patsy seems to hear the sound cues and he can just peek right out. Can't quite connect the shot. Does some more damage. And Dennis actually could retrieve this C4. I like what Sopvik's gone for here. Instead of trying to hold it, he's actually just gone to this B site. Hide behind the barrels. Make sure it can't go down. Dennis is going elsewhere though, but he's got no time. 6 seconds on the clock. Absolutely no chance. Pistol round going to Espada.
I almost think that it's positive EV to just suicide in that position. Dennis can afford a deagle in the next. He'll likely go for it. Maybe not too much of a negligent play, but yeah, these headshots, such an awkward battle, and that one was a lot snappier from the pistol master himself. Those odds very one-sided. Espada 5 to finish.
Very, very one-sided indeed. We've actually seen Nasty drop a deagle over to Dennis, so he can buy the Kevlar with the 700 save. So he's really the man that could do some damage this round, but everybody else just on that full eco, and he's going to have no money to work with in the buy in the next round as well. So that adds complications to things.
Patsy, the only SMG in play for this CT side, obviously prioritizing finding the kills for him. He is obviously towards that B bomb site, so should go uncontested in this effort. Dexter and Patsy instead to hold up the line, and it's that dangerous AUG, which is so popular on Overpass, especially towards this A bomb site. Patsy, he's shown up to the party, and there are the kills required. Not a single frag, not even close for Apeks.
Couple of kills coming through for that MP9 as well. Just gives you a real bang for your buck. You rack up your economy quite comfortably. Dexter picks up the final few with that AUG as well. And they're just feel-good frags. They get closer to the end. The morale on Espada is probably pretty high. You got to remember that they haven't lost a map since like 2 hours ago, yeah? Like, Inferno's well behind them. They had loads of momentum on Dust 2. They were outstanding on Dust 2. And here on Overpass, they're following the same suit.
Exactly. I'm getting deja vu to Dust 2 right now. Might be a similar scoreline. Dennis Anova for the T side. And he's going to send it right into this B bomb site. He's actually just waiting for the peak here. Any member of Espada could fall foul to this, but nobody getting aggressive. Instead, he's just watching this angle. This is such a funky play. This is such a crocodile of a gun as well, looking to snap its way inside. But what can Dennis find? That is not the right angle for the job. We know that it's so far forward, and he's actually going to play in the smoke. No, he doesn't drop it. Instead, there's the headshot. Surprise, surprise. Dennis comes alive, but it's only for the first.
That gives an opportunity for Apeks, though, and when he relays that information, they're going to dart right into this B site. They know that the defense is weakened, and Finnegan needs to hold up this line. Playing that head angle, the Molotov's going to go down, but he needs to fire off some shots. The smoke's helping him get into a precarious angle, but as Nasty gets rid of him, the man advantage in their favour.
And this Famous just sniping down from above, like a helicopter above this B-bomb site. Smoking off that bomb, there's the nade to connect as Patsy finishes off the job. 13 for Espada.
The response from Espada is lightning fast there. The rotations coming through connector mean that they just deny the C4 plant, and Apeks can't do anything with it. Their entire round is focused on just trying to get back onto that bomb site and get that bomb down. Whereas if the C4 could have gone down straight away, then they're playing the post plants, and that makes things trickier for the retake.
And that's a problem that Apeks had on Dust 2 as well, just sitting along on the A-bomb site without tapping the digits in on that C4. Obviously, it's an inherent advantage if you get that bomb down. You can hold the forts, you can put a time pressure on, and it's all pressure on Espada at that point, instead of still having that time pressure for yourself.
Could easily be 14 here for Espada as they just face up against the pistol buyer. The single AK on Dennis. His economy is completely out of whack. It's messed up since the pistol. He's not coordinated with the rest of his team when it comes to his cash. With Gruss falling early, this is just going from bad to worse for Apeks.
I've got X-ray on my observer screen, and I didn't even see that shot come through. Dime so fast, and now Sopvig to try and hold up the line, bouncing the Molotov off Nasty's belly, and that locks off Monster. The bomb dropped in the flames. That's not going to force it to explode as Sopvig, yeah, he's going to hold it down one more time. Dennis, the only player with a rifle, now needs a 1 versus 4 to pull this one back. He's got lots of time to try and isolate these engagements, and doing damage here might prove to be important. They need to force as many ecos out of Espada as possible if they're going to bring this one back, and this might be the first way to do it. If Dennis can win the round in its entirety, then maybe, and what a shot to start things off. It's traded right back from Sopvig, unfortunately.
Only able to find himself the one there, Apeks. They're certainly struggling. There's that headshot again. I didn't see it either. That was crazy X-ray eyes, lightning fast reactions, something that I don't have.
Yeah, and we're talking about some of the best players in the CIS region here. Espada obviously contending for those RMR events, and now they're 2 away from the victory.
Should be able to close here, but they have to cross this hurdle first. Marcelius with that AWP, the AK's all round, utility healthy. And Dexter's actually gone for the auto sniper. Wanted to hold towards connector early, but as they've lost control, I think they just need to fall away. They can't hold this angle. It's too risky.
Are they really going to end overpass with a bang? Maybe even a rattle. I don't even know what noise and how to describe it the Scar makes. It's such an awful weapon, such a scary sound, isn't it, when you've got all 20 of those bullets just firing between you. And he's got the angle fully posted. The competitive AWP is Marcelius this time. So straight into toilets. Gruss instantly eliminates him. And now Apeks, it's go, go, go onto the A-bomb site. The Molotovs drop. Needed a smoke for that one perhaps, but I'm not sure. Jacob gets the headshot instead. And now Espada, down on their luck, needs to rely on Patsy, stuck on long. But will Apeks check for this? That's the big question here. They're going to line up, turn their backs. That's terrible. Patsy, he finds 2. There's the headshot. Patsy's doing everything upon the pointy letter. And Nasty needs to flank the flank. He's the tank. Needs a 1 versus 2 to carry through, and it's never going to happen. The double peak from Espada, it's match point.
That is absolutely fantastic from Patsy. We knew he was the danger man, and he needed to make a play. The rotations were miles away, and 3 kills just about does the trick. Fantastic work. Denying that plant as well, so there's no time pressure for Espada to abide to.
That is so sensational. Single-handedly ripping Apeks a new one there on the A-bomb site. There's nothing they could have done about that. They need to check the angle. As soon as they don't, Patsy, he's guaranteed 2 kills, and Dennis swings for the 3rd. It's so sick.
This could be the final round here for Espada. Even if it isn't, they've got 10 chances to close. Utility pretty much non-existent for the Apeks side. They've prioritized the AKs. They know that at range, they need that one-hit headshot potential. And they just need to hit all the frags here. If they can't, it's going to be game over.
And Finnegan, first nail in the coffin, bashed in. Dennis, headshot, he's dead. 4 players remain for Apeks, and maybe They might be dead in this series. 70 seconds heading towards the A-bomb site right now, and Dexter's going to spray right through that smoke. It's unsuccessful once again, but Espada still clinging on to this long control.
Did they check for Patsy this time? I think, yeah, he's taking a different approach. That's so smart. Brings things back into a 3-on-3, and they're still fighting him. Patsy, he's good for more. The man advantage now. This could be the beginning of the end.
Apeks, they do have the site, they do have the bomb plant, and Jacob has the angle outside of Bank. Needs these headshots, certainly good for the first, but they still haven't contended with Patsy, who's snuck through the smoke on long, and Jacob has the angle under wraps. Patsy, that's another triple kill, as Jacob steals one of his own. He's inside the Bank, and Patsy, how does he get this kill back onto the site? The answer is he doesn't.
Unfortunately, timing just doesn't go his way, and Jacob keeps his team floating for another round. I'm not sure if... It's probably too little too late. It's not the start of a comeback just yet. It could be. It could be. Espada, they're now down to an eco. Apeks could start to pull back some more, but they're so far ahead. This has been such a dominant performance that surely they close this.
That does seem to be the case. A couple of upgraded pistols, nothing else to work with. 0 sets of Kevlar for Espada as they rush towards the fountain.
Just want to try and get a couple of kills here, and, well, circumstances should allow it. Patsy's the man to get the first headshot. Sophic with another, and they're doing a lot of damage here. This is being costing a lot of money for Apeks.
This can't be the way this series ends. Sophic has stolen away a Galil, and there's another rifle on the floor for Finnegan. He's able to sweep away that AK, and another headshot for his troubles. Him versus Dennis to close down the series. Another 1 versus 1, and everything hangs in the balance.
This would basically be the epitome of this entire game if Finnegan can actually clutch this one up. Rotates around towards B, and I think he might actually get there just in the nick of time. This timing is absolutely perfect for him, but Dennis, the headshot's so crisp. Anyone else in that situation, I'm not sure if they land that, but Dennis, he is a hell of a fragger.
He certainly is. He's one of the best in the world at hitting those headshots, and that's exactly why. He seemed to have a sixth sense of that one. And just look how disgusting that is. Again, that's another one that the X-ray doesn't even pick up. But Finnegan, yeah, he definitely lost teeth in that engagement.
Now Espada have got money once again, though. It's Dexter with that AWP. He's been very, very scary with it. Every time Apeks have peeked into him, he has ripped them to shreds. And they're getting quite aggressive over towards Long and Party once again. They want to get this one over and done with. And they have the confidence to do so.
And Finnegan all the way up long, M4 placed, and Patsy can be the quick response. Apeks spread across this map with the bombs still in the T-spawn. They haven't actually committed themselves to either side of the map here, but Finnegan certainly has. He commits into Jacob's AK-47, gets traded up, but can Patsy backtrack? He wants to stay beside the fountain, and he is hitting the shots with the support of Dexter's AWP. Needs to go for another one right now, and instead he's going to fall away with the Asimov man advantage Espada.
This is the right play from Dexter. He could have probably hit that shot if he stayed posted on that angle. But if Dennis pokes his head up and gives him a headshot, then it's a 2 versus 2, and Apeks have a good chance at it. Instead, they regroup, they take this C4, they want to head over towards this B bomb site. And that's where Dima's patiently waiting to try and hold this one up.
He could single-handedly end this series. The rotates will give him the insurance policy that he absolutely needs right now. Apeks so far away from the finish line, and it's creeping and crawling between the mouth of Monster to challenge Dima here. M4 at the ready, and it's one and done. 16-7 for Espada as Apeks, they go down to that 1-2 bracket.
I thought they had a really good chance at it when they took Inferno rather convincingly, but it was the Espada show from then on out. Dust 2 being an absolute whitewash, 16-6. An overpass following a similar trend. Nasty actually the top fragger for Apeks, surprisingly, in that one, but it's just not good enough. That's going to be all from us today. Thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back with you tomorrow for more LOOT.BET action, so make sure you stay tuned.